Chapter 31. Yodel instinctively felt that something was wrong, because after a short period of confrontation and probing, the white-haired blood clansman who attacked fiercely, along with his two juniors, suddenly became passive. They no longer attacked, advanced, and flashed crazily and dangerously. They no longer used undetectable voices to control the blood slaves. Then, Gilbert's anxious voice rose. Yodel. Even though they usually did not get along well, Yodel immediately understood what he meant. The mysterious masked protector raised his head and saw Thales push open the door from the balcony to the house and disappear into the darkness in the house. Thales, why? As the mechanical gears behind the crystal drop lenses started turning, Yodel's vision quickly zoomed in on the third floor. However, that room was so dark that he could not see the situation inside at all. Yodel's heart became restless. His figure disappeared in an instant. In an unknown grayish-white world, a grayish-white moon gradually appeared. Then, a grayish-white iron door appeared out of thin air. Then it was connected to a grayish-white garden, grayish-white outer walls, grayish-white windows, grayish-white houses, and so on. Soon, a grayish-white Vine Manor that was exactly the same as Vine Manor in reality, except for its strange color, appeared out of thin air in this world. After an unknown amount of time, as if the sky was being pulled, a spot in the air, like the surface of water that was touched by a dragonfly, suddenly formed layers of visible ripples and spread outwards. Finally, a normal-colored Yodel gently appeared in the grayish-white world from the center of the ripples in the air. He stepped on the grayish-white Vine Manor, which was also grayish-white. He stepped on the grayish-white, deathly silent path that was almost the same as the real world, but devoid of any signs of life. In the world of shadows, the masked protector leaped from window to window in a practiced manner and climbed rapidly towards the third floor of Vine Manor. He wanted to rush to the room on the third floor from the world of shadows. However, when he was only a few meters away from stepping on the stone handrail of the balcony on the third floor, Yodel suddenly paused. This was because Yodel could clearly feel that a moment ago, this grayish-white path of shadows seemed to have been struck by a heavy hammer from every corner of it. Resonance. These two words appeared in Yodel's heart. What a familiar feeling. He furrowed his brows and gave up on climbing. The next moment, Yodel's left foot kicked the grayish-white outer wall of the grayish-white house at lightning speed. He rose in the air like a swallow and rolled backward. Within a few meters of the grayish-white balcony, where Yodel had just stepped on, a strange spatial ripple appeared. The ripple spread out in a shocking manner, collapsing all the walls of the grayish-white houses around it. This ripple was a shocking blood-red color. This blood-red color instantly spread across the entire grayish-white shadow path. Yodel, who was tumbling in the air, sighed without anyone noticing. Transparent, spatial ripples appeared all over his body. This Yodel's spatial ripple canceled out the incoming blood-colored ripple. A few seconds later, his figure disappeared into the void. In the real world, below the observation deck on the third floor of Vine Manor, a bloody mist shrouded a large area of space in midair. It expanded and contracted as though it was vibrating rhythmically. Yodel abruptly revealed himself amidst this strange vibration. Yodel, who had revealed himself, tumbled and looked at the bloody mist surrounding him. He furrowed his brows in midair. It had been 12 years, and once again he was forced out of the shadow path. It was done in the same way as back then. What awaited him was a well-prepared ambush. The bloody mist stopped vibrating. A suffocating aura swept up countless droplets of blood and attacked him at high speed. The bloody mist condensed into an old, blood-colored right hand in the air. It struck out a seemingly light palm at Yodel, who was in midair and had nowhere to borrow strength from. It went straight for his chest. But before the palm could get close, the clothes on Yodel's chest and abdomen made an ominous, sizzling sound and shattered in the air. If one observed carefully, they would discover that the surroundings of the blood-colored palm were filled with fine bloody mist that corroded all obstacles it encountered. For example, Yodel's heart, and he was stuck in midair, unable to dodge. The shadow path could no longer provide him with protection. In midair, Yodel, who was facing imminent disaster, could only calmly retract his chest and abdomen. He curled his body into a strange shape and increased the time it would take for him to meet the palm. A little more than a second passed. A lot of things happened in this little more than a second. The dark and gloomy short sword instantly appeared in Yodel's right hand. In the blink of an eye, the sword in Yodel's hand flashed, and he slashed 3 times in a row. None of the 3 slashes hit the dangerous blood-colored palm, but the gears behind Yodel's crystal drop lenses spun rapidly. The fine bloody mist that filled the air appeared in his eyes as if it had nowhere to hide. Yodel waved his short sword and caused 3 ripples that were invisible to ordinary people to appear in the terrifying bloody mist. The bloody palm attacked without any resistance. It was only 1 second away. The gears behind Yodel's lenses spun in a different direction instantly. The color of the crystal drop lenses changed, and so did his field of vision. The 3 ripples shook the blood around him, and behind the blood-colored palm, a special droplet of blood spun irregularly in the vibrations. In the next moment, Yodel's short sword drew an afterimage at an incredible speed and pierced the irregular droplet of blood. Asterisk shick. Asterisk, the tip of the sword gently tapped the palm formed by the bloody mist. Then it swiftly retracted. He did not waste even an ounce of strength, but he was not stingy with any bit of energy either. In the palm formed by the blood mist, a drop of blood that was neither too big nor too small shattered. Then the originally aggressive blood-colored palm instantly dissipated into nothingness the moment it was about to land on Yodel's chest. Yodel landed lightly on the ground, on the left side of his chest and abdomen. A piece of clothing that had been seriously corroded by the bloody mist turned into ashes, revealing a hidden muscle. The skin on the surface had long since corroded completely, and blood flowed out. The bloody mist that filled the air gathered behind the disintegrated bloody palm. It reformed into Chris Corleone's lifeless figure in front of Yodel, but it could not reform into his right palm. Yodel did not even look at the wound on his chest and abdomen. He allowed the blood on it to stain the hem of his robe until his muscles automatically contracted to stop the bleeding from the corroded wound. Chris furrowed his brows and swung his right arm. A new crimson palm bone grew out from his missing right wrist. It was mixed with the bloody mist, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, muscles and skin formed again. The wound on Yodel's chest and abdomen seemed to be much more serious, but Chris' right hand grew out again, and it was completely unharmed. However, a haze seemed to fill Chris' heart. He knew that in the dangerous battle where the supreme class elites decided life and death in an instant, the proud immortal had already lost to this mortal behind the mask. At first, Yodel entered his unique path of shadows and disappeared from this world. However, he continued to move forward on the other side of the world. Immediately after, Chris used the omnipresent bloody mist to form tens of thousands of droplets of blood. With a sudden eruption and a powerful resonance, he forcefully shook the brilliant masked protector out of the shadow he enjoyed alone. Yodel, whose path was abruptly cut off, fell into Chris' trap in midair. The bloody mist, which was filled with a weak corrosive power, used the attraction of the origin blood to condense into a palm that was even denser and attacked Yodel. Yodel had no way to borrow strength, dodge, or enter the shadow. Yodel was at an absolute disadvantage, but it was only for an instant. Yodel used the rapid turn of his body to gain more than a second. In this short period of slightly more than a second, Yodel confirmed the location of the origin blood among the tens of thousands of small blood droplets. He destroyed it and shattered Chris' right hand while he was at it. The outcome of the battle between the supreme class elites was decided from this. Yodel only lost a palm-sized piece of skin and the outer wall of some veins. Chris, on the other hand, lost a drop of origin blood that represented the blood clan's exuberant life essence under Yodel's sword. It was a drop of origin blood that could only be formed after more than 100 years. Chris sighed. What an outstanding young man. What a terrifying latecomer. What beautiful skills and astonishing instincts. It looks like I was ignorant when I compared the kingdom's wrath to you. As Chris spoke, his body flashed again, and he avoided Yodel's phantom-like sword strike. Even the kingdom's wrath can't do better than you. Yodel ignored him. He stomped on the ground and charged towards a window on the second floor. But Chris stood in front of him again. But there's nothing you can do now. Chris moved. While he avoided Yodel's attack, he also delayed Yodel's footsteps towards the third floor. The immortal old man did not stop talking, but his words were filled with the chilling insight of a long-lived person. Based on that boy's age, he's probably the smartest and calmest mortal I've ever seen in my 600 years of life. Chris, who had lost a drop of origin blood, no longer hoped to kill or even defeat this opponent. Supreme class elites were all dangerous people with vast power and high realms who could control them at will. With just a few moves, they had a clear understanding of the direction of the battle. But he could not let Yodel disturb Her Highness's meal, especially since that infant mortal might be the key to Her Highness's awakening. Unfortunately, his curiosity and sense of danger were too strong. Even though he knew that reinforcements were near, he could not help but take the initiative to attack, to save himself and defend himself. He probably could not stand the feeling of his fate being in someone else's hands. We only feigned an attack a few times, but he keenly noticed that the third floor might be our weakness and weakness. His curiosity and sense of danger made him unable to help but push open that door. But he did not know that that was where we wanted him to go. His Highness needs his blood and strength. Young man, it's too late for you. At this very moment, that mortal boy has already become Her Highness' power. Chris' eyes sparkled. For the first time, there was respect and admiration in his tone when he addressed Thales. Yodel's short sword trembled slightly. When Thales saw the charred, withered hand that stretched out of the strange black coffin, he was stunned for a whole 5 seconds. Intense memories flashed back to his mind, invading every cell in his brain once again. He grabbed a familiar scene from the void. He only heard the same delicate and gentle voice, but it spoke rudely at that moment. Wu Qiren, you're hurting me. It's just a rewatch of classic. Do you have to be so scared? In Thales' ears, his voice from his previous life was filled with fear and trembling. I thought it was The Godfather or something. Who would have thought that you would want to watch The Grudge in the middle of the night? This is a classic that will be handed down from generation to generation. Okay? Look at how cute Kayako is. Ah, be gentler. My skin is still tender. Damn it, she appeared. You have big boobs? Help me block it. You think my boobs are big now? Why do you usually... Oh, if you're scared, just close your eyes. I can't help it. By the way, can we turn on the lights? She climbed down. Wu Qiren, go back to your chair obediently. Damn it, my lady, don't pause your drawing here. I have to go up and down the stairs every day. Okay. The moonlight was blocked by dark clouds. In the darkness, the memories from his previous life that flashed in his mind for no reason were interrupted by a terrifying roar. Ah, the sound was like a drowning person suddenly waking up from a state of suspended animation. But to Thales, who was deeply poisoned by his previous life's memories, it sounded like the shrill howl of a 1,000-year-old malicious spirit that was awakened overnight. Thales shuddered and came back to his senses. He was stunned to find that the ghostly hand that seemed to be grabbing the edge of the coffin suddenly pulled itself out as the terrifying roar rang out. A wrist that was as rotten as a mummy's. A forearm that was charred black as if it had been burned by hellfire. A shoulder that looked like it had been bitten by countless ants. One by one, they were exposed outside the black coffin along with the hand. The ghostly hand and the main body that was connected to it, which was barely humanoid, seemed to be slowly crawling out of the black coffin. Then a bone-chilling head slowly emerged from the edge of the coffin under the slightly exposed moonlight. This skinny head had long, white, and wilted hair. Its entire face was charred black and rotten, and its disproportionately large black mouth and nose were actually a bottomless darkness. Thales only felt goosebumps starting from his scalp and spreading to his fingertips. Under the cover of the white hair, it opened its pitch-black mouth. The large black mouth split open all the way to its ears. Ah, A shrill roar traveled into Thale's ears. The boy's skin crawled, and he almost fell to the ground. This monster did not stop. It crawled out of the black coffin slowly but rhythmically, as if it was feeling its surroundings. From its head to its upper body, from its left arm to its right arm, the head finally crossed the edge of the coffin, and its entire upper body fell to the ground. Finally, the left hand that was as shriveled as a ghost gently touched the ground. At that moment, Thale's mind was blank. He trembled slightly and slowly inhaled a breath of cold air. At that moment, the head that was stuck to the ground seemed to have sensed something. It paused for a moment, then slowly raised its head in Thale's direction. The shriveled white hair fell to the sides, and its face was slowly revealed. It was facing Thale's, and where the eye sockets should have been, but Thale saw there were two large, irregular black holes. The boy almost fainted from fear. This looks like a dried corpse that hasn't been completely burned, but it seemed that after transmigrating, the rich experience on the streets had made him a lot braver. Even though Thales was afraid, he still trembled and picked up what little rationality he had left in his brain. No matter what that thing is, Thales thought silently as he shuddered. I have to escape. Even though it looks scary, it's not fast. I just have to. Thales tried his best not to think about the scenes in the horror movies from his previous life. He turned his feet and twisted the comfortable children's leather shoes that Gilbert had prepared for him, even though they had been greatly worn out during the running. He was prepared to rely on his speed to escape from this dangerous place. I just have to wait for Yodel's rescue, Thales thought. But the moment he turned his leather shoes, the demon-like monster suddenly pounced out of the coffin. It was like a headless demon that had been blindly swimming around, suddenly awakened. The shrill roar rang again. Thales, who was filled with terror points, was so frightened that he turned around and wanted to run. Chapter 32. There was a problem. What did it feel like to watch Kayako climb down the stairs with a fast-forward button on? At that moment, Thales must have been crying angrily as he answered carefully. That's how I feel. Because of the evil spirits, corpses, and monsters behind him. Who cares what they are? Is it important? Thales, who had yet to recover from his shock, was crawling towards him on all fours while dragging his damaged and charred body with incredible agility and strangeness. F***CK. Thales was scared out of his wits. He did not even think about whether this creature had intelligence, whether it could speak, whether it could communicate, and whether it could talk without fighting. At that very moment, Thales, who was running for his life in the small room, could even feel the liquid in his eyes gushing out without restraint. But Thales soon regretted his decision. There was no other reason other than that the monster-like mummy's speed was much faster than Thales. It roared and leaped, pouncing on Thales from behind. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales, and the mummy rolled on the ground. The 2 days of being unlucky seemed to have worked. Thales subconsciously pulled out JC's dagger with a backhand and stabbed it at the mummy with a trembling hand. He stabbed the mummy's heart, if it had one. But Thales was horrified to find that the mummy, which had been pierced by the dagger, was not affected at all. It lay on his body and opened its terrifying black mouth towards his neck, revealing its similarly charred and irregular sharp teeth. Could it be that it was too scared that its hand trembled and missed? Thales felt the weight on his body. Strange, it's not heavy, he thought fearfully, but it was too late for him to regret. Asterisk rip. Asterisk with a dull sound that sounded like leather being pierced. Thales felt hopelessly that the mummy had bitten through his neck. Thales opened his mouth in pain, but he could only let out a hoarse, muffled cry due to his lack of stamina. Under the effect of the pressure, all the blood in Thales' body surged towards the ruptured artery. It's over, Thales thought in despair. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. He thought of this sentence and Quide, who had died unwillingly while clutching his neck. Thales laughed bitterly in his heart. This was retribution. Strangely, the blood that was supposed to be gushing out of his body was quietly and orderly flowing out. Into the mouth of the mummy? Thales, who had his neck bitten, saw from the corner of his eyes that the mummy was like a water pipe that was being squeezed by irregular water pressure. From its mouth to its neck, chest, abdomen, and every other part of its body, it continued to swell and contract slightly. Like a thirsty traveler, he frantically sipped at the spring water. The mummy seemed to be sucking blood. In a few seconds, as he lost more blood, Thales's consciousness began to grow numb, but the consciousness at the bottom of his heart became clearer. It was so clear that everything in his mind had reappeared in front of his eyes. Wu Qiren, you're afraid of ghosts. What would you do if you really ran into a ghost? Can you not mention this? After watching Ju-on the night before yesterday, I still don't dare to go upstairs after dark. Don't be afraid. If you really touch it, bite its neck. If it's those with no neck or a broken head, lunatic. Stop right there. Stop. When you're tired of writing your thesis and raise your head to stretch, it suddenly appears. The former Wu Qiren took a step forward angrily and used the most familiar method to block that person's mouth. Then, amidst the sweetness in his mouth, he caught a glimpse of her smiling eyes. Her eyelashes were long, and her eyes were clear. Really cunning and sinister. Wu Qiren closed his eyes in hatred and continued to peck at his spoils of war, or perhaps to offer his tribute to the real victor. Another memory entered Thales's mind. However, this memory seemed to be different. After it entered his memory bank, it did not sleep peacefully with its kind. Instead, it instantly spread, became bigger, and trembled. Thales, who was completely immersed in the memories of his previous life, was abruptly pushed out of this illusory consciousness. Thales opened his eyes abruptly. At that moment, he felt as if he suddenly had strength. The mummy was still desperately sucking blood, as if it would not stop until it sucked him dry. Then, the 7-year-old boy's hand firmly and forcefully grabbed its shoulder and neck. If I really touch it, the prince clenched his teeth and grabbed the mummy's body. He used all his remaining strength to raise his head desperately. Just bite it. He opened his mouth and revealed his small teeth. Bite the neck. He was like a mindless creature. He bit the mummy's neck fiercely, like two lovers kissing each other's necks. Time seemed to have stopped again, until a cracking sound rose out of nowhere. The burnt mummy's neck did not seem to be as hard as imagined. Thales actually managed to bite off a piece of it. In his rage, Thales fiercely chewed on a piece of meat of unknown quality and swallowed it. A sentence that did not fit the mood suddenly flashed in Thales' mind. Chicken-flavored crunchy. Then, he continued to crazily and eagerly bite the mummy's wound, just like the vampires in Tuval family. Then, a fishy and salty liquid suddenly surged into Thales' mouth. The crimson liquid flowed into his throat in big mouthfuls as the prince sucked it desperately. Just like how his own blood flowed rapidly into the mummy's body like a pump, the fishy and salty liquid in the mummy was also rapidly sucked in by him. However, the mummy did not seem to have any intelligence, nor did it feel anything, just like Thales, who had gone mad and whose mind was blank. However, just a few seconds later, he and the burnt and rotten mummy shuddered at the same time. Immediately after, the mummy seemed to shudder and suddenly let go of its blood-drinking mouth. It let out a shrill cry and pushed Thales away abruptly. After Thales was pushed away, he was stunned for 2 seconds as if he had just survived a disaster. Then, he immediately extended his hand and touched the wound on the carotid artery. Strangely, there was no blood flowing out of the neck that should have been covered in blood. There were only 2 warm, numb, and sticky wounds on the wound. In the dark room, the mummy seemed to have found something called fear. After it pushed Thales away, it covered its neck, which was also bitten. Thales' dagger was still stuck in its chest, and it limped towards the black coffin it crawled out of. Thales was not stunned. He stood up shakily from the ground and realized that his almost completely exhausted strength had recovered a little. It was the taste in his mouth. Bah! It was a little disgusting. Wait a minute, that mummy, what's going on? Even though countless question marks appeared in his mind, he still pounced on the mummy that was fleeing in a flustered manner without hesitation. What goes around comes around. We have a score to settle. Thales roared, extended his hand, and pulled it down. The mummy rolling on the ground did not stop. Before Thales could use his teeth to communicate with it again, it leaped at an astonishing height, grabbed the edge of the black coffin, and flipped itself into the coffin in an unsightly posture. Thales, who had grabbed one of its legs, fell into the huge black stone coffin with it. Asterisk plop. Asterisk Thales felt as if he had fallen into a pool of water. A warm, moist liquid surged through his entire body. This smell? It's fishy and salty. Is it blood? Thales hugged the struggling mummy tightly from behind. Before he completely lost consciousness due to drowning in blood, Thales smiled under the blood. Fortunately, he thought vaguely. Fortunately, this thing still has a neck, and its head is not broken. An unknown amount of time passed. Thales woke up in the black coffin that had mysteriously dried up. When he opened his eyes, Thales struggled to sit up. The first thing he did was to cough violently, coughing out blood and water from his body. Cough, 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 cough. Thales licked a foreign object in his mouth. He instantly reacted, and in a fit of disgust, he spat it out. He panted again and recovered for a few dozen seconds. Thales' right hand immediately touched the side of his body. It was a cold, burnt sensation. That mummy? Thales continued to search until he was sure that the mummy that had chased him like a dog had been broken into a dozen pieces and scattered in the huge coffin. The prince exhaled and chased away the disgust in his mouth. It was dark inside the black coffin. He continued to search the cold bottom of the coffin. When he touched something that looked like a flight of stairs, he forced himself to tiptoe and climbed out of the black coffin that was as tall as a person. This thing doesn't look like a coffin, but more like a children's swimming pool, Thales thought. He understood how the small mummy climbed out of such a tall coffin. He finally climbed out of the black coffin with his hands and feet and fell to the ground with a thud. The familiar sounds of battle rang in his ears. There was no lack of women's reprimands and the count's loud commands. Face down, Thales rubbed his shoulder that hurt from the fall and struggled to prop his upper body up. He did not know how the battle outside was going. Then, Thales raised his head. He was stunned. There was a person standing in front of him. A small person. To be precise, it was a small figure with long silver hair that fell to his shoulders. He looked pitiful as he stood under the moonlight and staggered. With force, he took a step. With force, he took another step. The small figure paused with each step and even swayed as she walked towards Thales, who had just climbed out of the black coffin, until she stood in front of him with great effort. She had red pupils, a pale face, delicate skin, delicate limbs, and a cute face with a little baby fat. But this small person was looking at Thales on the ground coldly, condescendingly, and even arrogantly. Thales was stunned for a long time. He thought about it for a long time before he climbed up from the ground with a heart full of doubts. Then he saw the person's entire body clearly. The person still did not say a word. She only stared at him coldly. After a long time, Thales seemed to have suddenly realized something. The abnormal 7-year-old boy blushed, which was rare for him. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Little girl. He lowered his voice in shame, hesitated, stammered, and asked meekly. He hesitated, stammered, and asked weakly, "Why? Aren't you wearing clothes?" The naked little girl stood alone on the ground. She was a head shorter than the skinny 7-year-old boy. She looked at the boy with an unfriendly gaze. Thales felt awkward when he did not get a response. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere only lasted for a few seconds, because Thales suddenly saw that there was a dagger stuck in the chest of the little girl. There was a dagger stuck in it. The blood on the dagger had not dried up yet. 2 words were carved on the blade. JC. Thales' hand, which was scratching his head, suddenly became stiff. The boy was not a fool. Besides, even if he was a villain in the novel who was protected by a retarded aura, at this point his intelligence should have gone online. Of course, he remembered how he stabbed the dagger into the mummy's heart. But the naked little girl, who did not seem to notice anything was wrong, still stared at him coldly. She did not say a word. Her round face was expressionless, and Thales' figure was reflected in her blood-red pupils. Thales gently put down his hand and adjusted his breathing. His vision switched back and forth between the cute and strange little girl in front of him and the terrifying mummy of a malicious ghost in his memory. This is really strange. Thales exhaled deeply. The naked, red-eyed child, mummy, was still staring at him with that gaze like a statue. Anyone who had been stared at by this thing for so long would have felt their hair stand on end. Thales gulped and pretended to smile in a relaxed manner. He thought about it again and swallowed the question, "What brand of sunscreen repair cream is this?" Now is not a good time to test the waters. Although she looked cute, if she was the mummy just now, it was unlikely that she would have any rationality. "Who are you?" A childish voice rang in front of him. Yes, although the little girl's gaze did not change. But the words that came out of her mouth were still relatively clear, understandable, and rational. Compared to the roar of a malicious ghost from before, it sounded sweet, cute, and wait. Thales widened his eyes in surprise and carefully observed this extremely strange little girl with silver hair and red eyes. She could speak. She was rational. She did not wear clothes. Bah, she could communicate. Chapter 33. A long time ago, before Prince Tormund led the survivors of the final empire to point at the stars above their heads and swear an oath to build Constellation, Eastern City District was just a suburb in the northeast of Eternal Star City. As Constellation's national power rose and its territory expanded, the power structure of the upper echelons of the kingdom began to expand. The number of suzerains, nobles, and officials increased. The important people in the capital did not want to live in the same area as the vulgar merchants, ordinary citizens, and even those filthy prostitutes, thieves, and thugs. Hence, they all built their homes in the northeastern suburbs. Gradually, this area became the gathering area for the nobles to build their manors in the capital. Soon, it was brought under the rule of Eternal Star City by the town hall, and it became the most important city district after the Central District and Morningstar District. The suzerains who guarded the four corners of the city, the popular people in the court of the capital, and even the exiled dignitaries of foreign countries all liked to build their manors here. The area was filled with the properties of nobles and officials of various sizes. There are almost no residences or markets for commoners. Even the people who came and went were mostly servants and subordinates of the various families and forces of power. Aside from the ridiculously high land prices, there was also an unwritten rule in Eastern City District. The land buyers must choose a location that matched the buyer's status. You probably don't want to know what happened to those who violated this rule. Even though the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families each had their own manors in the suburbs of the capital, they had also built their own properties in Eastern City District. Naturally, they were all located in the best locations, regardless of whether the nobles of these families came often. Precisely because of this, the different manors in Eastern City District were very far apart from each other. However, the grass and trees between the manors were maintained by the town hall to be lush and strong. The main road was also built to be wide, grand, and stable. Every 20 meters, there was a large, everlasting lamp provided by the town hall to illuminate the area. As for the police officers and city guards patrolling this avenue, they had to be cautious. Even their superiors couldn't bear the consequences of offending these big shots. Secondly, they could also be at ease. Under normal circumstances, when the police department and the city guards needed to intervene, the nobles often had their own ways to deal with it, so they didn't have to worry about it. As the captain of the city defense team who patrolled the main road in Eastern City District all year round, the sword and crossbow on Jenna's body had almost never been used over the past 10 years. However, his helmet and armor were as bright as new. When he ran into the carriages of the nobles on the road, he was used to tidying up his armor and retreating to the side, taking off his helmet and saluting them. In the words of the police chief in Eastern City, they should have changed their heavy helmets into hats a long time ago. Taking off their helmets and saluting them was just too comical. Jin had treasured his job very much. He knew how much effort his comrades had put in to get him, who should have been dismissed from the army and made a living on his own, to join the capital's city defense team. Moreover, he was assigned to the Eastern City District, which was stable, peaceful, and occasionally gave him tips. As a farmer who was born in the countryside of Doran County in the South, Jened's colorful experiences were definitely worthy of being sung by bards. More than 10 years ago, when he was about 19 years old, Jened no longer remembered his birthday after his father passed away. His village was struck by a natural disaster, and the village was then attacked and plundered by bandits. Unable to survive, Jened signed up to join the Starlight Brigade that Duke John, who was heading south, recruited and established. He fought bravely and had a bright mind. He was lucky enough to survive the dangerous battle to defend Jade City. He once took the risk of carrying 2 bags of flour and followed the main army during the retreat at Walla Passage. He then bravely followed the Duke's personal army and broke through the encirclement of the land of tusks. Before we meet up with the other troops, we owe you money for the 2 bags of flour. Duke John, under the orders of his superiors, he once followed the troops into the welcoming banquet held by Earl Dale's family. He watched as the Duke, who was a guest, subjugated their private army without batting an eyelid. In the decisive battle at the Plains of Fire, he even rushed through the bombardment of the Mystic guns and cut down a battle axe. He once led a small team under the Duke's 9-pointed star flag and withstood the last desperate counterattack of the rebel army at Blades Edge's Gap. Jened heaved a deep sigh and cursed the day where both victory and sorrow existed at the same time. Then, he waved his hand at his team members and made way for the knights holding the iris flower flag on the other side of the line. That's right. There were 34 knights from the Covendier family. They did not have carriages with them. They were probably the subordinates who worked for their master. The 2 leaders seemed to have superclass or above. As for the others, judging from their movements on the horses and the positions of their weapons, they were all just for show. Jened pursed his lips without anyone noticing and retreated to the side. In just over a year's time, he had been promoted from a normal supply soldier to a combat recruit, then to an axeman, an infantry captain, and the most glorious personal guard of the Duke. Jened had turned from a farmer who did not even know how to hold a sword into an excellent military officer who had been through hundreds of battles. The rare battlefield experience had also made him a rare existence, even among ordinary classes. As long as he had 3 to 5 companions to form a formation, he would not be afraid, even if he ran into superclass warriors. Even in the days after the Starlight Brigade was disbanded, Jened still remembered the guidance of the respected captain of the Duke's personal guard in the Starlight Brigade. He had never slacked off in his training. He had seen countless knights during his most dangerous days. These warriors on horses were famous for their charging power. There were noble warriors who were brave and had extraordinary skills, but there were also cowardly playboys who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Of course, under Duke John's command, there were far more of the former than the latter. That was why Jened could tell with just one glance that the 2 leading knights had calm expressions and smooth movements. Their bodies were slightly bent, and they could exert their strength on the horse at any time. There was a sword at the side of their waist and on the saddle, and the sword were very close to their dominant hands. It was obvious that they were elites who had more or less experienced on the battlefield. These elites, who were superclass and above, would definitely be the officers of a battle squadron on the battlefield. Regardless of whether they were the vanguards, ambushes, defenses, reserve troops, or even the personal guards of the commander, these people were indispensable pillars and even the core of the army. For example, there was the famous Baron Alcram Murch in the kingdom. Right now, one of the 2 knights who brought more than 20 people and were supposed to overtake them stopped his horse and rode towards Jened. City Defense Team. This was a knight with sparse hair. He was in his 30s, and the light green plate armor he wore was clearly a handmade aristocratic family heirloom. With a straight face, he looked down at Jened, who was leading the group, and scolded him. We saw the hoof prints of a large group of horses on the road. At this time, there shouldn't be so many cavaliers in Eastern City District. Did you meet them? Are you supposed to appear now? Jened thought disdainfully in his heart as he stared at the noble knight under the tricolor iris flowers. However, after 10 years of working in the city defense team, his edges had long since been ground away by reality. The former duke's personal guard lowered his head in a humble and submissive manner and answered, "Honorable sir, the suzerains are the ones who can mobilize a large number of private soldiers in Eastern City District. We dare not interfere with their affairs." Seychelles. Duke Zayn's trusted knight furrowed his brows. "Did you meet these cavaliers? Which family are they from? What flag are they flying?" Jinid was silent for a moment. "Around 10 minutes ago, the 32 cavaliers that passed by ranged from ordinary class to superclass. The noble who was leading the group was agile, but he was obviously not a soldier. There was even a woman following behind him, but Jinid did not see them flying any flags. However, as someone who had served under Duke John for many years, how could he not recognize the soldiers' movements, their equipment, and the style of their shields? In the past, many of the people in the Duke's personal guards were once the Duke's private soldiers from his family. They followed the Duke to the south and became his personal guards. Among those people, some of them had saved his life, and he had also saved their lives. Almost all of them were people whose backs he could entrust to him. Good men, and a good woman, as expected of the warriors under the 9-pointed star flag. Yes, Jinid told himself once again. Those 30 or so cavaliers are from the Jade Star family. They're the private soldiers of the royal family. Most importantly, they're the people from Duke John's family whom he swore to die for. "Yes, honorable sir," Jinid answered resolutely. "We met them just now. They did not show any flags. I do not know where they went either." The former personal guard of Duke John bowed. How ironic. Back then, when he was under the command of Duke John, the king's younger brother, no one taught him how to salute nobles. Yet on the second day he arrived in the capital, a low-ranking official from the city hall angrily asked him to learn the standard salute posture. "They are nobles, do you understand?" Jinid's former superior in the city defense team. However, this ordinary captain of the city defense team would probably not know how great of an impact the information he was hiding would have on the future of himself and all of Constellation. Seychelles furrowed his brows. He reached into his money pouch and grabbed a handful of silver and gold coins, which he had inadvertently grabbed, and threw them back into the pouch. Then, he scattered the remaining copper coins to the soldiers of the city defense team. "Your tips," he said. Then, he turned his horse around and chased after his companions. "Don't think too much, and don't bother about the affairs of the other families. Just do what the Duke has ordered you to do. Both of us are here. As long as we don't barge into Renaissance Palace, there is nothing that the capital cannot solve. If those vampires do not cooperate, they will only die." Seychelles returned to the front of the cavaliers and listened to the other noble knight beside him, Cassine, speak softly with a calm expression. If there are other families, why didn't they show their flags? 30 to 40 unknown cavaliers galloping into Eastern City District at night. How long has it been since something like this happened? Seychelles still spoke carefully. Having traveled through the chaos of war in the Eastern Peninsula, he had learned to be cautious and meticulous from the people of the Eastern Sages. His Majesty's 48th birthday is coming up soon. This birthday is too crucial. The nobles' messengers, suzerains' envoys groups, and even spies from various countries, representatives from the Tower of Eradication and the Churches of the Gods, as well as forces of various sizes hidden in the dark. It can be said that the entire world's attention will be focused on the capital. And all the great families in the country are also making their moves in many ways, whether openly or secretly. It is very normal. Aren't we doing the same? And we are working hard for it. Cassine turned his head and said flatly, "If you are really worried after you are done with your task, just go back and report it. This has nothing to do with our mission." "Let's hope so." Seychelles touched the sword at his waist and thought of the captain of the city defense team with a sharp gaze just now. He then said absent-mindedly, "Let's hope it is not the other family's actions." "Don't worry, Lord Seychelles," Cassine said slowly. "At this moment, other than competing with the royal family, all actions towards the 19 noble families will be seen as betrayal. How can the traitors of the nobles succeed in the king's selection?" A bright light flashed in Jine's eyes. She avoided 2 blood slaves who were madly charging towards her. With a shake of the silver-chained sword in her hand, she tied them up. The other two swordsmen of eradication from the Jadestar family moved forward in coordination and pierced their hearts with the silver swords in their hands. But the female official instantly sensed something. She knelt down and rolled to avoid a sharp claw that suddenly appeared. The female BloodClansman, Rolana, missed her attack. She turned around in anger and parried the two silver swords. Then, she screamed and quickly retreated with a hissing sound. My newly grown right arm is still very rusty. It limits my abilities, Rolana thought hatefully. That damned half-crippled psionic. You blood-sucking whore. Aim more accurately next time. I've seen too many of the crimes committed by vampires in the city. I have even personally captured a blood count from the Olis family. Jine sat up in a shrewish manner. With a flick of her slender arms, the chain sword instantly locked onto Rolana's left leg. She wrapped the chain sword around her right arm. An inexplicable, copious amount of strength surged out, and she pulled it hard. Rolana, who had avoided a flash of the sword, staggered and was immediately pulled to the ground. She screamed as she was continuously dragged away. This female mortal's strength. Is she a monster? Rolana roared furiously and gripped the ground tightly to resist Jine's monstrous strength. But before she could stabilize herself, another silver sword pierced towards her. This damned sword formation, Rolana cursed in her heart. Facing such an enemy, her extraordinary speed and special abilities could not be unleashed at all. The astral formation was a circular defensive formation. It was the main body of the formation. A few smaller teams could emerge from the outer edges of the formation and act as the tentacles and probes of the entire formation. In a chaotic battle, they could also advance and retreat agilely. As for the blood slaves, Rolana carefully avoided the silver sword while resisting Jine's monstrous strength and kicking away the swordsmen who attacked her. Under the siege of the sword formation, the number of blood slaves became fewer and fewer. After all, how could an irrational monster defeat a battle-hardened swordsman? Gilbert, Jines roared furiously and tightened her grip on the chain sword in her hand. Where is that child? We have been held back by these two and a bunch of lunatics for so long. You better have a reasonable plan. On the other side of the formation was the entrance of the big house. There, Gilbert held a sword in one hand and a staff in the other. He worked well with a few swordsmen of eradication and surrounded the golden-haired Istrone. Yodel is being held back by the other party. That guy is also in supreme class, Gilbert said with a frown. But since we are being held back here, we can only trust him. You are all useless men. Gilbert did not care about Jine's scolding. He turned his attention back to Istrone, who was in front of him. It was this BloodClansman with extraordinary speed who had kidnapped Thales under the noses of the 8 guards and killed them along the way. Istrone's unique innate gift was speed that far surpassed that of a normal BloodClansman. Even though he was still in superclass, his speed was enough to surpass most of his peers. However, just tonight, he had encountered 2 opponents among the mortals who were also in superclass, but were completely unafraid of his extraordinary speed. One of them was Blood Bottle Gang's Nikolai. Istrone had seen the first few moves of that guy very clearly. Nikolai could not compete with Istrone in terms of speed, but for some unknown reason, after a few moves, Nikolai's speed and reflexes actually became faster and faster. At the most crucial moment, Nikolai's fist speed and reflexes were actually on par with the BloodClansman's. If it were not for Chris' sudden intervention, Istrone even felt that Nikolai's speed would eventually surpass his. The second opponent, Istrone felt his skin crawl. It was the middle-aged noble who looked elegant and noble, but who made him feel fear. Like Nikolai, Gilbert could not keep up with his speed either. However, this noble used his own method to forcefully restrain the high speed that Istrone was so proud of. The silver sword in Gilbert's right hand was very steady, and his footsteps were filled with the elegance of a noble in a duel. However, Istrone was not worried about his sword. The golden-haired BloodClansman could easily deal with such sword speed, and he could even overturn 2 swordsmen while he was at it. What he was worried about was the staff in Gilbert's left hand. Compared to the standard swordsmanship, that walking stick was like someone else's. Every time Istron dodged or parried the silver sword, just as he was about to counterattack, the strange staff would strike him from the air. It would strike precisely at the direction where he was prepared to counterattack, or at the critical point where he could exert his strength, forcing Istron to retreat in frustration. Then, he would fall into the encirclement of the other swordsman. Just because of that strange staff, Istron even felt that he was not the one holding Gilbert back, but Gilbert was the one holding him back. However, Istron did not know that he had fallen into Gilbert's trap right from the start. The key to the martial arts passed down in Gilbert's family was not his staff, but the sword in his right hand that conformed to the rules and seemed ordinary. Sir Chris, the golden-haired noble's ears twitched. He heard his cousin Rolana's soft murmurs in the midst of the chaotic battle. It's very difficult for us to hold on any longer. Has His Highness not woken up yet? If we really can't hold on any longer, let's retreat with the ancestral coffin. They did not know that at that moment, Chris, who was holding Yodel's short sword in a death grip, had a face full of shock and disbelief. This emotion even infected the opponent in front of him, Yodel, who was behind the mask. Chris whispered something. Only Yodel, who was opposite him, and the Blood Clansman, who had extraordinary hearing, could hear it. The two Supreme Class elites stopped fighting, let go of each other, and retreated separately. When Rolana and Istron heard Chris's murmurs, they opened their mouths wide at the same time. However, they immediately retreated quickly, only dodging and not counterattacking. Soon, the people who were fighting in the chaotic battle on the empty ground realized to their surprise that the blood slaves were also roaring and retreating to the side. They did not even care if their heads were chopped off by the swordsman beside them. Gines, who was in the sword formation, looked at Gilbert in surprise. The latter was still frowning as he pondered over the situation before him. They did not have to wonder for long. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk a few children's footsteps could be heard hurriedly coming from the house. Along with the footsteps, a childish boy's voice could be heard. Everyone, just like that, all the people on the empty ground saw the bare-chested Thales panting as he dragged the silver-haired little girl behind him, who was wearing his shirt. They ran out of the door on the first floor of the house and arrived at the empty ground of the manor. Before he could see the situation before him clearly, Thales used all the strength of a 7-year-old boy, and with his muddled mind, he used all the expressions he knew to shout at the sky. All of you stop. We are allies. Friendly_fire. Knock_it_. Chapter 34. The moonlight shone on the empty ground of Vine Manor. Everyone stared blankly at the two children on the ground. For a moment, there was complete silence. Thales lay on the ground, panting. There was nothing on his naked upper body except for the bandage on his wound. He only felt cold and pain. The silver-haired lowly in his arms pressed on his shoulder and propped herself up with a blank expression. She saw the bandage on his chest and the burn wound that was the size of a silver coin underneath. She sniffed the blood on it and revealed an expectant and intoxicated expression. This expression scared Thales so much that he quickly sat up. Before this dangerous Blood Clan girl, whom Thales had long imagined to be a boss monster that could turn into a blood-sucking mummy at any time, could bare her fangs, he pushed her away from his arms. Yodel and Chris instantly appeared in front of the two children. I'm fine, Yodel. Don't worry. Thales saw the wound on the secret protector's chest and revealed a tired smile. The latter took off the cloak that was on top of his tights and draped it over Thales. Thales nodded. Before that, there is an urgent matter that must be dealt with. He turned in another direction. There was a large pit there, and at that moment a legless, half-dead person was lying there. The Phantom Wind follower, Madeira Ralph, a free fighter who had broken free from his shackles. A survivor who did not want to die to be free from pain. Mr. Gilbert, please save that person. Thales' eyes dimmed, but he said firmly to Gilbert in the distance, if it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until all of you appeared. Also, the prince said in his heart, he's the first person I've truly saved in this damned world. Gilbert nodded and commanded the swordsman of eradication beside him to save Ralph. "Your Highness!" Chris' deathly still face was now filled with excitement. He knelt on one knee in front of the silver-haired lowly. There was already a blanket in his hand, and he draped it over her with trembling hands. Thal's shirt was not big enough and was torn in many places. It only covered the little girl's knees. The little girl's 2 white calves below her knees were exposed. When Chris thought of this, he glared at Thales with a fierce gaze. Although Her Highness had a noble status and did not care about the gazes of ants, as the loyal butler of the Corleone family for more than 600 years, Chris naturally had to consider everything for his mistress. "Your Highness, you're finally awake." The cute red-eyed little girl nodded expressionlessly. She held Chris's hand habitually and said word by word in the tone of a superior, "Chris, you did a good job." The little Lolita's chubby face was expressionless as she mumbled in a childish and cute voice, I'm sorry. Loyalty will be rewarded." Beside him, Thales took 2 seconds to understand the meaning of this sentence. Loyalty will be rewarded. Then he burst out laughing. Such serious words coming out of the mouth of a young Lolita with missing teeth was truly a tragic sight. Chris, who was nodding gratefully, glared at him. "You are, Your Highness?" Rolana and Istrone appeared in front of the little lowly with shocked and bewildered expressions. The former looked at her short stature and asked cautiously, "Your appearance, how did it become like this?" The little lowly raised her crimson eyes and looked at Thales with a complicated expression. She then said nonchalantly, "As long as I drink recovery brew, I will return to my original appearance." After she finished speaking, the little lowly looked at Thales, who was trying hard to hold back his laughter. She did not seem to realize that there was a problem with her pronunciation. So, with a cold expression, she asked with a slightly puzzled tone, "What is it that you want to show off? What is it that you want to show off?" Thales could not help but laugh out loud. This time, the 3 blood clansmen looked at him with unfriendly gazes. Istrone even looked at him with a layer of wariness and respect. "No, cough. The boy quickly covered it up with an unprofessional cough. "There is nothing to show off. Cough, sorry." Gilbert, who had finished restraining the swordsman of eradication, walked over with Gines. The former leaned on his cane, took off his hat respectfully, and said, "Honorable Mr. Thales, and this cute blood clansman lady, perhaps you do not mind explaining the current situation to us?" Thales stopped smiling and glanced at Gilbert gratefully. "Mr. Gilbert, thank you for your rescue and sacrifice." However, he suddenly felt that the charming lady in her 40s behind Gilbert was looking at him with a complicated expression. The meaning in her eyes was unfathomable. Is this that boy? He and that person's son? Gine's gaze immediately darkened. Thales did not think too much about it. He turned his head and continued, "Let's postpone the self-introduction for now. Enough blood has been shed tonight. Because of this, and this." When he said this, he glanced at the little lowly, who was obviously childish and adorable, but had to keep a straight face. He paused for a moment. "Little sister Serena Corleone, lady." Looking at the red-eyed lowly's unfriendly expression, he quickly changed his words. After a friendly and pleasant discussion, the little lowly, Serena, suddenly felt an itch on her neck. She pursed her lips without anyone noticing. "We have decided to put down our grudges, end our hostility, and form an alliance. I will provide Princess Serena with my blood on a regular basis, and Princess Serena and her subordinates will serve me until—" Before Thales could finish speaking, he felt Yodel's hand, which was holding him, tighten abruptly. Then, he was anxiously interrupted by 2 people. "Why do we have to serve you? We can use other benefits in exchange. At most, we could just leave." This was the red-haired and unfriendly blood clansman, Rolana. "Mr. Thales, your blood? It's too dangerous. How can this be?" This was Gilbert, who was eager to protect his master. However, Thales only suddenly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. This was a gesture he often used to calm down discussions that were becoming more and more heated and out of focus when he led university students during discussion classes in his past life. Both of them stopped talking at the same time. The prince took a deep breath. Thales left Yodel's support and ignored Gilbert's obstruction. He slowly walked towards the blood clansman and said softly, "You will serve me in exchange for my protection, and I will provide you a group of political refugees who have no home to return to in Constellation. You can only use Corleone's name to cheat for food and drink under the symbol of the iris flowers. I will provide you with a better protection than the master of this manor." Chris, Istrone, and Rolana's expressions changed at the same time. They looked at Serena. However, the silver-haired, red-eyed lowly only snorted coldly. "I didn't tell him anything. He figured it out himself." Figured it out? Not getting along with Blood Bottle Gang. Not being on the same side as the master of the manor, Istrone's words about with our current situation and the coffin on the third floor that looked like a swimming pool, but was actually a large nursing ward. The prince thought silently in his heart. Isn't it obvious when I sum up all these factors and signs? He knew that the blood clansmen opposite him were extremely wary of him. However, it did not matter. At least the current problem was solved. Thales turned his head and looked at Gilbert and Yodel sincerely. "Gilbert, Yodel, please believe me. I will provide blood for Her Highness Serena's speedy, cough cough, recovery under the condition that her health is not compromised. I used this promise in exchange for my safety just now and Princess Serena's friendship." Gilbert stared at Thales for a long time. However, Gines, who was behind him, took a step forward with a complicated gaze. She spoke softly, "Gilbert, this is the promise he made. It is also the promise his family made. Just like him in the past." She added silently in her heart. Gilbert heaved a deep sigh and nodded at Thales. "Of course we believe you, but I will report to—" Thales chuckled softly. He turned around and brought the blood clansman into the other people's line of sight. He said softly, "Then, let me formally introduce." However, before he could finish speaking, Chris, who was beside him, took a solemn step forward and spoke solemnly. "You do not have to worry. In front of everyone," he gently supported the little lowly beside him. The latter walked forward unsteadily. "She is the true heir of the Corleone family, the head of the 7 great clans in the Eastern Peninsula's Night Kingdom, the legitimate ruler of the Hill of Pain, Her Highness Serena Van Corleone." Chris looked at the few humans with a haughty gaze. Behind him, Rolana and Istrone had glorious expressions on their faces. Serena, with the appearance of a 5- or 6-year-old lowly, lowered her round face and curtsied with her non-existent skirt. She then raised her head expressionlessly. Thales pursed his lips in his heart. She looked so powerful. Gilbert and Gines looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. More than 600 years ago, after the earth-shattering Battle of Eradication, just like many other races with a long history, the Blood Clan also split into 2 branches in the east and west of the Sea of Eradication. The 13 noble clans went their separate ways towards different continents. The 5 clans in the Western Peninsula formed a family alliance in the Dark Knight Parliament to occupy Grand Banquet Hill. To be exact, they occupied a piece of land and called it Grand Banquet Hill. The 8 great clans in the Eastern Peninsula established a king-like rule. They took root in the eastern coast of the Sea of Eradication under the name of Night Kingdom. Over the past 600 years, compared to their relatives in Grand Banquet Hill who were in a state of disunity and were even forced to sign the Convention of Human Kingdoms and Immortal Races, the Blood Clansmen in Night Kingdom were more united and powerful under the powerful rule of the infamous Night Wing King, Lory Corleone. They even participated in the affairs of the peninsulas extensively. During the Second and Third Peninsular Wars, they sent out the Sacred Blood Army, which was formed by elite Blood Clansmen warriors to participate in the wars. During the latter, the Night Wing King even personally led his army to attack Dragoncloud City, the capital of Exstead, the Blade of the Western Peninsula. However, 200 years ago, the politics of Night Kingdom changed drastically. The Night Wing King, Lory Corleone, disappeared mysteriously. The 8 great clans suffered a great blow to their strength. The Hollier family even betrayed them and crossed the sea to seek shelter in Grand Banquet Hill's Dark Night Parliament. From then on, there were only 7 ruling clans left in Night Kingdom. They also lost the only elite who could break through to the real-world level. Under the attacks of the Church of Dawn, they gradually declined. The Dark Night Parliament of Western Peninsula's Grand Banquet Hill and the 6 great clans worked hard to improve their rule. They reformed the rotten and old system, carried out extensive diplomacy, and even became one of the allies of the Fortress Treaty. They called themselves the 6 upper branches of the Blood Clan. And this little girl in front of him actually said that she was the master of the Hill of Pain in Night Kingdom, the nest of the Corleone clan where the Nightwing King was born. Gilbert raised his head and spoke respectfully. "Forgive me for being presumptuous. However, based on what I know, the current master of the Corleone family and the actual ruler of the Hill of Pain should be the Night Queen, who is also the current master of Night Kingdom, the Weeper, Her Majesty Caterinelle Evan Corleone." Gilbert deliberately emphasized the words Night Queen and Her Majesty, emphasizing the difference between her and Serena's Highness. Thales yawned, causing Chris, who was already in a bad mood, to glare at him angrily again. Serena's red eyes narrowed slightly. She pouted and took a step forward. "My crybaby sister, Katerina, illegally seized the ship's profits that I inherited from my father, His Majesty Nightwing, and stole the Bloodsea throne. But one day, I will ascend the throne again." Her cheeks, which were filled with baby fat, tilted slightly. She clenched her small hands tightly on her chest, closed her eyes, and recited the Corleone family's motto. Long _reigns the _ blood. Istrone and Rolana's expressions immediately became solemn. They humbly lowered their chests and clenched their fists tightly over their hearts. Together with Chris, they took a step back, lowered their heads, and chanted, "Long _reigns the _ blood." This. Thales was speechless. "Why don't you shout, 'Unify the world'? Your help and resources will occasionally be rewarded." Serena opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Thales. She subconsciously licked her lips. "Like biting open my neck?" Thales rolled his eyes and avoided the little lowly's fervent gaze. He said perfunctorily, "Well, then I can't ask for more. It's my honor." Serena's small face puffed up, as if she was a little dissatisfied with Thales' attitude. Istrone looked at Thales' strange attitude and remembered that he was probably using this attitude to order him around. He felt an inexplicable sense of sullenness. Looking at His Highness' expression, he flashed a cold smile and said to Thales, "Little one, I'm afraid you don't understand the Night Kingdom on the other side of the sea. I'll put it this way then. Even if your enemy is the Supreme King of Constellation, with the support and protection of our Sacred Blood Army, he will definitely not dare to make things difficult for you." Right after he said this, Rolana, who was beside Istrone, felt that something was not right. The expressions of the few people opposite them were very strange, especially the middle-aged noble with a strange expression and the black-haired woman who looked displeased. Chris furrowed his brows, but he could not stop the golden-haired blood clansman from speaking. After all, he had fought against the other party before. He knew that the masked person was an elite at the peak of supreme class. Thales' face twitched a little. Being cocky is an illness that needs to be treated. Thales scratched his head and said to the little lowly, "Then it's time for me to introduce myself. I am Thales. I'm about 7 years old this year." In the past, at this moment, Gines, who looked displeased, walked up to them rudely. But just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Gilbert. The gray-haired noble sighed. "I guess that the alliance between us will not be too short, and Princess Serena also needs time to prepare for her return to the throne. Then, why don't we be honest with each other?" Count Gilbert Casso raised his head. His gaze was solemn as he briefly said a few words. This is Thales. The next Supreme King. Constellation's next Supreme King. A long while passed. Just when Thales felt as if even the air had been petrified, a gust of wind finally blew past. Hee about that. He laughed awkwardly and waved his hand at the 4 petrified blood clansmen opposite him. Thank you for your Sacred Blood Army's support and protection. Chapter 35. At least 30 cavaliers broke through the gate. From the manor's empty space to the dungeon, there are signs of intense fighting everywhere. In Vine Manor, Lord Seychelles, who was a knight under the tricolor iris flower flag and wore a green patterned plate armor, frowned as he stroked the manor's metal gate, which had been deformed by the impact. Many of the knights around him spread out and searched the corpse-strewn but empty Vine Manor, trying to find even the slightest clue. The thin-haired Lord Seychelles said cautiously, "A large-scale battle broke out between both sides." A large-scale battle broke out between the two sides. At least half an hour ago, this place was probably still in chaos. It's obvious that the Blood Clansmen lost the battle. The corpses on the ground only belong to the Blood Thralls, and it matches the number reported when the fleet transported them across the sea. From the wounds on the corpses, the other party used high-purity silver weapons. They came prepared. The Blood Clansmen from the Corleone family are all missing. If they were not completely wiped out and their corpses were taken, they were captured alive, escaped, or even all three. No matter what, we do not have to worry about the secret they are hiding anymore. If they did not fall into the enemy's hands, they were destroyed without a trace. Seychelles' heart sank. With his right hand, which was covered in an iron glove, he stroked the few strands of hair he had left. Another voice came from behind. The only good news is that the Duke did not intend to use them, so they do not know our plans and actions. The neatly groomed Lord Cassine, another titled knight, stood up from beside a blood thrall's corpse on the ground and looked at Seychelles. "It's my fault. I'll apologize to His Excellency, the Duke later." The neatly groomed knight Cassine's expression was terrifyingly dark. However, this noble knight did not shirk his responsibility. "I was the one who neglected the large group of cavalrymen I saw on the road. Now, it seems that they were the ones who ambushed Vine Manor. If we had advanced at full speed, we might have been able to intercept them." However, Seychelles did not think so. His instincts told him that there was something fishy about this group of cavaliers who ambushed Vine Manor. Even if they intercepted that group of people, it might not end well. Even if he and Cassine were supreme class knights of eradication. However, Seychelles knew that this was not the time to strike a blow to his good friend. He was already full of self-reproach for the mistake he had made, due to his carelessness earlier. There are 2 problems that need to be solved urgently. Seychelles swept his gaze across the mottled walls of the manor and walked into the house. First, who exactly are they? Secondly, why did they come? Cassine followed his friend into the hall. Even though he had smelled blood earlier, he couldn't help but turn around when he saw the bloody scene in the hall. Unlike Seychelles, who used to work as a mercenary in the Eastern Continent and live with a blade every day, Cassine's background was much better than his peers. Back then, when the old Duke personally conferred him the title of knight, he was still an excellent swordsman of eradication who had just completed his studies in the Tower of Eradication. He was a young boy with a bright future ahead of him. Ever since he had become a Lemeter knight, it had been a long time since Cassine had experienced bloodshed outside of the tournament. "Let's send our men out right now. If we search for them in all directions, we might be able to find some clues about these cavalrymen." Cassine looked at the corpse on the table with disgust and frowned. If they are from a certain family, then entering the manors of the great nobles in the Eastern City District would be the best cover. But his colleague, Lord Seychelles, shook his head. He thought of the rabbits that ran all over the grasslands of the Eastern Continent. No matter how many exquisite traps the Kissery herdsmen set up, they would always find a way to survive. Their natural enemies were the falcons that soared in the sky and took in everything that was happening around them. Seychelles followed the bloodstains and walked in the direction of the dungeon. He objected, "We are already high-profile enough. Send people to search for the manors in the Eastern City District? After we offend all the upper echelons of society and Constellation, we should be able to find clues about them. Since we can't find out who they are, then we can only find out why they came. Cassine picked up an everlasting lamp and covered his mouth and nose. He cursed these bloodsuckers who were insatiably greedy for food. He walked down the stone stairs into the dungeon that reeked of blood. His muffled voice echoed between the two dark walls. This is a temporary encampment lent to Blood Bottle Gang to receive and hide the elites from the Corleone family. However, neither Nikolai nor the Corleone family can be seen. Behind Blood Bottle Gang is us and the Cullen family. This is an open secret in our circle. As for the helpers from the Corleone family, they have always been our secret contacts. Once they are discovered, it is very likely that they will follow the clues to our plan. All the families who participated in New Star would more or less know about that plan. This is nothing to worry about. Lord Seychelles did not feel anything strange as he walked in the thick, bloody air. He calmly analyzed the situation. I have already sent someone to report to His Grace. Blood Bottle Gang will contact us soon. However, what secret is the Corleone family hiding? Why would they attract such a group of people? Cassine raised the everlasting lamp and tried his best to maintain his appearance. He stopped at a ruin in the dungeon and looked around with a puzzled gaze. It could be seen that the ruin was originally a prison cell. However, at that moment, it had completely changed. It looked as if it had experienced terrifying destruction. The iron bars, chains, and wall stones were all shattered into small pieces. They were scattered all over the limited space in the prison cell. It was as if someone had cut it into minced meat. The dungeon is also the Blood Clan's blood bank, Seychelles said coldly. It seems that someone does not like this place. Whether it is the vampires or the Blood Bottle Gang, or even the invaders, why did they destroy the dungeon like this? To vent their anger? Cassine asked, puzzled. They were not the ones who destroyed the dungeon. Seychelles picked up a small piece of black, mysterious stone material that was engraved with some strange patterns and words. His expression was solemn. This is a prison cell. I'm afraid that a certain terrifying character who was locked up here has escaped. The cavaliers who charged and worked with him to cleanse this blood-red manor from the inside and outside. If Thales were here, he would probably applaud this thin-haired knight. His guess was very close to the truth. Cassine frowned as he looked at the extent of the destruction in the dungeon. He exclaimed, "This degree of destruction can only be done by a supreme class elite." No. Seychelles' gaze suddenly became extremely strange. He held the mysterious black, loose material in his hand and said, "Based on its shape, this stone is probably a part of some shackle. I suspect that it is this shackle that chained that mysterious person." In the next moment, he flung the black stone in his left hand into the air. Seychelles' gaze sharpened, and the cross-shaped saber on the left side of his waist was instantly unsheathed. The sharp edge of the sword cut through the mysterious black stone. In that instant, there was no sound. A second later, invisible ripples spread through the narrow dungeon along with the compression of the air. They tore huge, deep cracks on the walls around them. Cassine, who was behind him, nodded in admiration. This perfect sword strike was a perfect blend of precision, extreme speed, and ingenuity. Even the fortress flower could not compare to this. The sound of the sword cutting through the stone was finally heard. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound was clear, and sparks flew everywhere. Asterisk boom. Asterisk at that moment. The strong wind caused by the swing of the sword reached his ears. Wherever the momentum of Seychelles' sword passed, the walls around them would fall uniformly. Wherever the strong wind passed, dust would fly in the air in the prison cell. The everlasting lamp in Cassin's hand was instantly extinguished by the strong wind. The strong wind disappeared. Seychelles' expression did not change. He returned his saber to its sheath. Cassine covered his mouth and nose. Although he hated the dust, he still lit up the everlasting lamp again. He bent down and rummaged through the soil and rocks. When Cassine brought the mysterious black stone in front of Seychelles, the two of them looked at each other. The two supreme class knights of eradication saw shock and fear in each other's eyes. The black stone that was cut by the supreme class elite sword was now lying in Cassin's hand without a scratch. The two of them were silent for a long time until Cassine spoke with difficulty. Looks like I was wrong again. This level of destructive power. Cassine turned his head with a steely expression and looked at the shattered prison cell. His face was full of disbelief. Even a supreme class elite could not do this. 11 o'clock at night. In the bedroom on the third floor of Mindy's hall, Thales, who was the main character of the discussion between the two supreme class knights in Vine Manor, was sitting awkwardly on the bed. His clothes were clean and tidy again. He stared blankly at the female official who was in her 40s but still as charming as ever. She had a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. She was scolding someone. Unfortunately, Thales thought, if only she could be gentler. This is the heir of the kingdom that you are looking after? Are you barbarians? What His Majesty entrusted to you is his bloodline, the future of Constellation, not a giant gray lizard that can survive if you throw it on the island. You can't even take care of the giant gray lizard in this state. The dignified female official was using a domineering roar to reprimand His Majesty's two most trusted subordinates, Count Gilbert Casso and Guard Yodel Cato. However, the latter two obediently lowered their heads and accepted a reprimand. His daily diet is just bread and beef? Do you know that his body is still growing? Did you give him a bath or not? Don't tell me that wiping him with water is considered a bath. Can't you see that the wounds all over his body need to be carefully cared for? Bandages? Where are those? Didn't you teach him how to wear his clothes properly? Don't use the lack of time as an excuse. What kind of bedding did you find for him? This kind of quilt and pillow is practically a child killer. You actually don't allow him to appear outdoors? Do you know how important sunlight is for growth? Safe? Don't find excuses. Wasn't he abducted right under your noses when he was indoors? Move that little vampire girl's room 100 meters away from here. What? There's no such room? Then go and dig one out for me immediately. From tomorrow onwards, aside from protection and teaching, both of you are to stay 10 meters away from him. You two useless men. After a long while, when Gines finished lecturing in anger, she chased the two useless men out of Thales' room. Go and prepare everything on the list immediately. Gines! Then, she suddenly turned around. Thales, who was holding a glass of water and watching the show on the bed, was so frightened that he shrank back half a meter. Looking at Gines' fierce gaze that had yet to fade away, the boy remembered his former high school class teacher. However, Gines only looked at Thales hesitantly and with a complicated expression. In the end, she sighed softly. She forced a smile and tried her best to speak gently. Don't be afraid, Thales. You are very safe now, and you will always be safe. During the month you are in Mindy's hall, I will be in charge of your daily life. Thales gulped and nodded. Thank you, Gines finished his sentence gently. I am Gines Bajkovic, a first-grade female official, your father's loyal friend, vassal, and, how should I put it? When she said this, Gines paused for a moment, as if she was thinking about something. But in the end, she still raised her eyebrows, as if she was thinking about what words to use. She said decisively, and his lover. Thales did not manage to hold himself back and spat the water on the bed. On a road not far from Mindy's hall, Yodel appeared out of thin air. He knelt down on one knee in front of a strong and burly figure. You should go in and take a look, Yodel said hoarsely, but the strong figure only remained silent. After a long while, just like 12 years ago, you always make choices that deviate from your original intentions, the strong figure said slowly. Even though you know his background and have met his mother. Yodel knew that the man was not talking about Vine Manor. But you sent Gilbert here. Yodel lowered his head slightly. You are also hesitating. The strong figure did not speak for a long time. Finally, he raised his head and glanced at the lights in the room on the third floor. He turned around decisively and left under the escort of a group of elite guards in silver armor. Chapter 36. Gines did not say anything else. After treating his new wounds, she told Thales to rest well and promised that she would return his life to normal the next day. Then, she left his room. But that night, Thales still did not sleep well. His experiences over the past few days were too complicated and bizarre. The thrilling events in Red Street Market, the shocking secrets in Mindy's Hall, and the desperate struggle to survive in Vine Manor had exhausted him, who had overused his brain. To make matters worse, even at this stage, Thales still could not get used to the soft bed beneath him. It was as if his habit of falling asleep as soon as he touched the pillow from his previous life had disappeared without a trace. Sigh. Thales rolled his eyes. After baking countless pancakes, he habitually rolled off the bed, walked to his special spot in the corner, and curled up to lie down. As expected, hard ones suit me better. Thales licked his lips. 2 days ago, at this time, he was still worrying about the safety of the other 5 child beggars in abandoned house and brewing his great escape plan. After that, his life was full of upheavals. He was like a rootless duckweed in the wind, struggling desperately in this world full of malice and misfortune, doing everything he could to survive. I just want to live well. But with this identity, Thales looked at the top of the fireplace. In the dim inner room, he could vaguely see a huge 9-pointed star pattern. Live well, be a free man, and so on. Thales sighed deeply. It's probably just wishful thinking. Moreover, Thales raised his right hand with a dull gaze. Under the moonlight, he looked at the wound covered by bandages. What kind of power is this? Thales recalled the instant explosion and light when he unlocked Ralph's shackles. And that lowly vampire. Thales felt a lingering fear when he remembered her mummified appearance and the 2 almost invisible round holes on his neck. And now, Thales was also sure that the memories from his previous life that flashed back in his mind were not fragments. What kind of memories could support me to suddenly burst forth with extraordinary energy and willpower during the most dangerous moments? In the 5th year since he transmigrated, Thales was disappointed to find that his doubts and puzzlement towards this world did not decrease. In fact, they increased. Thales was still woken up under the blanket and on the bed. He did not know who stuffed him back in his sleep. However, the atmosphere today was obviously different. The first person to wake him up was Gines. She patiently explained to the flustered Thales how to wear the clothes that belonged to nobles. Secondly, his breakfast had changed from bread and beef to delicious cakes and milk. The guards in the hall were busy, carrying items that had just arrived today into the hall. Then, Gilbert appeared with a solemn expression and informed him that Thales' private, customized lessons would start at 9 in the morning and last until 9 in the evening. This made Thales truly feel that his daily life was now completely different. This was because the first class in the morning was already filled with content that he had never come into contact with before. After the events of the past few days, after careful consideration and careful decision, young Sir Thales, after breakfast, Thales was led by Gines to the backyard of Mindy's Hall. On an empty space that had been cleared out and was covered with soft sand, Gilbert Casso leaned on his exquisite staff and stood in front of a dazzling weapon rack, sword targets, arrow targets, sandbags, hitching posts, and a young horse. Gilbert Casso told Thales in a serious tone, "That's right. We believe that you urgently need basic training in fighting skills and self-defense skills. A child who grew up by Lord Mon's side should naturally be proficient in horsemanship and basic swordsmanship. Rest assured, we, mainly Madame Gines, will ensure that the training will not affect your existing wounds." What? Thales took a deep breath. He was surprised to see Gines take a step forward and say to him coldly, "Don't be surprised, child. Morning is the best time for physical training. Since you are the future heir of Constellation, you must naturally have a body that can bear this heavy burden. And I will ensure this." Thales looked at Gines' mature figure under the morning sun. She was dressed in the elegant attire of a female court official. He looked at the empty surroundings and scratched his head. Why isn't Yodel teaching me? He seems to be very powerful. The image of the secret protector's swift body movement technique that allowed him to move through the city surfaced in Thales' mind. Are you expecting a supreme class elite, who is rare in the entire kingdom, to teach a newbie the most basic things? Gilbert, who was at the side, took over the conversation. He put his hands behind his back and said, "Also, please believe me, Yodel's method does not suit your identity and characteristics. Thales nodded, not really understanding. What is supreme class? At this moment, Gines clapped her hands and walked to the center of the field. She crooked her finger at Thales. Gilbert will explain this theoretical knowledge to you during training. Now, attack me with all your might. I want to evaluate your existing foundation. Thales stared dumbly at Gines, who had her hands behind her back and was standing still in the field until she urged him again. All right, training and leveling up. Isn't this what the seniors love the most? The boy finally exhaled. He thought about it and decided not to pull out his dagger. In the next second, Thales charged towards Gines with the street skills of a qualified child beggar. Combat is the oldest and most long-standing skill in human history. Gines did not even move her leg to support herself. She easily tripped Thales, who was charging too hard. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Gilbert then slowly began his explanation. The history of humans is a history of continuous battles against other races and against ourselves. Thousands of years ago, in the battle for the right to live in the world, humans gradually summarized the skills and rules of using weapons or barehanded combat. Thales was tripped for the second time. He fell on the training field with his face covered in dirt. Compared to other races, humans, whose physical attributes were much lower, relied on mastering these skills to win against the strong, to fight against the strong, to fight against the strong, and to fight against the strong. A long time later, among the warriors who mastered superb skills in battle, a portion of them awakened powers that even humans could not imagine in their bodies. Those powers have endowed human beings with choices other than struggle and resistance in the world. Different powers have endowed them with different advantages, ranging from extraordinary speed to agile reactions, to superb insight, to extraordinary strength, and so on. This time, Thales nimbly dodged Gines' tripping leg and cleverly grabbed her high boots. However, he was immediately kicked down by Gines' ingenious strength. These humans, who were a level above them, relied on these powers to ride rare war horses and lead skilled warriors into the dangerous world. These were the earliest batch of knights. Gilbert heaved a deep sigh. He watched the disheveled Thales fall on the ground for the fourth time and continued, and the powers they awakened to were collectively known as extraordinary power. Today, after the final war, people, especially swordsmen, like to call it final force. It was also because of the appearance of extraordinary power that the world first had a division of powers. We used to call those warriors who were skilled in battle and who could use their fighting skills ordinary class. As for those who have mastered supernatural powers or powers that are equivalent to them, their control and observation skills are meticulous and peerless. They have already surpassed the limits of mortals, so, when he said this, Gilbert's eyes shone brilliantly. We call them superclass. Enough. Gines raised her left hand and stopped Thales, who was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue charging forward. She pushed him down on the sand. He is quick-witted, good at dodging, and knows how to exert his strength to the greatest extent. However, his body is not fully developed yet. I know what to teach him. Gines exhaled, turned around, and took out 2 wooden swords and shields from the weapon rack. She threw the smaller one to the flustered Thales. It's really heavy. Thales strenuously straightened the shield and imitated Gines. He used the leather belt on the back of the wooden shield to tie the shield to his left hand. However, he immediately realized that this posture placed a great burden on one of his shoulders. Thales grabbed the wooden sword with his right hand. Damn, compared to JC's dagger, this wooden sword is as heavy as the water tank in the abandoned house. Turn your body sideways. Place your left foot in front and your right foot behind. When you are defending, place your center of gravity behind you. When you are attacking, place your center of gravity forward. Raise your shield and aim it at your enemy. Use it as your center of gravity and protect your chest. Gines' words suddenly became cold and strict. No matter when, raise the shield in your left hand high up. There are only 2 situations where you can put it down. You die, or the enemy dies. Thales raised his left arm with great difficulty. Soon he felt sore. Swing your right arm. Use the sword as your second forearm. Use your shield and the weight of the center of gravity in the front of your body to swing it like a whip. Thales, who was already panting from exhaustion, raised the sword in his right hand shakily. He tried his best to swing it left and right while he heard Gilbert's words. At that moment, Count Casso's words were filled with nostalgia and reverence. Ah, the Northland military sword style, which has a long history, sword arts of the Northland military. In the bard's poems, it is the mortal's last weapon, the knight's sturdy body, the northern ice and snow barrier, and the orc's nemesis on the battlefield. His next words made Thales widen his eyes. Chapter 37. 2 hours later. Pay attention to your footsteps. Steady your breathing. The key to the iron body style lies in your feet. The moment you are attacked, adjust the distance between your legs and divert the force. If you don't want to die, raise your shield towards the enemy. Gine's clear voice rang, followed by a merciless slash. Thales clenched his teeth and swung the sword in his right hand, causing his body to spin. The blood vessels in his left arm bulged as he tried his best to lift the disproportionately heavy wooden shield with the strength of his shoulder. He bent his right leg slightly and prepared to slide away according to the force of the impact to cushion the blow. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Gilbert, who was watching the fight by the side, closed his eyes gently. After Gines hit the lower part of the shield, Thales lost his balance for the 25th time and fell on the sand again. This time, he was exhausted and could no longer lift the shield in his hand. Damn it! The boy panted heavily and tried his best to lift his head and chest, but the heavy shield pressed down on his left chest, making it impossible for him to struggle up from the ground. This lady, who is also my father's lover, has been swinging her sword continuously for 2 hours. But why does she not show any signs of physical exhaustion? The Northland military sword style originated from the ancient chauvinistic kingdom 3,000 years ago. It was formed during the era of the human kings before the ancient empire. As if he had seen through Thales' thoughts, Gilbert's voice rang in the empty ground. According to records, the ancient elves and the dragons were at war at that time, and the human kings in Northland encountered the invasion of the ancient orcs in the north. This sword style was created to fight against the ancient orcs and even the dragons, those terrifying opponents whose strength and size far surpass that of humans. Gilbert looked at Thales on the ground seriously and said softly, "This is the oldest combat sword style in human history. It was under such a huge disadvantage, in a battle that was almost hopeless, in a fight that was almost certain death, and in a charge that was almost suicidal. The first batch of knights awakened to supernatural powers, which are now known as the power of eradication. They became the earliest superclass in human history." A brilliant light shone in Gilbert's eyes. Madame Gines is one of the best among superclasses. Forget about the unique power of eradication she possesses, her observation skills, explosive power, sense of balance, and almost all of her physical attributes are incomparable to yours. The difference between her and you is like the difference between the valiant ancient orcs and the weak humans back then. Truth be told, he still did not know how he should interact with his father's lover. He looked at Gines and saw that she was exercising her wrists with a relaxed expression, as if she did not mind Gilbert's praise at all. With the further use and accumulation of extraordinary power, this power will become stronger and stronger. The knights began to learn how to control this enormous and profound power, to control that immeasurable power, and to reach the realm of being able to control it with ease. Compared to super mages, these knights who had advanced to the next level were immeasurably strong, and their techniques were unparalleled. They began to understand the essence of power in battle. They can change at will, and they're not bound by any rules. They can use the greatest efficiency and the smallest loss to end a battle. Gilbert took a step forward and nodded a spot in the air without leaving a trace. This is the extreme realm, a supreme expert who has surpassed the limits of strength. Thales stared at the sky in a daze. He remembered Asda's control over the air at will, and Yodel's ghostly movements. Gilbert looked at the sky and nodded at Gines. Ordinary class, super class, supreme class. After the humans became powerful, this system of power classification was widely spread to all races and places. Gilbert looked at the sky and nodded at Gines. The ancient orcs, ancient elves, and even psionics and started to use this classification. And all of this originated from the ancient Northland military sword style. It originated from the courage to fight against the orcs and dragons for survival. Gilbert's words made Thales fall into a daze. Now, the threat of the ancient orcs is no longer there. The dragons are no longer in the world, and the Northland military sword style is no longer in circulation. Even the Exted army, which took pride in the Northland bloodline and occupied the ancient lands of Northland, has long since abandoned this sword style. Now, the only places that have the complete legacy of the Northland military sword style are Constellation and the Tower of Eradication. Lady Gines is one of the few who are skilled in this field. Young Mr. Thales, please have respect for this sword style that once saved our ancestors and practice it tirelessly. A sword style that fought against the orcs and dragons? No wonder. Thales thought gloomily when he snapped out of his daze. No wonder I felt like a grandson when I swung the sword. When he recalled how he lifted the shield and swung the sword like an idiot, he was swung along by the sword, how he moved his feet, he was dragged along by the inertia of the shield, and how he sparred with Gines. Gines was training him. Thales felt like he had been beaten up like a grandson for 2 hours. He sighed speechlessly and fell backwards with a face full of regret. Your previous wound is already showing signs of tearing. That's all for this morning. Gines looked at the sun in the sky, threw down her sword and shield, and spoke with her usual expression. These 3 defensive styles of the Northland military sword style will be your homework for this week. As for riding a horse, Gines looked at the little colt that was happily running around a butterfly beside the stable, then at Thales, who had struggled to free his left arm from the wooden shield. She sighed, shook her head, and said, "Go take a bath. Have lunch. Gilbert has prepared an indoor class for you at 1 o'clock in the afternoon." An afternoon class? My God, do I still have to do night self-study at night? Thales, who was used to living in a regular life of smoking, drinking, and smoking, exhaled once again. He felt his entire body ache, and he closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Constellation's most respected, illegitimate child helplessly and laboriously took off the equipment on his body. He pulled his left arm out of the shield and limped into Mindy's hall. He only had an hour to bathe and eat. I have to say, his understanding and comprehension are pretty good. It has only been 2 hours, and he has already begun to understand the basic spirit of this sword style. Gilbert watched Thales leave and broke the silence. He nodded softly and said, "When I was his age, I used my body to practice with the sword, but this child used his brain to learn the sword. Compared to that, don't tell me that your observation skills are so bad that you did not notice the abnormality on his body." Gines watched Thales' back disappear, and her expression suddenly became solemn. As she spoke to Gilbert, she suspiciously sized up the air around her. I still remember that even dust 100 meters away can be seen clearly by that cursed mask. Stop sizing him up. Yodel is not nearby. Watching Gines' nervous actions, Gilbert put his hands behind his back and said in a steady manner, "Ever since Thales was unexpectedly abducted by the Blood Clansmen, he has not left his side at all times. Also, we noticed," Gilbert said with a slight frown, "that child is only about 7 years old. 2 days ago, he suffered quite a serious injury, but within 2 days, he has almost recovered. He practiced his sword style for 2 hours under the sun, and he is still fine. No wonder the bloodline lamp, which detects blood, did not react for a whole 7 years. This kind of physique can no longer be described as different from a normal person. It's practically." He sighed and tried his best not to think of another possibility in this matter. The Jade Star family is indeed the descendant of the imperial family with the longest legacy in the world. Gines was silent for a while and tacitly did not say anything else. The female official bent down and patted the dust off her boots. Speaking of vampires, why did you reveal Thale's identity to them and even invite them to stay in Mindy's hall? Do you really believe in the agreement between Thales and the distressed Archduchess? After all, he is only 7 years old, and you know very well that vampires have killed our people. We cannot trust them. And to the vampires, we are an accident that suddenly appeared. They will not trust us either. You have already said the answer. Gilbert's eyes shone brightly as he thought of the old blood clansman, whose face was dead, but full of wisdom. It is precisely because of the lack of trust between each other that we are wary of each other and even threaten each other. That is why we use our own secrets and common interests to bind each other. This is a tacit understanding and scheming in diplomacy. It is different from a clear investigation of a case. You're just trying to act mysterious and mysterious. Gines seemed to have recalled a bad memory. As she left the training field and walked into the hall, she said in displeasure, "Another Morad. Thank you for your compliment, respected Madame Gines." Gilbert lifted the hat on his head and smiled at the perfect moment. "I am extremely grateful to be placed in the same rank as the head of the kingdom's secret intelligence department." Gilbert did not mind Gines' rude disregard. He thought to himself, although that child is only 7 years old, when it comes to scheming, he is definitely not inferior to the Archduchess, who is hundreds of years old. In fact, half an hour later, when Gilbert and Gines arrived at Thales' study room at the same time, Thales, who had just taken a messy bath and was having his meal, was frowning as he looked at the expressionless, red-eyed little girl in front of him. Her attendants, Istron and Rolana, were facing off against the swordsmen of eradication guards who surrounded Thales so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. "Step back, vampire!" A swordsman guard who looked like the leader glared at them from behind his helmet. His tone was unpleasant. "You are not welcome here. Don't misunderstand. I don't like you that much, mortals." Istron's nonchalant words made the guards even more displeased. "Do you remember? I killed 8 people like you yesterday," he said sarcastically and provocatively. Thales, who was frowning, took a bite of the meticulously seasoned beef steak from the fork in his hand. He was so touched by the deliciousness that he had not eaten since he transmigrated that he gasped in admiration. At the same time, he carefully avoided the chubby little girl opposite him. Her gaze was obviously not right. "Unfortunately, this taste probably can't compare to the dog meat I ate with Jayla back then." Thales looked at the situation before him and sighed. "What a headache. You won't have that kind of chance again, despicable rat hiding in a vase." The swordsman's tone dropped to the freezing point. The silver sword that was specially equipped at his waist was unsheathed by a foot. "Try taking a step forward." "I am happy to take revenge for my companions. Or I just need to open the curtains and let you bask in the sun." Hence, the handsome blond man's expression was unpleasant. He planned to take a step forward. "Don't be nervous, boys." Rolana pulled her furious cousin back in a timely manner. Although she had a smile on her face, her tone was stern and serious. "Servants, step back. Your master has an agreement with our master." Looking at the swordsmen of eradication in front of her, who wished that they could kill them, Rolana's playful face became even more radiant. "This is what your master said. We are now allies. Shouldn't we forget our past enmity? It's just 8 lives." The swordsmen of eradication's emotions became more and more unstable. A few of them even gritted their teeth behind their helmets. "My cousin is indeed my cousin," Istron thought in his heart. "Especially when I see the guards being extremely angry but having no choice but to restrain themselves. It really makes me feel good." Gines, who was outside the room, furrowed her brows. She was about to enter the room when Gilbert grabbed her arm. The gray-haired former diplomat shook his head with a mysterious expression and pointed at the young master, sitting on the chair behind the guards. Gines revealed a puzzled expression. That was until she saw Thales, who had eaten the last mouthful of food and put down his knife and fork. He burped in satisfaction and slid down from the chair. "What should I do?" Thales pondered over this question as he looked at the 3 blood clansmen's meaningful gazes. However, he soon had an answer. Thank you for your protection, Cora. With you around, I'm very assured of my own safety, Thale said with a smile, and tugged at the hem of the swordsman leader's armor. Cora, who Thales had poked his stomach on the first morning of his arrival to test whether the guards were actually made of stone, was the leader of these guards. He was also the one who had arranged for the guards to kill the attacking mercenaries one by one. He knew that he could not wave his hand and tell these loyal guards to retreat in an authoritative and domineering manner like most of the protagonists in the novels. Moreover, in order to protect him, they had just sacrificed 8 of their most reliable brothers and comrades. When faced with their most direct enemies, it was already a rare show of restraint that they did not immediately draw their swords and kill them. Even though they were already allies in an agreement, pretending that nothing had happened and telling their own people to retreat in front of outsiders was indeed satisfying, but it would only chill the guards' hearts. Thale's expression became serious. "I need you to do me a favor, as you command." Even though his expression could not be seen clearly, the respectful tone of the guard leader, Cora, explained everything. The swordsmen who could guard this place were the Jadestar family's most trusted and most elite private soldiers. Even though they were not informed, based on the mission they received and their interactions over the past few days, the guards already had a pretty good guess about the identity of the boy who was personally sent by Gilbert and Yodel. Because of my previous experience, I do not trust this handsome Mr. Istron Corleone and his beautiful but equally dangerous cousin, Madame Rolana Corleone. They have left me with a lot of humiliation. Their existence makes me troubled, worried, and fearful. Thales furrowed his brows tightly and said through gritted teeth. It was as if they really had a life and death feud. Istron and Rolana were shocked. They looked at the Archduchess behind them at the same time, but the latter remained calm and collected. "With just one word from you, young sir." Cora's gaze behind his helmet became even more piercing. The sword at his waist moved out another inch. "Our swords will be unsheathed for you." When the swordsmen of eradication around them heard this, they placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. Their gazes became increasingly hostile as they shared a common enemy. "Very well, I want their heads too much." Thale's face was cold as he stared at Istron. The swordsmen took a step forward in unison. They vaguely surrounded the blood clansman. Istron looked at the boy's expression and his heart skipped a beat. Rolana put on a fierce expression and stretched out her hands. "No way." Istron felt an inexplicable fear in his heart and subconsciously took a step back until the Archduchess' secret voice rang quietly in his ears. "Steady yourself, Izier." The childish voice could only be heard by the blood clansman, but it made Istron feel at ease. He is not going to turn hostile, but because of the sacred covenant, I cannot hurt them in my own house. So, besides this little lady, chase the other 2 people to the corridor, Cora, Thales said coldly as he pouted and crossed his arms. "If they dare to disturb my private conversation with Lady Serena Corleone." A cold glint flashed in Thales' eyes. A cold glint flashed in Thales' eyes, causing Istron, who had been traumatized since a long time ago, to feel uneasy. The prince turned his head and continued to speak mercilessly to Cora. "Cora, and everyone else, all of you will have a legitimate reason to take revenge and wipe out this humiliation. Especially that golden-haired one." Istron's heart tightened. "If our swords are unsheathed, we will definitely not disappoint you." Cora nodded with a determined gaze and extended his arm towards the door of the study room. "Vampires, you heard me. Get out. The corridor is the place that suits you." Istron, who had an angry expression, wanted to say something else, but was stopped by his cousin. Rolana hid her astonishment perfectly. She smiled mysteriously and bowed respectfully to the little lowly Serena. Then, she dragged Istron out of the study room. Outside the room, Gilbert flashed a smile. Gines, who had a shocked expression, made way for the guards and the blood clansmen. The 2 groups stared at each other warily as they walked out of the study room and continued to confront each other in the corridor in the distance. "Good day, Mr. Corleone and Lady Corleone." Gilbert bowed in a neat manner. His elegant mustache curled up slightly. I know that the Blood Klansmen have excellent hearing. It is too easy to hear what is going on in the study room from here. I wonder if eavesdropping counts as disturbing Mr. Thales and Lady Corleone's private conversation. Cora, the guard, and the swordsman immediately walked forward with a solemn atmosphere. You want to eavesdrop? Rolana's smile froze abruptly. Istrone's face was livid with rage. Gines looked pensive as she watched the Blood Klansman being forced out of the stairs by the furious swordsman before stopping. Gines lowered her head quietly. So what Gilbert said is true. He is really a smart and steady boy. However, he is a little too smart and steady. Thales exhaled. Under the red-eyed Lowly's slightly strange gaze, he pushed the heavy study room door shut and considerately drew the curtains to block the sunlight. The study room on the third floor had perfect soundproofing. Gilbert had assured him that even with the Blood Klansmen's hearing, they would not be able to penetrate it. Thales exhaled and said with a serious expression, "All right, we were pressed for time yesterday. Now, let us discuss the terms of the alliance agreement in detail, especially the part regarding my blood and the fact that all of you are working for me." Very good. Lady Serena, the lowly, who spoke with a lisp due to her shrunken body, also nodded seriously. We might as well include the matter of your identity in the terms that we need to discuss. Thales had a puzzled look on his face, but when the red-eyed lowly said the next sentence, his expression changed drastically. Her Highness Serena L. Corleone, the true heir of the Corleone family, the legitimate ruler of the Hill of Pain, the Archduchess, who wore the appearance of a little girl, spoke faintly and with a lisp. In other words, the problem of my right to inherit the throne as a prince has yet to be recognized. What they did not know was that while Thales cleverly avoided the irresolvable enmity between the guards and the Blood Klansmen and started negotiating with Serena, Chris Corleone was hiding behind the shadow of the fireplace chimney on the top of the study room on the third floor, avoiding the sunlight. His posture was strange, and his face was expressionless. All right. The pale-faced Chris Corleone's ears twitched. He turned his head and said, "Our people are not fighting. I think His Highness and that little friend have already started talking. Both of us are supreme class. After all, there is no need for us to maintain this awkward posture, right?" Chapter 38. The Next King? Last night, Rhee's subordinates exaggerated Rhee's identity. The girl with baby fat pouted. She was dressed in a child's outfit prepared for Thales. She looked comical and cute as she sat on the carpet by the fireplace. She continued to speak with an air leak, but we found out that right now, Rhee is not even a prince. Of course not. The number of people in the kingdom who know that the king has a son is probably less than 2, Thales said in his heart. Am I supposed to tell you that Gilbert said that on purpose because he was unhappy with that golden-haired brat's smug look? Thales rolled his eyes in his heart. I thought. Thales took a deep breath and looked at the pair of red eyes in front of him. He said, "We talked about it in Vine Manor. Since my blood is very tasty, as long as you forget about sucking me dry in one go, I will provide you with a small amount of blood on a regular basis. As long as you enjoy my blood and work for me, I will guarantee that you will have a safe place to stay in Constellation." But Rhee does not have this kind of power, Serena said slowly but surely, to protect us. All right, that's right. I am just an illegitimate child. So, it is not me, but my father who will guarantee your safety. Serena stared straight at him and suddenly interrupted him. But Rhee is not Rhee's father, and Rhee is not the king. So, Thales said helplessly, I am very sorry, but you are already in Mindy's hall. Your secret has also been found out by us. I think the Coventier family will probably not welcome you back. Half a pint, the red-eyed Lowly said expressionlessly. What? I need half a pint of Rhee's blood every day. She looked into Thales' eyes seriously. Half a pint a day. Thales also narrowed his eyes and looked at the Archduchess of the Eastern Peninsula. Just for my blood? This boy's blood is different, Serena said in her heart. It was the blood that was full of vitality and power that woke her up from her murky slumber. Although, waking up to a fellow gnawing on my neck is not very pleasant. Serena pouted in displeasure and touched her neck. Don't forget, yesterday, it was this little girl's mummified version. Thales thought in disgust. She almost took your life. When he thought about how a mummy once bit his neck like a water pump, Thales, whose emotions were complicated, turned his neck in an unnatural manner. The two of them stared at each other silently until one of them broke the silence. Are you kidding me? Half a pint a day. You might as well suck me dry. Thales stood on tiptoe and slapped the table, or else he would not be able to hit it because he was too short. He stared at her without showing any signs of weakness. Occasionally, when he thought of her mummified appearance, he still felt a little creeped out. I can't wait to suck every single drop of blood from Rhee's body. Serena glared with her red eyes and replied in a serious yet creepy manner. But it's obviously more worthwhile for Rhee to provide my blood for a long time. You really know how to be calculative. Thales retorted sarcastically. 3/4 of a pint a day. I need to fly back as soon as possible. Serena's eyes turned cold, and her tone was unquestionable. Do you think I'm a cockroach that has full HP and full MP every time I level up? Thales gritted his teeth as he stared at Serena. Donate blood to you every day? No way. I don't understand what you're talking about. The cold-faced lowly chose to ignore the crazy words that the boy accidentally revealed. Once a week, 2 pints. Once every 6 months, 1/10 a pint. This is for the sake of our friendly negotiation, Thales said fiercely. Once every 2 weeks, 1.5 pints. Please use your actions to prove to me that Rhee is friendly. At most once a month. I also need time to produce new blood after I lose blood. Okay? Serena slowly stood up from the ground. Her red pupils stared at Thales, making the latter's skin crawl. Brat, don't test my patience. Rhee can still stand here and breathe in air because I'm interested in Rhee's blood. Serena's pupils shrank. Her expressionless face suddenly turned cold. If we want to leave without caring about the sacrifices, Rhee can't stop us. Moreover, Serena's eyes moved mysteriously, but her pupils never left Thales' gaze. It made the boy's hair stand on end. Here hides Constellation's secret heir. Rhee, would some of the suzerains and nobles be interested? Thales immediately felt his skin crawl. This damned old witch. Thales cursed in his heart, but his field research experience from his previous life made him realize that as the other party in the negotiation, he could not show weakness. All right. Thales tried his best to release a cheerful smile on his face. Your sister must miss you very much too, especially since you not only came to Constellation for a vacation, but also became a cute little chubby girl. When that time comes, I can't become the heir, and you can't return to the Night Kingdom. Since we're so compatible, Thales smiled even more brilliantly. Why don't you marry me? His voice faded away. Serena's expression did not change. Her gaze did not shift, and her body did not move. But for some reason, Thales shuddered. In that instant, he felt a bone-piercing chill. Both of them stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. In the silence, Serena spoke very slowly and uttered a sentence. That's right. It seems that Rhee really wants to break off relations with me. As she spoke, Serena suddenly grinned, revealing her small fangs. Thales was shocked. His right hand, which was hidden behind his back, trembled. JC's dagger was ready and could be thrust at any time. All right then. Serena curled up the corners of her mouth mysteriously and licked her fangs. I can deal with you for more than 10 seconds at this angle and distance. Thales lowered his head and furrowed his brows tightly. He gulped hard. As long as he did not run into Chris, Yoda would be able to rush over. The guards, Gines, and Gilbert were also in the corridor, but Istrone and Rolana. Damn it! But since he had already received the worst outcome, Thales could only choose to accept it. He bent his legs slightly and spread his feet apart. He prepared to raise his left arm and hold the dagger firmly in his right hand. He was about to strike a standard iron body style, Northland military sword style. Even though I've only practiced it for 2 hours, I hope it's worth it. Thales smiled bitterly in his heart. For the first time, Serena suddenly flashed a smile that made people feel uneasy. Her childish voice rose, and it sounded exceptionally terrifying to Thale's ears. Then I can only compromise. According to what Ree said, once a month. How many pints? Thales, Ree will decide. He used his left arm as a shield to block her first attack. Based on his experience with that mummy last night, he wondered if she would. Thales suddenly realized what Serena said. What? Compromise? Thale's mouth was wide open in shock. It was big enough to fit 2 of Serena's fists. I was just about to say sigh when the enemy surrendered. Why didn't they follow the script? Something even more terrifying happened later on. 2 faint dimples appeared on Serena's cute face. The little lowly smiled shyly and said, Brother Thales, I've already compromised. You have to agree to one of my conditions, okay? Thales could not react at all. He stared at her blankly. When he saw the nameless girl suddenly turn into a smiling little lowly, he simply thought, what the hell is going on? His emotions changed too quickly. He could only respond passively with a dry voice. Ahem. What condition? The little girl smiled, even more brightly. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that the pair of strange red eyes was actually quite beautiful. Brother Thales, after you become king, can you support me in regaining the throne? Regaining the throne? The Eastern Peninsulas, Night Kingdom? So that's the plan. No wonder she made so many concessions. This goal is too far away. Thales scratched his head. His dagger had long since been put back into his pocket. He said a little awkwardly and hesitantly, if I really become king one day, well, according to the situation, before he finished speaking, the little lowly happily pounced on him. She crashed straight into Thales' arms. I know, Thales is the best. Thales fell hard on the carpet. But before he could pull the little lowly away from his arms, he saw a pair of red pupils staring at him with watery eyes. Looking at that pair of eyes, Thales only felt his whole body tremble. His mind was a little messed up. So much so that he could not remember what the 2 children said after they got up from the ground. In the end, the blood supply agreement was set at 1/8 of a pint per month. For this, Thales counted with his fingers. It was not much, but he still felt that he had suffered a loss. Serena suddenly turned back into the expressionless lowly, but her gaze was sharp as she said, because of this, you have obtained the help of 2 super-class elites and a supreme-class elite. Your road to becoming the heir will only be smoother. Yes, Thales thought gloomily. If you obtain the support of a powerful country in the Western Peninsula, your road to regaining the throne will be smoother. Besides, for the sake of Thales' promise, I will work hard to help you become the heir and ascend the throne. Promise. Thales' face twitched. I didn't promise her just now, did I? I didn't, right? I didn't. But, hey, what's with that cold face that suddenly turned back into? Watching the little lowly walk out shakily, Thales suddenly realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. Something is not right. Before she left, the little lowly turned her head around and asked with her usual expressionless face, "Oh, right. I have a question. What is the secret of Lee's blood? Just a little bit of it can actually wake me up? Last night, it wasn't just a little bit of blood." The baffled boy grumbled unhappily. For this question, please flip through books, search for information, search for literature, or ask my parents directly. Unexpectedly, Serena nodded seriously. If it's a fee, I will. She raised her eyes. Lee's blood and my strength, Lee's throne and my throne, our cooperation is actually very worthwhile. In the next moment, Thales was surprised to see Serena sway her small body and take a step back. For this, I apologize for my recklessness, and I pray for Lee's magnanimity and tolerance. Serena bent down again. Her chubby little hands pinched the non-existent hem of her skirt, and with a childish voice, she said softly, "The future Prince Thales Jadestar." Thales was stunned. Thales Jadestar. This was the first time someone called him that. Just like what Serena said before, he was not even a prince right now. From a child beggar to a prince. As expected, I'm still not used to it, Thales thought in distress. Thales kept reminding himself of this as he was drenched in cold sweat. Even though she looked serious just now, Should I say that she was indeed the former Archduchess? As he thought of this, Thales sighed deeply. He felt that today's negotiation was a little frustrating. He extended his hand seriously and helped the little lowly up. Even though the two children's actions looked very comical, both of them became extremely serious. Your Highness Serena Corleone, I accept your friendship. Thales moved his right hand in front of the little lowly Serena. His gaze was serious. Now we are allies. Serena glanced at him, and her red eyes flickered. After a moment, she also extended her chubby little hand and placed it on his palm. Of course, Constellation and Night, happy working with you. The two little hands held together gently. Also, in the future, tell your people to stay away from my guards. They have a blood feud that cannot be resolved. Thales looked at the little girl who was a head shorter than him and said meaningfully, Next time, why don't you tell me about how you will be restored to the throne? You don't have to go through so much trouble to test my attitude. Istron's acting skills are too bad. Serena's red pupils contracted slightly, and she nodded. All right, future Prince Thales, if we inherit the throne and we form the Starry Night Alliance, even though we are far apart, it is not impossible for me to marry Lee by chance. Chapter 39. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. What's wrong? In the study room, Thales put down the quill he was using to copy the modern alphabet. He waved his hand impatiently and looked at Gilbert, who had been staring at him for an hour. Forgive me for being presumptuous, Sir Thales. Gilbert chuckled softly. If you did not become a wealthy merchant, you might have been a natural-born diplomat. If I had known earlier, I would not have told him. I would have only told him that I played hide-and-seek with that little girl in the room for half an hour. Thales thought gloomily and crossed out the crookeds on his pen. Thales was very displeased. There was no other reason. After the negotiation with Serena, Thales thought of the Archduchess' flexible and fickle face when she was between coldness and passion. He felt that something was not right. Hence, just now, Thales had asked Gilbert to analyze the situation for him. To put it simply, Thales had been set up. It might seem like Serena had given in on the issue of blood, but this was Mindy's Hall. Be it Gilbert, Yodel, Gines, or even his unreliable father, His Majesty, none of them would watch as half a pint of blood was drained from him in a day. In other words, 1/8 of a pint every month was definitely within the other party's expectations. So, Serena did not give in at all in exchange for an ambiguous promise from Thales. Help her take back the throne? Thales realized to his chagrin that he was the loser of this negotiation. Merchant, diplomat, why do I feel like you're secretly laughing at me? Thales lowered his head and flipped to another page of Cahill Yellowhammer's poetry collection that Gilbert had given him. He copied the sentences on it and identified the words and their usage. The night was about to break. The sky was not yet bright. The holy sun shone brightly in the 9 earths. The land was about to collapse. The sea was about to overturn. The evil spirits hid the vault of heaven. Thales copied down this poem that had Dongfeng Mini's style. He pursed his lips and tried hard to understand the meaning behind it. Originally, Gilbert was especially worried that Thales did not have a strong foundation in culture, so he specially came up with a huge plan to cram up on the written language. After all, it was very normal for a gangster who was born on the streets to not know any other words other than his own name and the numbers on coins. However, ever since he transmigrated, Thales had been paying attention to the words around him. Coupled with the fact that he was fluent in the language and his brain, which seemed to have expanded its memory at some point in time, he only spent slightly more than an hour to master the basic recognition and writing of letters. Then, he could easily enter the stage of spelling words and copying long sentences. Their speed was so fast that even Gilbert gasped in admiration. He could only attribute it to the Jadestar royal family's outstanding bloodline once again. Thales' reaction to this was to roll his eyes. No, your response was very good. Gilbert walked to his side and watched as Thales copied down the complete long poem. I asked someone to look up information about Night Kingdom. Compared to her sister, who has superb skills, Serena Corleone may not be famous, but she does indeed have the blood of the Night Wing King. She appeared before the Third Peninsular War, and her age is likely to be more than 400 years old. Even though she is living under someone else's roof and is in dire straits, she still sent Ishtrone to take the initiative to force you to make a choice between the loyalty of a subordinate and the strength of an alliance. She shakes your reputation, and at the same time, she tried her best to remind you of the fact that you have yet to become the heir to deal a blow to your confidence and confidence. These two incidents show the cunning and shrewdness of an archduchess of the Blood Clan who has been around for many years, or the shrewdness of that supreme-class butler. Fortunately, you did not let her have her way with this. Instead, you forced her to act shamelessly to obtain a bargaining chip. As expected of an old witch, Thales spat in his heart and continued to copy down the poem. The gods descended, hell's river surged, the land changed, the color of blood spread, the endless army, the snowy mountains collapsed. The hero raised the flag, the king raised the spear, the empire fell, the world lost its light, the people were in a state of desolation. What the hell is he writing? Thales furrowed his brows as he read the descriptive sentence. He replied absent-mindedly, "Then you just watched as I was bullied by them?" Gilbert did not say anything. He only stared at Thales quietly. Wait. Thales' hand, which was holding the pen, suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something. His high-powered brain began to automatically collect every single factor and put them together into a paragraph. His identity, Serena's identity, the promise to take back the throne, their alliance, the indifferent Gilbert, and Serena's words, "I will also work hard to help you become the heir and ascend the throne." Gilbert. Thales tilted his brows and opened his mouth wide. He stared at the former Foreign Affairs Minister in disbelief. "It's you?" The former Foreign Affairs Minister grinned slightly. His mustache curled into an elegant arc. "By the way, I still remember." Thales exhaled and came to a realization. "Last night, you were the one who told them about my identity. You're not angry at the other party's arrogant and haughty attitude, nor are you ashamed of being looked down upon because of my status." Thales propped himself up in front of the desk. His gaze was suspicious. "This is a strategy you've planned all along." Gilbert did not comment. He only shrugged mischievously, which was rare for him. This made Thales immediately certain. "This is indeed Gilbert's plan. F***CK. You deliberately reveal my identity because you guessed that they would probably see this opportunity and take the initiative to negotiate with the heir of the kingdom, who is still in dire straits, to strengthen the alliance in exchange for my promise after I succeed the throne. It might take a long time, but they are, after all, immortal blood clansmen. They can afford to wait." Damn it. Thales cursed Serena in his heart. That old witch. She obviously had a plan in mind, but she still pretended to be in a hurry to recover her strength and to fight her way back to the Eastern Peninsula tomorrow. Damn old woman. Damn witch. Thales thought hatefully. "I believe that you must have a reason for doing this." Thales let go of his emotions and furrowed his brows. In his line of sight, Gilbert lifted his hat and bowed. "We and the Corleones do not trust each other and are suspicious of each other. Yet, we live under the same roof in the name of cooperation. Even though this is our territory, this is too dangerous." As for blood? Safety? Gilbert sneered and said faintly, "I have never dared to believe that we can ensure the stability of our cooperation with these unreliable things. We and the Corleones can turn against each other at any time and endanger ourselves. But it is different now. You becoming the heir and her taking back the throne are tied together. In order to get your help, she must first help you. It may seem like an accident, but you use the promise of being the king in the future to obtain an even more stable assistance at present." Gilbert smiled mysteriously. "Using benefits to gain allies is the essence of politics. As for what you said about watching you being bullied by them, it is naturally my duty to share your worries. However, to me, grooming you into a qualified heir and to protect you from any form of harm are equally important." Gilbert smiled and said, "Serena Corleones is just a foreign politician who has fallen from grace, while you are the future of Constellation. I think this can be considered a small test." Small test? Thales lowered his head and rolled his eyes again. Since you have such thoughts, why don't you just look for them and propose an alliance? Thales, who was unwilling, replied stiffly. My young sir, Gilbert blinked. Diplomatic negotiations are like a duel of swords. Even though the party who strikes first has the upper hand, it also reveals its own footsteps and tracks. Nothing could be better for us if they propose an alliance. I'll just quietly watch you act cool, the prince thought indignantly as he shook his head. Thales mumbled in annoyance. They even scheme against their own people. What terrible diplomats and politicians. All right. Gilbert only narrowed his eyes and lowered his head with a smile. He looked at his pocket watch and said, You have been copying these poems with unknown meanings for so long. I think you must be tired. Thales put down the pen in his hand. Let's rest for a while. Since we're talking about politics and diplomacy, let's take this opportunity to have a little history lesson, Gilbert said with a smile. Sometimes, forming an alliance is not just about visible benefits. Gilbert sat on the expensive sofa and tipped his hat. There's also an urgent crisis and a common belief. Thales put down his pen and began to listen to Gilbert's words seriously. This is also about how a group of humans and forces of other races who do not trust each other and are in a state of disunity can become the most loyal allies. Gilbert's eyes shone with a bright light. Thales suddenly felt that Gilbert had become a little serious. This is the story of the war 600 years ago, described in Cahill's Fallen Leaves poetry collection. However, Count Casso's next sentence shocked Thales so much that his eyes widened. That cruel, dark, bloody, terrifying, world-shattering epic war. The Battle of Eradication. In the deep and dark secret chamber, an old and hoarse voice traveled faintly. So, there is movement from the rich and distinguished families? Yes, my dear teacher. A cynical and lazy voice rose. They are at least super-class elites. There are also quite a number of supreme-class elites who set off from various strange places and gathered around the various counties in the north. They all have one thing in common. When investigated, they are not related to the nobles or suzerains at all. Can you get an exact date? The old voice asked indifferently. I am afraid it will be very difficult, the relaxed and cheerful voice answered. Even the extant diplomat group themselves have not decided on their exact itinerary. So, should we assign people to investigate and inform the king? After a while, the hoarse and old voice answered resolutely, no. Your focus is still on the doctor from Blackstreet Brotherhood. I want all resources to be tilted to that side. Do not underestimate Lance. After all, he was born here and knows our methods. Investigate the whereabouts of all the Blackstreet bosses, especially the 3 great assassins. It is too difficult to find Black Sword, Prison Scythe, and Reverse Machete, but at least make sure that they are not nearby. I believe that Black Sword will not be so stupid as to protect a wizard. Also, even if everything goes smoothly, do not let your guard down. After all, we have not fought against wizards for more than 100 years. The records and manuals are just references. After a long while then, all right, after a while, the young voice said noncommittally, speaking of which, are we really not going to leave any survivors? That's a living mage. In the darkness, the sound of a person sitting up from a chair was suddenly heard. There is no need. The hoarse, an old voice then rose. Things that have long since disappeared, let them be buried completely along with the Battle of Eradication. The book page had been unreachable on Chidian for 3 days. Today, the page was suddenly restored. All right, Huhan San am back. Chapter 40. The Battle of Eradication. What a familiar word. Thales had seen quite a number of plays in the Dark Knight Temple next to the Grand Bazaar, although most of his attention was focused on how to make money from the pockets of the audience. It had to be said that even though the priests of Dark Knight seemed to be neurotic and wrapped themselves up tightly, saying crazy things like our Lord will return, the world will eventually collapse for the second time, history is a lie, and only the true God Dark Knight will save the world every day. Fortunately, They did not say things like the long night is coming and danger is everywhere. Hey, Ryan, watch out. That fat sheep is about to turn around. Fails the child beggar who was watching the play. But the plays they rehearsed were really a good way for the illiterate who had transmigrated to understand the world without spending money. Maybe not that good. Fails followed behind Gilbert and remembered a play called The True Dark Knight Descends to the Mortal World and personally saves the 33 princesses. He could not help but twitch his mouth. Among the various dramas that range from ridiculous to cautionary, Fails had a deeper impression of a scene called The Day the Calamity Descended, the day the world ended. That was the Battle of Eradication. Until now, Fails still remembered that in the background, which was mainly black and red, there was a masked man dressed in black, holding a chain and a sickle. His footsteps were heavy, and the sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the entire stage. The music always became gloomy and scary at that moment, and it often scared the curious children below the stage to tears. Wherever the man in black went, actors wearing headgear of various colors to represent the world cried and screamed as they fell on the stage one after another. He still remembered the chilling words spoken behind the scenes that sounded like the cawing of a crow. The calamity is here. The calamity is here. It will not let anyone go. It will not let this world go until everyone is captured by the calamity. Wake up, my compatriots, wake up, wake up. The calamity engulfs everything. Hell's river flows backwards into the world. The sky collapses on the earth. The world is coming to an end. The gods are always on our side. The demons are also with us. The emperor stands behind us. The hero is in front of us. Only by fighting can we live, and dark night is eternal. My compatriots, the calamity is here. Dark Knight had once said that the ferrymen of Hell's River did not have a repulsive appearance. Evil fruits and demonic flowers that did not belong to humans could corrupt people's hearts. I would rather wield my sword and follow the heroes to the afterlife than become the servants of those calamities. This is the final battle. There will be no distinction between us, no distinction between saints and mortals. The Battle of Eradication. When the dark night shrouds the earth, the calamity will definitely dissipate. In Fail's not-so-clear memories, in the neurotic drama, the so-called calamity character who held chains and scythes slaughtered countless living beings until he was defeated by the alliance of the entire world. But until the end, the priests and actors of the Dark Knight Temple did not explain what the calamity was. There were also children on the street who asked, and the priests always made the children say, when the Dark Knight returns, I am willing to serve, before they were willing to give them a malt candy. Then they would smile and say, calamity is the enemy of the world. Fails was so engrossed in his thoughts that he did not notice that Gilbert had already led him to the stairs leading to the second floor. The 3 huge portraits of the kings of Constellation that he had seen before were hung neatly on the wall. Lusaka Cole, then, was a famous portrait painter during the reign of Mendes III. His portraits pay particular attention to combining history, relying on the environment and movements to best display the spirit and temperament of each character. Gilbert said in a daze as he stood under the portraits of the 3 former kings of Constellation. The 3 Constellation Kings. These are the few kings and sovereigns in Calvin's masterpieces, just as His Majesty introduced them to you before. A masterpiece? Fails then raised his head and looked carefully at the portrait in the middle of the wall, the young knight who was holding a spear and riding a horse. Judging by his posture, he seemed to be continuously moving forward, and his 7-pointed star emblem. Fails, who had only taken a quick glance before, only now did he have the time to observe carefully. Only then did he notice that this seemingly valiant and heroic knight had a bent spear, a damaged and mottled crown, and bloodstains all over his armor. His steed also looked tired. The knights behind him were all injured. Some of them were charging forward with shields, some of them were covered in blood, some of their armor was in tatters, some of them were supporting each other on their horses, and some of them only had one arm left. Under the setting sun in the distance, there were mountains of corpses and weapons everywhere. There were only a few people standing, and they decorated the tragic battlefield in loneliness. Blood and darkness dominated the remaining colors. Other than the young knight with the 7-star crown who seemed to be roaring madly, the 6 people behind him had desolate and sorrowful expressions. However, they still had expressions that showed that they would not turn back as they followed Tormund I, who was roaring furiously with his spear raised. When he saw this, Thales thought of something and suddenly remembered Kessel the Fifth's words. That is Tormund I, the last prince of the final empire, the founder of Constellation, and the king of Renaissance. His bravery in the Battle of Eradication is still being praised to this day. He is. Thales' expression changed slightly, and he looked at Gilbert beside him. Yes, the king of Renaissance, Tormund Jadestar, Gilbert answered with a profound expression. During the Battle of Eradication, more than 600 years ago, he was the person with the highest status among the surviving Empire's commanders in the Western Front. He is also your ancestor, the founder of Constellation after the war. Western Front, surviving, Empire's commander, highest status. Thales immediately grasped the keyword. Empire's commander? Which empire? What is his identity? Other than the Western Front, are there any other battlefields? Who is Tormund's enemy? Gilbert was already used to Thales' learning style of interrupting and asking questions, or even refuting at any time. He smiled and said, "Of course it is the one and only the Empire." The one and only Empire? Yes. Gilbert inhaled and revealed a nostalgic smile. Did you know, young Sir Thales? Originally, our known world was a vast piece of land shaped like an arm, and we, the original land of Constellation, is at the position of the wrist. Thales raised his head abruptly. What? He interrupted Gilbert in shock. An entire piece of land? Then the Eastern Peninsula and the Western Peninsula separated by the Sea of Eradication. But Gilbert only smiled and raised a hand, gesturing for him to quiet down before the portrait of the late king. Let me finish. The answer lies in the Battle of Eradication. But Thales had already figured out an answer that was not far from the truth in his mind. The Battle of Eradication. Wait a minute. The ocean between the 2 peninsulas is called the Sea of Eradication? 2 peninsulas? When he thought of this, Thales could not help but ridicule. Gilbert, are you trying to tell me that a powerful foreign being brought an army to invade our world, and we defeated its intentions in a fierce battle, but inadvertently broke a magic well and blew up the world into 2 peninsulas? Gilbert's smile froze. What? Then the one in the west is still called Kalimdor. Gilbert smiled helplessly and interrupted him. My young sir, you do indeed have the ability to write novels and make up stories. If it were not for your identity, you might have been able to become an excellent bard or poet. However, we are now in a history lesson. Thales shrugged and shut his mouth. He placed a piece of memory that he had just found into the depths of his brain. It was still related to the girl with the Chinibi syndrome. Gilbert looked at him patiently until Thales stopped talking and became solemn in front of the portrait of his ancestor. Then he continued to explain. More than 3,000 years ago, after humans understood supernatural powers, superclass and supreme class elites emerged one after another. The combat power and equipment of the army were continuously strengthened. After many years of friction, war, and union, humans finally became one. They won the war against the other races year after year, and they became the rulers of the known world and the peninsulas. Gilbert's expression was one of reverence and longing. His gaze drifted about as he said faintly, "They built a huge country that spanned across the 4 seas and intimidated the entire peninsulas. It practically touched every corner of the known land. Northlanders, Redalians, Nidar, Caranzarians, Red Earthlings, and aside from a small number of Far Easterners, almost all humans were under its protection and rule. They did not decide on the name of the country or the name of the dynasty. The highest ruler called himself the Emperor. That unprecedented country, it's called the Empire." Thales sucked in a cold breath. What he felt in his heart was not glory or pride. Instead, there was only sorrow and a sigh. War creates the country, and the country creates war. He quietly added a sentence in his heart. It was a sentence that he learned from the master's book in his previous life. Integration and war. It's easy to say. How many wars, how much blood, and how many massacres were needed to create a huge country that was unprecedented in history. However, Gilbert's expression immediately became gloomy. At the height of the Empire's rule, a new race that was so powerful that it was almost terrifying was born among the humans without a sound. They were immortal, indestructible, and had peerless strength. Even supreme-class elites were powerless to fight against them. Even the true gods and demons were no match for them. What was even more terrifying was that they had a completely different way of thinking and way of doing things compared to humans and even the other races. They were unreasonable, wild, and crazy. They were difficult to communicate with. Thales froze slightly. That neurotic figure in blue robes with brown hair seemed to have appeared before him again. He opened and closed his mouth. They stood above the heavens, surpassed the gods, and looked down on all life. Thales snapped out of his daze and saw Gilbert sigh. They were like calamities. When they descended upon the world, they continuously brought chaos, disasters, blood, and massacres. The once great empire gradually declined under the heavy blows, and in the end, it was destroyed. A new race? Born among the humans? Unreasonable? Calamities? Thales thought of something. His heart began to beat irregularly. During Torment the First's era, which was the era when the Empire calendar and the calendar of eradication alternated, the Empire had already been destroyed for more than 300 years. The world of humans and other races returned to chaos and division. The final Empire, where Torment was only built by the survivors. It was a remnant of the Empire's name, but its system, territory, and people were completely different. Historians are used to calling the former Great Empire the Ancient Empire, and the latter weak Empire the Final Empire. In the year 1609 of the Empire calendar, which was the year the Battle of Eradication took place, the Final Empire was just a middle-sized country in the world. The Ancient Empire's spiritual legacy and orthodox name did not bring glory and inheritance, but burdens and hatred. The former vassal lands were full of ambition. The vassal races were restless, and the numerous countries were eyeing them covetously. Although it inherited the Ancient Empire's glory, the Final Empire had enemies everywhere. There were endless wars, and its tax burden was heavy. There were years of civil strife, and the emperor was muddle-headed, and his rule declined. The empire's glory was about to end in the year 1609 of the empire calendar. But in that year, that race, those calamities had already bewitched many believers and followers all over the world. With unprecedented power, they officially declared war on the entire civilized world. Thales shuddered slightly. With his clear logic, he had already caught a few logical errors in this narration, but he did not immediately say anything. Instead, he endured it. What exactly are calamities? What does it mean to be born from humans? Since they had that kind of power, why did they not continue after destroying the ancient empire? Why did they wait until the final empire to officially declare war? Since they are completely unreasonable, why did they recruit followers and believers like a true god? If they have a completely different way of thinking from humans, why did they still declare war? To conquer the world? What a joke. This is a story full of loopholes. But Thales realized that Gilbert was not deliberately misleading him. There was a lot of information that the current Thales could not understand at all. It was just like the secret of the Bloody Year. What are those calamities? Thales gulped and asked a little nervously, "What are they?" Gilbert was not surprised by Thales' question, but he did not notice that compared to usual, Thales' tone was less confident and steady. He sighed. After the Battle of Eradication, all information and sources related to the calamities were sealed and forbidden. This was a secret agreement between the gods, demons, and the human world. It was also a countermeasure to prevent their numbers from increasing. As many years passed, the terror of the calamities gradually faded away. Their names and existences were also gradually forgotten by many. However, as the king's only blood descended, you will know about these sooner or later. Gilbert took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "Those calamities were once humans or members of other intelligent races. But desire, greed, and ambition drove them to become something that lost its essence, an alien. Even though they are no different from us most of the time, and even hide among us, they're truly an alien race. In the eyes of the people, and most people, these calamities have a common name." Gilbert cleared his throat. His expression was solemn as he enunciated each word clearly. Mystics. At that moment, Thales used all his strength to suppress his body so that it would not tremble too much. In their eyes, mystics are just another type of psionic who appears to be on the same level as the Knights of Eradication, psionic warriors, and other powerful fighters. Gilbert's gaze was cold as he continued. But only the countries and temples who participated in the Battle of Eradication know that these so-called mystics are the terrifying calamities who have brought disaster to history for thousands of years. They have accumulated blood debts, ended 2 generations of empires, and almost destroyed the entire world. Only when they try to kill a mystic will they realize that something is wrong. Only then will they realize that something is wrong. By then, it is usually already too late. Because mystics, those calamities are immortal, indestructible, and indestructible. "Young sir," Gilbert said solemnly, "if you are unfortunate enough to meet a mystic in the future, protect yourself first. Once you are safe, then try to seek help. We have a set of measures that target the mystic's weaknesses and can fight against them." Thales' expression did not change as he touched the cut on his right hand, but his teeth were trembling slightly. He might have already seen those calamities. Although Thales' heart was filled with doubts, for his own safety, he could not be too hasty in asking questions in return. Who knew what he would be seeing if he was anxious? But it's still not right. If mystics are such a terrifying existence, why would they fight over a small gang? Did Constellation just let their blood bottle gang grow stronger in Constellation? Another doubtful point. So many doubtful points. Gilbert paused for a moment, as if he was wondering why Thales did not speak and ask questions. However, he did not have too many doubts. Instead, he closed his eyes and thought about something. A few minutes later, he spoke softly. "There's no need to doubt how terrifying they are. Those calamities are too powerful. More than 600 years ago, under the leadership of a powerful fighter, our most powerful army and their minions fought endlessly in blood and madness. After breaking through the outer perimeter, our most elite knights and warriors surrounded those calamities, but they could only die in battle in droves." Thales recalled the play in Dark Knight Temple. On the stage, the actors fell one by one on the path that the calamities walked on. Gods descended to the world one by one and fell. The demons also crawled to the ground and were destroyed. The powerful fighters of various races rushed to the battlefield and sacrificed themselves. The war lasted for many years. After paying a terrible price, we studied their weaknesses and finally defeated those calamities. Thales clenched his fists tightly. As does lonely words seem to ring in his ears, "We lost." Gilbert's words interrupted his memories of Asda. But the power of those cursed calamities is too strong. It's just too terrifying. In the final decisive battle between those above supreme class, those cursed calamities, those bastards who could almost destroy the world. Thales, who was carefully observing Tormund's charge, shuddered. He suddenly knew what was going to happen next. Gilbert calmly said the next sentence. They sank the weakest piece of land in the center of the continent, which was connected by 4 directions. All living beings and matter on it were destroyed. After the land sank, the aftermath of the energy spread and pushed the entire continent in 2 directions. In a short 5 years, the ocean that was formed was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The known land was forcefully split into 2 continents, and countless islands. This is the Great Fission from more than 600 years ago. The battle of eradication has come to an end. Gilbert exhaled a long breath. His next words made Thales daze for a moment. That piece of land that sank into the sea included the entire territory of the Final Empire. The Final Empire. And it ended here. Swordless scratched his head. I haven't even told much of the story. Why is it suddenly 200,000 words? Chapter 41. The empire sank, the heavens fell, and the earth cracked. The capital of triumph, the capital of the empire with more than 2,500 years of history since the Age of Kings, witnessed the rise and fall of two generations of empires. As the final empire sank, it was completely buried at the bottom of the sea of eradication. Gilbert's compassionate words even affected the guards on both sides. Thales could clearly feel that their hands, which were pressed against the hilts of their swords, were trembling slightly. Gilbert pressed down on Thales' shoulder and looked at the young knight on the wall, who was forever roaring and charging forward, but looked as if he would never reach the end. Thales could feel the weight on Gilbert's hand. He heard the former Foreign Affairs Minister quietly recite a poem from Cahill's Yellowhammer's collection of poems. The hero raises his flag, the king raises his spear, the empire has fallen, and the world has lost its light. 10 years of blood and fire, we returned victorious, but we can never return to the homeland we fought endlessly for. The emperor no longer exists, and the nobles are all black. When he said this, Gilbert said absent-mindedly, Thales, my young sir, can you imagine that feeling? Thales stared at Tormund, who was charging forward with an indomitable will. The young knight looked so brave and fearless. Even on the horrifying battlefield, he still shone brilliantly. At that time, will he know that he can never return his hometown? Gilbert did not wait for Thales to reply before he sighed. No, at least I can't. Thales did not say anything, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. Living beings in fear, desolate, with nowhere to go. Thales calmly recited the last 2 lines of the poem. Living beings in fear. In his imagination, a majestic and magnificent city appeared, but it was slowly sinking. Everyone was running for their lives, shouting in panic and panicking, but they could only watch helplessly as the seawater drowned everything. At this moment, Thales suddenly raised his head and asked with a solemn and slightly resentful tone, Who are you? With a heavy and slightly resentful tone, he asked, Where are those people? While immersed in the memory of the king of Renaissance, Gilbert turned his head and looked at Thales in puzzlement. Thales also looked at Gilbert. He calmed himself down, and his gaze was calm. Not only the royal family and nobles, but also the knights and soldiers. They were participants in the war. But there are also countless people who live in that land, farmers, merchants, the elderly, and children, the boy said calmly. Regardless of whether they are rich or poor, whether they are high or low, and whether they are of different races, they're involuntarily involved in this war. Everyone. During the war, when the continent sank, they were more innocent than the calamities, the emperors, the nobles, and everyone else. But they are the reason for the empire's existence. Did none of them manage to escape? Gilbert stared at Thales and narrowed his eyes slightly, as though he was seeing Thales for the first time and was re-evaluating him. Just like your grandfather, young Sir Thales, who sympathized with the people, you have a compassionate and benevolent heart. Gilbert sighed. Sympathize with the people? Those who could use the word sympathize probably never put themselves in the same dimension as commoners. As for compassion and benevolence, the prince shook his head silently in his heart. But Gilbert immediately lowered his head dejectedly. His eyes were filled with disappointment. No, the entire world, the final empire, from the nobles to the commoners, all sank into the sea. Only Tormund and his army were left. This proves that the final empire and even the ancient empire are not legends. They truly existed before. Thales lowered his head, closed his eyes, and exhaled softly. At this moment, Gilbert's hand, which was on Thales's shoulder, suddenly exerted more force. He spat out the following words, one word at a time. He enunciated each word clearly. And at that time, Prince Tormund was just the most unfavored, illegitimate child in the final Empire's royal family. Thales shuddered. Thales turned his head abruptly and looked at Gilbert in disbelief. He knew why Gilbert said all this. Forget about titles, territories, and assets. He did not even have the right to inherit his family name. Even the title of prince was just a form of courtesy. Gilbert looked at Thales with a firm gaze. Compared to you right now, he had nothing. The situation he faced was 100 times more dangerous than yours. Thales looked at Gilbert in a daze, then looked at the illegitimate king on the wall. Gilbert shook his head and put down the hand on Thales' shoulder. He continued to speak. The battle of eradication was won. Humans and the entire civilized world celebrated the great victory. The world's politics also changed. In the East, the King of Peaks brought the hopes of the Far Easterners and overthrew the old dynasty to establish the main Nox dynasty. Amar Maimo Hanbol raised his banner and began to spread the great name of the Hanbol dynasty among his countless believers. In the West, the hero Rykru Extet was crowned king amidst the cheers of the people. The powerful and proud Extet kingdom was born. But compared to this, Gilbert looked at Master Colvin's painting with a stern and pitiful gaze. The final empire, which inherited the glory of the empire, lost all its land and citizens in one night. Only its last bloodline was left. In one night, the originally insignificant, illegitimate child became the only remaining supreme leader of the empire that no longer existed. Regardless of whether it was land, people, supplies, or wealth, Tormund had nothing. Other than the 6 knights by his side, he only had 2,000 soldiers left. They moved in fear in an unfamiliar land. Their hopes were cut off, and their future was bleak. At the age of 24, he moved between many forces of power and suzerains. For the sake of even a little bit of food, a little bit of supplies, a station, or a batch of weapons, he used everything he had, from groveling to arguing for what was right, from sweet words to seizing by force, to maintaining the independent survival of his subordinates and the last dignity of the empire. The lonely Prince Tormund struggled daily between wars, conspiracies, ambitions, and power. He worked hard to survive amidst mockery, exploitation, and malice. He was only 26 years old, but his hair had already turned white. Gilbert placed his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with reverence. The final prince of the final empire. This was how the people of the 2 peninsulas mocked and ridiculed him at that time. Thales stared fixedly at the valiant prince and did not say a word. 10 years passed. Their numbers dwindled, and their hopes dwindled. Finally, after a battle with heavy casualties, the despairing subordinates carried the corpses of their comrades and surrounded the haggard Prince Tormund. They wept and interrogated him. What was the point of continuing to fight like this? The empire was destroyed, and not a single inch of its land remained. They were like rootless duckweeds, the ashes of history. They would eventually disappear without leaving a trace. Why did they still fight? Why did they not give up? Thales was slightly shaken. He looked at the prince. The ancestor's gaze was no longer the same. When you have nothing, when everything no longer exists, what are you fighting for? Gilbert looked at Thales' expression and sighed in pity. However, he immediately put on a determined look and expression. Thales. For the first time, he called Thales' name in a serious and unceremonious manner. You must listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. That night, in the face of his subordinates' reproach, Tormund shed tears. He removed his battered armor, pointed at the stars in the sky, and recited his oath. At that moment, Thales saw the guards on both sides stand up straight with their heads held high. The sound of armor clashing against each other instantly came from the spacious hall. Gilbert's expression was firm, and his tone was solemn as he spat out a few words. As long as the stars exist, so long as the stars exist. The Empress underscore shall underscore last, underscore so underscore long underscore as underscore the underscore stars underscore b. Thales took a deep breath. Stars. As long as the stars exist. The Empire. Thales pondered over the meaning of this sentence. As soon as the middle-aged noble finished speaking, all the soldiers and guards in the hall began to move vigorously when they heard this sentence. Asterisk thud. Asterisk then. They swung their fists at the same time and punched the gold and silver 9-pointed star shield. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the spacious hall was instantly filled with a clear echo. Thales, who was shocked by history and in a daze, took a step back in fear. Thales. Before he could react, Gilbert suddenly squatted down and held the boy's shoulders with both of his hands. He looked at him at the same level and said sternly. He looked at Thales at eye level and said sternly, "Please do not underestimate yourself, your bloodline, and the meaning they represent. The existence of you and Jadestar is the golden age of mankind. It is the strongest proof that the great ancient empire and the heroic final empire still exist in the world." At this point, Gilbert's eyes were filled with excitement. His hands were trembling, causing Thales to feel inexplicably anxious. He continued to speak loudly. That day, year 10 of the calendar of eradication, 27th of September, was the day Constellation was founded. Prince Tormund, who swore while pointing at Constellation, took Jadestar as his surname and became the founding king of Constellation, Tormund I. In the decades that followed, Constellation became the most powerful country in the Western Peninsula. Together with Ekstedt, they were known as the Western Peninsula's shield and blade. The empire was reborn from the ashes, and in the name of Constellation, it stood in the world again. The glory continued, and the greatness was reborn. When Tormund Jadestar was mentioned, no one remembered the former final prince. He was only known as the King of Renaissance. Gilbert's mustache trembled, and there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. The Jadestar family's motto was also born from this. Thales felt a little unnatural, even though he also sighed endlessly because of Tormund's story. But when he looked at the zealous Gilbert before him, he still found it difficult to blend in with this emotion. Did Constellation only exist for the former empire? This spirit of building a country is not right. There must be something wrong. However, when he looked at Gilbert's burning gaze and the breathing of the guards on both sides that had clearly become heavier, he could only clench his teeth and nod heavily. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly and spat out the words through gritted teeth. As long as Constellation exists, the empire will live forever. At this moment, a delicate rebuke filled with anger traveled into their ears. Enough! Thales and Gilbert turned their heads at the same time. They saw Gines Bajkovic, who was standing on the stairs with a cold expression. She looked at the teacher-student pair in displeasure. "It's dinner time." Chapter 42. That night, under Gines' piercing gaze and merciless scolding, Thales finished a dinner with a lot of rules with much difficulty. He also had a boring etiquette class that he had to attend. After all, etiquette was a code of conduct and also one of the standards to distinguish social classes. At least he could use the table knife and fork in accordance with the rules with his trembling hands. However, Thales could feel the anger and dissatisfaction hidden in Gines' beautiful eyes. He vaguely knew that it was related to the history of Constellation that Gilbert was talking about in the afternoon. As long as Constellation exists, the Empire shall exist forever. Even for someone like Thales, who was not familiar with the legend of Tormund I's founding, he could not help but feel his heart beat faster and his blood boil with passion. Gilbert and the guards in the hall, Thales only found out later that they were all descendants of the final Empire's remnant army, were such representatives. However, Thales could keenly sense that Gines hated this sentence, and even the meaning behind it. However, he did not dare to ask. He did not know what attitude this female official, who claimed to be his father's lover, had towards him. When Gines looked at him, Thales saw a flash of disgust in her eyes. He also saw her forcing herself to endure it, as well as her repeated hesitation when she approached him. However, He did not see a sincere smile on her face. So the entire etiquette class was unusually dull. That was until Gines, with a burning gaze, broke the silence, contrary to Thales' expectations. "You don't like these rules and etiquette, do you?" As she watched Thales bend his wrists with all his might to avoid exceeding the standard arm swings during a meal, Gines suddenly said coldly, "Your expression is even uglier than a horse that has just been shaved." Thales was shocked by the sudden question. In a flurry, he tried his best to answer appropriately. Madame Gines, I know that these are necessary. I'm still trying my best to get used to." However, his words were interrupted by Gines again. "Of course you must learn these etiquette," she said coldly, but her voice was filled with mockery and disdain. "But it is best not to become their captive. Walking, sitting, or lying down in a so-called noble manner does not mean that you're really noble. Similarly, bearing those glorious and proud histories does not mean that you are really—" Gines did not continue. She subconsciously bit on the second half of her sentence. Thales felt a chill in his heart. It seems like this lady has a different opinion about Gilbert's teaching method. "Madame Gines," he cautiously probed, "Gilbert's history lesson in the afternoon, you don't see me on? What kind of joke is this? That is their great and ancient kingdom. How would I dare to have any opinions?" Gines snorted and denied Thales' words. However, the latter could clearly see the mockery and sarcasm in the female official's eyes. Thales fixed his gaze on Gines, his father's lover. "Madame Gines," Thales said carefully and softly, "you were not father's female official from the beginning, right?" Gines raised her eyebrows, and the beauty mole beside her lips trembled slightly. "And you don't like these etiquettes and rules either. You don't even like them." Thales hesitated for a moment, but when he looked at the knife and fork in his hand, he still asked, "You don't like this country?" His voice fell. Gines stared at Thales in a daze. This child, how sensitive. Gines turned her head and looked at the gold and silver nine-pointed star symbol above the fireplace in the study room. She did not speak for a long time. Just when Thales stuck out his tongue, thinking that he had asked the wrong question, and was about to lower his head and continue fighting with his knife and fork as if nothing had happened, Gines sighed. She stared at the knife and fork in Thales' hands in a daze. She said softly, "I was born in Bajkovic City in Sud County. It is a small city near the sea in the eastern part of the kingdom. It is not a prosperous trading port, but it is self-sufficient by fishing. It is considered a good place in Constellation. The city master is my father. He is quite famous in the eastern counties. All this while, he has strictly trained us to obey the rules, conform to etiquettes, and become ladies. He hoped that one day, our family could also become a famous family with a long legacy." Thales' gaze became solemn. He quickly exercised his already stiff wrist while Gines was not paying attention. "But I just had to be a rebellious daughter. I hated these rules and etiquette since I was young. As a result, when I was 16 years old and about to become an adult, I was a wild girl who did not even know how to dance in court. I ate crudely and talked impudently." Gines smiled bitterly under the lamp. She looked at the moon outside the window, but her tone was filled with nostalgia. "Of course, my father would not let me do whatever I wanted. In short, those memories were not very pleasant. Things became a little awkward. My family wanted to take away my identity and right of inheritance and sent me to the temple to be a priest." Thales stuck out his tongue at a place where he could not see. He knew that the priests in the temple usually swore to remain unmarried and serve the gods for life. At this stage, it was probably not as simple as a little awkward. Gines lowered her head slightly. Her gaze dimmed, but she immediately raised her head and flashed a happy smile. "But at this time, a prince came to our castle as a guest." "What?" When he heard this, Thales, who was exercising his wrist, stopped. "Prince? It can't be that melodramatic plot that I think it is, right?" Gines continued. "Hear my story," but he just laughed. "His Highness publicly pardoned me of my crimes and promised me that I would not have to follow the rules and etiquettes that normal noble girls must follow. But the prerequisite was that after I became an adult, I had to find a way to earn a living on my own outside of my identity as a noble girl. This is indeed melodramatic. However, Thales also had some doubts in his heart. Doesn't that prince's way of doing things and thinking, how should I put it, a little too advanced? However, Jine seemed to be talking to herself. The corners of her lips curled up slightly without her realizing it. She did not pay any attention to Thales' reaction. So, I walked out of my family's castle and followed the prince to the capital. From reading the court newspaper for His Highness every day, to being a laborious clerk in a warehouse, to being a scribe who earned 1 copper coin per page, to being a police station secretary, and finally to becoming a level 5 police officer. My life completely changed because of him. Thales was stunned for a moment. In his impression, Jines was a standard noble. He never thought that she had such a colorful past. However, after moving around for many years, I still became a female official in the end. Jines shook her head in a self-deprecating manner. Look at me, a disgrace to nobles who hated etiquettes and rules. But now, here I am, teaching the heir of the kingdom, teaching him the etiquettes that I hated the most in the past. After Jines finished speaking, her gaze returned to the dining table, and she stared at Thales. His knife fell to the ground again. Thales let out an awkward chuckle. He asked a question that even he found to be a little melodramatic. That kind Princess Kai, is my father your father? Jines' gaze became a little blurry in that instant. However, Thales did not get the answer he expected. The female official turned her head around gently. There was a complicated and indecipherable look on her face. No, it's not him, Jines said softly. Even now, I still remember the smile on His Highness' face when he pardoned me. A girl who was shackled, dirty, crying and throwing a tantrum. That warm, accepting, and sunny smile. It was as if he was experiencing all the beauty in this world at every moment. No matter how ugly and dirty it would not move him. Your father, Kessel, was just a foppish prince who was famous for being arrogant and presumptuous in the capital. His face was filled with a naughty smile that would cause ladies to panic. He did not have this kind of reassuring smile. Thales looked at Jines in surprise. King Kessel, arrogant, presumptuous, foppish prince? He saw Jines' gaze flicker, as if it contained endless sentiments and sighs. Then, she slowly spat out each word. That day, the one who came to our castle was the late king's eldest son. King Kessel's eldest brother, Midir Jadestar, the former crown prince. So, we thought that the Corleone family had come to help us as promised. The so-called 3 elites. Duke Zayn furrowed his brows and put down a letter with the emblem of a black fawn as wax. He crossed his arms under the tricolor iris flower. They were merely losers in the family's internal strife. They used the Corleone family's name, used our invitation, borrowed our long-distance voyage ship, and relied on our special customs clearance to use us, the Covendier family, like fools. They sailed across the sea of eradication, escaped from the Hill of Pain, and hid in Eternal Star City. They stayed in our manor for so long, and even took away a lot of blood. Is that so? The 2 supreme-class knights, standing in front of his study table, Lord Cassine and Lord Seychelles, did not say anything. They only stared at the middle-aged bald man between them, who was sweating profusely and kneeling on the floor, with complicated expressions. Cassine remembered that the bald middle-aged man was a fellow member of the Tower of Eradication who came under the old Duke's command with him and served Covendier's tricolor iris flowers. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man was not skilled enough and was heavily injured in a battle. From then on, he could only handle civil affairs. But even so, the old Duke still pitied his situation and trusted him to manage the long-distance voyage. What was his name again? Cassine tried hard to search his memory, but he could not remember it. The kneeling middle-aged man's head was almost touching the ground as he stuttered. Yes. They showed the sacred blood emblem that only the Corleone family's direct descendants have. That golden-haired one also threatened us with a terrible attitude. They also had your handwritten letter, enough. Duke Zayn sighed and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Beside him, Butler Ashford immediately took the opportunity to pour a glass of fine wine from Sarah Dukedom. Zayn forced a helpless smile. This matter is not your fault. You may leave. Remember to be more careful next time. The middle-aged bald man felt as if he had been pardoned. He kept nodding and apologizing. Under Seychelles' urging, he only left the study while trembling. He was once a talent, but he is useless now, Zayn said with a pained expression and raised his wine glass. Immediately send him to the Eastern Peninsula again. Get rid of him on the high seas. Don't do anything within the borders and territorial waters. I do not want to commit murder. Hearing this, Cassin's heart skipped a beat. Your Grace, he could not help but say, if you let him stay, I'm sure he will only be more dedicated in the future. Cassin did not notice the secret signal that Seychelles gave him. Forget about the usual matters, but I do not want to make any mistakes when it comes to such a crucial secret matter. Duke Zayn sighed. He made a mistake once. There's already a grudge and a shadow in his heart. Especially, his doubts about his future will only deepen with time. And he knows about our contact with the Corleone family. This is related to that plan. All of you know how important that plan is. Cassin finally noticed Seychelles' secret signal. So, he lowered his head and did not speak again. The next time we set sail, get someone new. Duke Zayn took a sip of wine in disappointment. When father was still around, they were far less lax in their work. Ashford replied calmly. Loyalty and caution both require time to settle. Zayn shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, what we lack the most is time. That matter is within a month, and our men cannot participate in it. It's best that nothing goes wrong. Seychelles nodded slightly. Sir, please do not worry. The mercenaries we hired at such a high price will have enough chances to assassinate His Majesty. Lord Cassin trembled slightly. He did not know why his colleague was so bold and reckless. Zayn paused for a moment. After a while, he shifted his gaze to Seychelles. Do not speak nonsense, the young duke said coldly. Seychelles lowered his head and apologized, but he was secretly sneering. It seems like the duke is not dissatisfied. All of you should depart. The Cullen family and Nanchester family will send people over. Do not clash with them at this juncture. Zayn's gaze was cold as he cautiously said to Cassin and Seychelles, when those mercenaries succeed, get rid of the people who did it. Cassin was shocked. He raised his head in disbelief. Sir, get rid of those people. Didn't we hire them under another name? Some of them are from the Tower of Eradication. Zayn suddenly looked at him. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Cassin's throat trembled. This supreme class knight could not say the rest of his words. Then persuade your friend to go back, Zayn said calmly. But Ashford knew that this was a sign of his dissatisfaction. Send someone who is not your friend. Seychelles abruptly tugged at the back of Cassin's clothes, causing the latter's words to be stuck in his throat. As you wish, sir. The astute Seychelles nodded. He pulled the ashen-faced Cassin and left after receiving the order. Zayn slowly exhaled and calmed himself down. He looked at the portrait of the old duke in the distance. Cassin is old, he said plainly. After this, send him back to Jadeite City or to his own territory. Ashford's expression was calm as he nodded slightly. As for the matter regarding the Corleone refugees, Ashford, you will personally handle it. Start with the investigation of the Cavaliers who suddenly broke into Vine Manor that night. Zayn spilled the red wine at the bottom of his glass. His gaze was cold. Contact the Corleone family. Write a letter directly to the Night Queen herself. Tell Katerina what happened here. Find the opportunity to increase our bargaining chips. Ashford nodded. As you wish. I remember that Mindy's Hall's probing was handed over to Blood Bottle Gang. Or did you not find Nikolai? Zayn narrowed his eyes and looked at Ashford. No, sir. Ashford bowed slightly. Blood Bottle Gang is now leaderless and in chaos. There are rumors that he went abroad to search for the Blood Mystic. Blood Mystic? Zayn shut his eyes tightly and exhaled through his nose. His upbringing compelled him, with all his might, to swallow the ungraceful words he so desperately wanted to say. Duke Zayn opened his eyes. There was no emotion in his pupils. He put down his wine glass and said, "If there is no other way, then we will directly send our men to take control of Blood Bottle Gang. Within these 2 months, I want to control all the rumors and news from civilians to soldiers, nobles to merchants in Blood Bottle Gang's territory." Ashford nodded slightly. The messenger sent to Ekstedt should also return. Let's see if the Archduke of Black Sand region is willing to seize this opportunity. Zayn leaned back into the comfortable recliner and narrowed his eyes. Just wait, father. Tricolor iris flowers will soon advance further. If everything goes well. Let me tell you something. Swordless had a bad habit. He liked to upload chapters first, then carefully browse through them in the reader's interface over and over again. This is more efficient. I can't see anything on the page at all. He would review and revise them. Sometimes, he would even make major revisions. So, when you see a new update, look at the time first. If it is an update within 20 minutes, then Swordless is most likely still holding his notebook and revising it. He will only make the overall revision in the background after a while. Don't rush. Wait a while. After half an hour, look again. By then, it will be the final version. So at this time, just smile. Don't rush. What if you read a draft chapter and are poisoned to death by typos and bad logic? Wouldn't that be Swordless' fault? Advertise the book group again. 3971471168. Currently, there are only 4 people. It feels so miserable. Chapter 43. In the next 20 days, the weather in the capital city turned cold, and winter arrived. Under Jine's fierce training, Thales learned 3 defensive styles, 7 offensive styles, and 1 combined style of the ancient Northland military sword style at the cost of more than 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening, under the prerequisites of exhaustion and backache. Only when his arm began to get used to the shape and weight of the shield and sword did he finally change to a larger sword and shield. Listening to Jine's words, he began the process of passively getting beaten up to learning to get beaten up, which was still what Jine said. In the past, you were the one getting beaten up. Now, you need to know why you are the one getting beaten up. This was the extremely strict Jine's. Isn't I still getting beaten up? Hey, madam, you haven't shouted to start yet. Hiss. This was the flustered Thales. Under Gilbert's strict supervision, Thales basically learned the advanced grammar of the common language and the basic usage of the ancient empire's language during his culture classes in the afternoon and evening. He began to come into contact with the rhetoric of constellations, nobles, and some necessary foreign languages, such as Far Eastern proverbs and Elven warnings. He also learned some basic knowledge of Errol from his tireless history classes. In Constellation, a noble who does not know how to use the ancient empire's alphabet and ancient grammar as rhetoric is not qualified. And Mr. Thales, I believe you will need some time to familiarize yourself with the complicated and ever-changing ancient empire's alphabet. In the next second, as he watched Thales casually write down the ancient empire's alphabet, Gilbert sighed gloomily and threw away his dignity as a teacher into the sea of eradication. All right. Let's enter the next chapter, the basic rhetoric of the ancient empire's language. In Thales' eyes, other than the pony that enjoyed throwing him around and the various strange noblemen's etiquettes, there seemed to be nothing else that did not go his way. Even the Corleone blood clan trio and the lowly archduchess did not bother him. So, Thales nodded slightly in his heart. It's time to explore the mysteries surrounding me. On a slightly warmer afternoon, Gilbert, who was holding a book and a cane, saw Thales standing on a chair in the study room and searching for something on the thick bookshelf. He could not help but ask curiously, "What are you looking for, my young sir?" "Ah, Gilbert, wait for me for a moment. According to this alphabetical order, it should be here." Why is this book so thick?" Gilbert chuckled softly and walked to the bookshelf. He helped Thales, who had just finished training with his sword in the morning and was physically weak, pull out the thick book from between the books on both sides. "Thank you, Gilbert. Now all the books are here." Thales tiredly tossed the thick book onto the cedar wood study table and placed it together with the few books that were already on it. This is The middle-aged noble walked forward and saw the titles of the books at the top clearly. Jadestar Family History, Constellation's Royal Family Pedigree, Constellation's Decrees and King's Decrees from 1012 to 612, Constellation's Palace Collection, and a few other books, including the Chronicles of Constellation's Kings that he had just obtained. Oh, these are some books that I've found according to the letters and words that I've learned in the past few weeks. They might be able to record my family's history. I plan to study them slowly after I can read them fluently. Thales scratched his head and said a little awkwardly, "After all, as my father's only son, it doesn't seem right for me to know nothing about Jadestar, the royal family, and my bloodline and family." Gilbert raised his eyebrows slightly, but he soon felt relieved. When he thought about their conversation in the secret chamber, he knew that he should not underestimate this young man's adaptability and precociousness. This is especially so after I heard you talk about the King of Renaissance, Tormund, and Madame Gines told me some things about the late king's eldest son, who is also my uncle, Prince Midier. Thales spoke excitedly as he arranged the books on the table. Without batting an eyelid, he piled a few books under the other books. The prince continued to speak, "So, I'm even more curious about Jadestar and the family that I come from." Gilbert looked at Thales, flashed a smile, and nodded slightly. He did not notice Thales' slightly abnormal breathing rate. "Your eagerness to learn and your diligence really gratifies me. Did Madame Gines tell you the story of the late king's eldest son?" "Yes, although not much." Thales nodded and pushed the book to the side. "I roughly know that Midier Jadestar is a good person with a gentle smile. He seems to be very popular among the people." Out of Thales' expectations, Gilbert's gaze darkened, as if he had recalled something. "He is more than popular," but he quickly recovered and nodded thoughtfully. "I'm afraid that you will not be able to find any records about him. After all, he is not the king of Constellation, and it has not been long since he passed away." Thales rolled his eyes and naturally flipped open a book to block the back of the pile of books beside him. With a curious expression, he asked, "If that is the case, Gilbert, do you know him? In your impression, what kind of person is my eldest uncle, Prince Midier?" Gilbert froze for a moment, then sank into deep thought. He no longer paid attention to the pile of books beside Thales. "Crown Prince Midier." A few seconds later, Gilbert sighed softly and said in a nostalgic tone, "When the late King 80 was 60 years old, he had already begun to assist in the country's politics. At that time, no one doubted that he would be the next virtuous king after Mendes III. He supervised foreign affairs for a period of time, and I was once fortunate enough to work under His Highness. At that time, because I did not cooperate well with my colleagues, I messed up the mission of receiving Steel City's diplomat group. I used the crystal drop wine goblet with the emblem of the sacred tree to entertain the dwarf prince from the Hall of Kings. At that time, Prince Midier used humorous words to convince the enraged prince that the goblet of the sacred tree had appeared at the banquet to commemorate the prince's grandfather, who had once repelled the army of the sacred tree kingdom. And I could only feel ashamed. After the incident, Prince Midier naturally did not punish me. He was as benevolent as the rumors said. However, he personally passed me the crystal drop wine goblet with the emblem of the sacred tree and said to me, when he said this, Thales looked at Gilbert in astonishment as he repeated the former crown prince's words with an emotional tone. "Yes, Your Highness. Keel, the current value of this crystal drop wine goblet is equivalent to the friendship between Renaissance Palace and the Hall of Kings Chronicles. This is the debt you owe to the kingdom. When you have performed enough meritorious deeds to repay this value, return this goblet to me to clear your debt." Gilbert stared into the distance and did not speak for a long time. Thales was the only one left. Based on the story told by Gines and Gilbert, he tried his best to paint the image of his uncle in his mind. He was a prince who was skillful and had a noble character. A few minutes later, Gilbert muttered to himself before he continued. "Everyone in the world says that he is kind-hearted and treats people gently. But to us officials, His Highness' talent and wisdom are actually not inferior to his character and temperament. It is difficult to imagine how a person can be benevolent and dignified, gentle and decisive. But Prince Midiur is such a person. Gilbert put down his book and placed his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with admiration. It is a little exaggerated to say this, but until now, I still feel that the citizens of Constellation are not worthy of such a good prince. It is a little too early to say this. Gilbert seemed to have recovered from his daze. With a burning gaze, he looked at Thales and said, "But if it is possible, young Sir Thales, I hope that you can also use Prince Midiur as a role model. Constellation needs an heir like this." Gilbert's stern and serious gaze made Thales tremble slightly. At this moment, Thales suddenly remembered something. "Gilbert, my uncle." Thales lowered his head and hesitated for a moment. Then, he immediately raised his head and asked, "How did he die?" "You only said that he wielded a sword alone and died together with his guards in front of the palace gate." There was silence. "Hey!" Gilbert closed his eyes and heaved a heavy sigh. He then said, "During the Bloody Year, he ordered his guards and soldiers to retreat and walked into the crowd alone. Without wasting a single soldier, without harming a single person, he quelled the crisis of the mob charging at the palace gate. Unfortunately, even though his guards reacted in time, the assassins hidden among the mob had planned for a long time and prepared 6 hidden swords and knives smeared with poison. At that time, I was busy with my diplomatic work, which was going from bad to worse. When I found out that the royal family had been assassinated." "Hey!" Thales looked into Gilbert's eyes and did not speak for a long time. The boy then recalled the story of Prince Midiur that Gines had told him a few weeks ago in an abnormal manner. Especially the last 2 sentences, she said. "Thales, I know what Gilbert said to you today, but I do not know what you think. However, I still remember that Prince Midiur gave me a letter in the past. I only wish to pass it to you in its original form. Madam, I forgive you out of admiration, not out of pity. I admire your courage to break free from your shackles and break through your shackles. But since you have made your choice, please do not hesitate. Do not weakly return to the birdcage that once suffocated you. Do not let the birdcage of your spirit shackle your wings of freedom. Do not sacrifice your true self for an illusory rule. I sincerely hope and bless you. I hope that your life will only belong to you from now on. I wish that you will pass the police qualification test smoothly." Thales was engrossed in thinking about the meaning of these words. What kind of state of mind did a crown prince, who was born in the birdcage that he spoke of, say these words? Then Gilbert called him back from his reminiscence and absent-mindedness to begin their afternoon lesson. As Thales listened to Gilbert explain the 4 different voices of the common human language using ancient proverbs and poems as examples, he glanced at the pile of books beside him. He did not tell Gilbert the truth just now. He was not looking for the Jade Star family's history, nor did he want to understand his uncle, who was like a saint. What Thales wanted was information about mystics. From the first day he arrived at Mindy's Hall, Thales had been planning to explore mystic energy. After experiencing the unstable but effective explosion in Vine Manor, his desire to explore his own secrets became even more urgent. Gilbert's narration of the history of the Battle of Eradication, as well as his attitude towards the calamities, the so-called mystics like Asda, made him even more apprehensive. Even though, Thales whispered to himself, Yodel might have heard my conversation with Asda. The Battle of Eradication, Heaven's Fall and Earth Rend, From the Final Empire to Constellation, and Cahill Yarrow's Travels, supplemental collection of past events of the Great Rift and Sink, were his real goals hidden among the many deceptive history books. They were the truth about the Battle of Eradication and the Calamity Mystics. No matter what, before he could ensure his safety, it was best not to reveal the secret about the strange mystic energy in his body to anyone. Once he learned how to read and write, it was the safest way to start investigating from books. And now, Thales began to copy the different voices of the nobles according to Gilbert's request. Compared to pretending to be relaxed and natural, at the same time, he silently muttered in his heart, hoping that Gilbert would not personally read these books, leave after the lesson, and not help him carry the books back to his room. If everything went smoothly and these peaceful days continued, Perhaps he would soon be able to make some progress regarding his own secrets. But Thales would soon find out that for people like him, a peaceful life was forever just a facade. For example, what Thales did not know was that not far away from Mindy's hall, a meeting regarding his hidden secrets was unfolding, and his secrets were in danger of being exposed. Under the shade of a tree, Yodel stood quietly, as if he was respectfully waiting for the person in the pitch-black carriage in front of him. However, those who had seen him fight knew that Yodel was currently in a highly tense state, ready to attack at any moment. "Long time no see, young Yodel." As an old and hoarse voice rose, an old figure walked down from the carriage door that the king had pushed open. Even though Yodel's senses and supreme class had already allowed him to know who the other person in the carriage was. But when he saw the person himself, Yodel could not help but furrow his brows behind the mask. This was an old man dressed in a plain black robe. He held a black wooden walking stick. His hair was sparse and white, and his face was full of wrinkles. However, his face was ordinary and inconspicuous. It could not even leave an impression on the sharpest person. "Won't you say hello to your father?" An old and hoarse voice slowly rose from the old man's throat, as if it had been nurtured in the darkness all year round, and was completely emotionless. Yodel answered the old man's question in silence. The old man grinned, revealing his gums with only a few teeth left. "Well, I almost forgot. Even though my blood flows in your veins, your surname is Cato, not Hansen." Yodel still did not move. "I just came back not long ago." The old man seemed to be used to Yodel's attitude. He did not mind at all, and continued speaking. "My children brought me the results of their investigation into Red Street Market, as well as something interesting." Yodel still did not answer. The old man chuckled softly and said slowly, "You're right. The air mystic, Asda Sakern, who the Secret Intelligence Department has been searching for 12 years without any leads, has been confirmed to have returned to the capital and appeared in Red Street Market." The gears behind Yodel's mask began to turn without anyone noticing. Although Blood Bottle Gang was founded by him and that homicidal maniac, the famous air mystic obviously did not come here just to exterminate the Brotherhood and cut off Black Sword's wings. Yodel did not say a word, but the gears behind his mask turned faster and faster. "Don't be nervous, Mr. Cato." With an aged and hoarse voice, the old man let out an unpleasant laugh. "I'm just following His Majesty's orders to investigate how you managed to seal mystics while carrying the royal family's bloodline." Yodel raised his head abruptly. The pair of crystal drop lenses on the mask instantly turned from dark to bright yellow. They stared fixedly at the old man in black. "This mask is still so annoying. I've long since advised His Majesty to throw it away as soon as possible." The old man in black leaned on his walking stick, as if he did not notice the gaze directed at him from behind the lenses. He walked in front of Yodel shakily and let out 2 unpleasant laughs. Then, as one of the bearers of the legendary anti-mystic equipment, the supreme sword and shield, Mr. Yodel Cato. Chapter 44. Red Street Market. 8:00 p.m. The police station and the city hall had been evacuated 2 days ago. Other than the ruins that needed time to be rebuilt after the battle, Red Street Market was already open for business. The entire street was brightly lit and bustling with people. There were all kinds of men and women coming and going. The lowliest prostitute waved at them from behind the dark alley. After waiting for a person to come over and bargain for half a day, the two of them impatiently walked into the single-story house on the side. In front of the high-class hall, there were beautiful receptionists who attracted all kinds of customers. They ranged from drunken veterans to ignorant newbies, and from the new nobles of the kingdom who had been rich since they were young to the rich merchants who reeked of money. They used a dazzling array of services and a dazzling array of bodies to devour the wallets that came and went. The best were the coachmen dressed neatly in front of the doors. They parked their low-key and luxurious carriages without any insignia in front of the various clubs. A few servants respectfully welcomed the ladies who came down from the clubs into the carriages and then drove far away. They did not return until the next day. These were the truly powerful and extravagant guests. The hidden identities behind them could even make the bosses of the club's teeth chatter. Everything was the same as it was 20 days ago. It was as if Red Street Market had never experienced a bloody and terrifying gang fight. The protectors of the street and the collectors of profits did not change from the Blood Bottle Gang to the Blackstreet Brotherhood, except for the center of Red Street Market. There, the ruins of more than 10 houses that were blasted into pieces by the air mystic were still pitch black. In this pitch black darkness, dozens of people were busy digging under the ruins with great effort. The sound of iron colliding with the soil could be heard continuously. Under the moonlight, one of the 6 powerhouses of the Blackstreet Brotherhood, the head of intelligence, the sleepless eye Cobian Lance, draped in a scarlet cloak, stood in the ruins. He looked at the darkness around him, then looked at the lights of tens of thousands of homes in the distance. He could not help but frown. Too close, he thought. Those newly opened guilds are still too close to our excavation site. In the distance, a sleepless whistled. That was the signal. 2 people passed by. Everything is normal. Lana nodded at the other sleepless in the darkness. But he saw the lights on the top floor of a club next door, and the light faintly illuminated a path leading to this place. Lana snorted through her nose. It was too close. Immediately, a sleepless who understood the situation left behind him and communicated with another member of the Brotherhood for a while. The latter then strode towards the guild hall. Not long after, the lights on the top floor of the clubhouse dimmed, and the surroundings of the ruins fell into darkness once more. Lance then nodded. I should have asked Rick to extend the closed hours. It will affect our homework too much, and we could only do it at night. However, Lance knew that it would be faster for the nobles to cut off an acre of land from their own territories and hand it over to the Brotherhood rather than forbid Red Street Market from doing business. Lana walked forward slowly. It had been 10 days and 10 nights. They had dug 10 meters deep and 20 meters wide under the chess room, but they had found nothing. Right now, he could still use the excuse of searching for clues about the air mystic and finding the truth behind the deaths of the Talon brothers of Moria to cover it up, but if he still could not find it. If we don't, we'll be discovered sooner or later, Lana thought grimly. Whether it was the secret intelligence department or the stubborn Blood Bottle Gang. Even the other venomous snakes hidden in the darkness. Even if Red Street Market now belonged to the Brotherhood. Fortunately, the air mystic had blown up the surroundings for them. Otherwise, they would have had to put in a lot of effort to seize the ownership of all the houses in the vicinity from the owners of Red Street Market, who had more or less powerful backgrounds. However, the current situation was not bad. According to the plan, the excavation could only start after 1.5 years or even longer. Now, they could start just a few days after taking over Red Street Market. Of course, the unconcealed excavation site also made it more difficult for them to cover up the secret. That was why they had to dig quickly. Lance could not help but feel a little annoyed. At this moment, found it! A rough and heroic voice came from afar. Lance could not help but be moved. He waved the sleepless behind him away and quickly walked forward. Found it, Corbian! A tall and thin figure walked forward while tightly hugging a long object wrapped in cloth. It was a man with a long and narrow face. His dark blonde, curly hair draped over his shoulders. He wore a black leather sling, and 3 short knives were inserted under his ribs and waist. Both of his arms were wrapped in thick bandages. He was so tall that he was second only to Senza, who was 2 meters tall. Unfortunately, his thin figure affected his appearance. Ripper Anton Levinovsky, one of the 6 powerhouses of the Brotherhood. He was in charge of the smuggling of strategic resources such as eternal oil and crystal drop ores. He excitedly hugged the long object covered in mud and walked towards Lance. Behind him, a fat figure. One of the 6 powerhouses, Morris, who was in charge of the human trafficking business, walked forward with a displeased expression. This should be it. I opened it and took a look. Wow, it's exactly the same as the painting. Anton's rough accent sounded especially ear-piercing. You wouldn't have thought that after digging for 10 days and almost digging through the sewers, it wasn't buried in the ground. Instead, it was hidden in the partition between the basement and the surface. If I didn't slip and step on it when I was peeing, haha, I told you not to overcomplicate things. You and Morris dug like crazy for 10 days. Haha. Morris, who was behind him, crossed his arms and clenched his teeth in displeasure. Look, I've only been here for 5 minutes. I wanted to pee before I left. After holding in for 10 seconds, Lance finally could not take it anymore. This person from the Eastern continent who had been nagging endlessly for more than 10 years. Shut up, Skinny. Lance fiercely snatched the long object from Anton's hands. Ignoring the mud on it, he opened a corner with trembling hands. Anton still wanted to say something, but Morris, who was behind him, nudged him maliciously, causing him to stumble. Damn fatty. Aren't you just jealous that I'm— Shut up, Anton. This time, it was the fierce Morris. Lance gently covered the object with a cloth. That's right, he said softly, but he could not hide the unusual excitement in his voice. It's this. Lance stroked the long object with his trembling hand, as if he was caressing a lover. After all the hard work, and under the premise that we could not alert the Mystics or the Secret Intelligence Department, we took down Red Street Market. Finally, there is a reward. Hey, Anton spread his hands in displeasure. Who said we didn't alert the Mystic? Who do you think blew up these ruins? The Air Mystic's appearance was an accident. Black Sword couldn't lure him away, but he really didn't know about this thing, Morris said calmly. But I'm thinking that Asda must know something. That's why he gave up the chance to kill Black Sword and took the risk to rush back to the capital to intervene in a small territorial dispute. He might even know that we're looking for a weapon that can defeat him. But we still found it under his nose, under the Air Mystic's nose, Lance said darkly as he observed the outline of the object. At the mention of the Air Mystic, the three of them fell silent for a moment. When I received the news, I thought you and Sinza were going to die in Red Street Market. Lance broke the silence and sighed softly. We were lucky. Morris hung his head and his eyes were shrouded in shadows. You should see Moria and the Talon brothers. He still loves to make human balls. What happened to him? Anton's eyes shone with a strange color. Maybe he met his nemesis. Lance clenched the parcel in his hand tightly and closed his eyes gently. But he definitely didn't die. Come to think of it, it's been 12 years. I still can't believe it. Anton gritted his teeth and recalled with a mixture of fear and hatred. I saw it with my own eyes. Black Sword clearly killed him 3 times, then he resurrected. Morris' face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, in 2 hours, he resurrected 3 times. For times, Lance added quietly. Outside the palace, after the crown prince was poisoned, Great Charlton killed that monster once. In an instant, the air between the 3 of them seemed to sink. Anton looked at the long object in front of him. With lingering fear and doubt, he asked, We've been looking for 10 years. But this thing, is it really useful? After all, the entire continent is filled with anti-mystic equipment. The things on those guards can only slightly weaken the influence of mystic energy, Lance said without hesitation. Only the legendary anti-mystic equipment bestowed by the Empire can truly deal with mystics. This is what Morat told me when I was still in the Secret Intelligence Department. I don't really dare to believe the information about your former boss. Anton's expression changed. As if remembering something, he shuddered again. That old man, even his saliva was poisonous. All right, the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department actually didn't intervene in our operation this time, Morris said worriedly. After all, according to what you said, this is a legendary anti-mystic equipment that isn't on the books. It's even more serious than privately owning a mystic gun. Privately owning a mystic gun? Lance snorted softly in his heart. Privately owning a mystic gun is nothing more than a death sentence. As for the legendary anti-mystic equipment that isn't on the books, However, Lance just shook his head. The king is almost 48 years old. The matter of choosing the nobles as the crown prince is enough to make them anxious. Besides, I made a deal with Extet's secret room. They will release news that Morat is interested in. Ramon will attract all the attention of the Secret Intelligence Department. Morat will not discover our goal. I know my teacher too well. But fortunately, neither the Blood Bottle Gang's mystics nor the Secret Intelligence Department know the importance of this thing. Lance caressed the cloth in his hand and pondered about something. Oh, right. Are we really not going to tell Senza, Fiso, and Rhoda about the truth of this matter? As he said the names of the other three powerhouses, Anton also frowned like the other two. Anyway, the air mystic has also disappeared. Lance shook his head solemnly and passed the bag in his hand to Morris. Nikolai and Catherine have set off to look for the blood mystic. Believe me, I have seen the records of the Secret Intelligence Department. Compared to the blood mystic, Asda is even kinder than Prince Midier. The Brotherhood's three powerhouses and Black Sword will be enough to face the mystics. The less the others know, the safer they will be. Morris nodded and tied the long object in his hand tightly. There was sadness in his voice. For the former 9 powerhouses. Chapter 45. There was a long silence, but the old man seemed to be very patient. He patiently waited for Yodel's answer. Finally, the secret protector's voice came from behind a mask. You shouldn't be here, Yodel said coldly. If anyone was present, they would realize that Yodel's hoarse voice was very similar to the old man's. The old man in black did not speak. He only looked at Yodel with a strange smile. The old man's eyes did not move at all. But as someone at the peak of supreme class, Yodel felt that the old man's aura was gradually suppressing him. That night, 3.5 legendary anti-mystic equipment that conceal mystics in the country went to their respective places. The old man in black leaned on his walking stick, grinned, and slowly said, "The Staff of Constellation is the symbol of royal power. The Staff of Constellation is the symbol of royal power. It will always be in the hands of His Majesty. The Judgment Spear is wielded by the legendary wing and is guarding the western front lines. The kingdom's wrath is cleaning his motionless bow in the manor outside the city. The other half, which is the Supreme Shield, is with the Fortress Flower and is left in the Broken Dragon Fortress in the north." Yodel inhaled softly. "Only the last half, the recently thawed Supreme Sword, followed you, Yodel Kato, to Lower City District. It was also that night that the air mystic disappeared from Red Street Market, which is adjacent to Lower City District." The old man grinned again. His smile was very ugly. "I should have praised you. The last time someone managed to seal a mystic on his own, it was recorded during the Ancient Empire's era." Yodel's hand under his sleeves slowly tightened its grip on the gray cross-shaped handguard shortsword. But Murat's pupils shrank, and his tone changed. "You, who went to welcome the kingdom's bloodline, should have kept a low profile and acted in secret. Why did you risk your life to find the air mystic and seal him? Don't tell me you want to be a messenger of justice." Yodel did not speak for a long time. The old man was a little impatient. The wrinkles on his face moved. He said, "Or should I report to His Majesty and let him ask you personally?" A long time passed. In the face of one of the 5 most feared people in all of Constellation, Yodel took a deep breath and spoke faintly with the same hoarse voice. "You're right. That night, I saw Asda Sakern in Red Street Market. At that time, he was on Thal's escape route." The black-robed old man continued to stare fixedly, as if this news was nothing. But no one knew that at that moment, Yodel was carefully weighing his words. "For Thales, I have no choice but to take action. Although the Supreme Sword is only half a set of equipment, it is enough to seal the air mystic." The black-clothed old man lightly coughed twice. On his ordinary face, a pair of eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. "I think you don't mind telling me every single detail of what happened to him before you sealed him? From words to emotions, from actions to attitudes? I'm very curious as to why Asda would return to the capital, a place that is so dangerous to him." Yodel clenched his fists tightly under his robes. He had to be careful. He was facing the Black Prophet. He could not lie. He couldn't. As does Sakern. He's a lunatic, Yodel said flatly. The old man, the Black Prophet, chuckled, the wrinkles on his face rippling. Of course, every one of them is a lunatic, so what? Even a lunatic should have words and actions, right? Before he was sealed, he was very excited. Yodel answered slowly, choosing his words carefully. The old man stroked his cane, his dry lips parted. You will never be able to understand their emotions. They're not even human. How could they have emotions? This nonsense can't divert his attention. Yodel thought in his heart. Yodel hesitated in his heart for a second before he made a decision. He had to speak. He had to. He said. Yodel's hoarse voice came slowly from behind the mask. He found a newborn mystic. In history, the first recorded appearance of mystics was around the ancient empire, around the year 1025 to 1035 of the imperial calendar. The imperial calendar, year 1000? From the ancient empire to the final empire, the imperial calendar had been used for more than 1,600 years before it was changed to the termination calendar. Thales recalled the basic knowledge he learned in the past few days. In other words, it has been 1,200 years since the mystics appeared. However, this did not seem to be a good time for him to let his mind wander. On the sand under the setting sun, Thales gritted his teeth. Ignoring the soreness in his left shoulder, he carried the heavy wooden shield with his 7-year-old body and charged towards Gines. According to the records of the Ascetic Tower's remnant chapters, a group of merchants headed to the Alchemy Tower witnessed an abnormally large lightning bolt. On the same day, thousands of tribesmen from a tribe 100 miles away from the Desert of War God were turned into charred corpses. Lightning? Then why is the air mystic's ability to control air? Is it the Fantastic Four? Or an elementalist? Gines moved her feet without changing her expression. The wooden shield of her left hand collided with Thales' shield at an ingenious angle. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales' impact was reduced by half. He lost his balance and leaned unnaturally towards the side where the shield fell. Thales panted and used his sword to support himself. He was anxious. Gines saw through Thales' state. With a cold expression, she began to reprimand the boy. What are you thinking? Being absent-minded on the battlefield is suicide. Thales shook his head and tried his best to get rid of the content he saw in the War of Eradication, heaven's fall and earth shattering. However, it seemed to be useless. The content regarding mystics still continued to appear in his mind. The Alchemy Tower is as mysterious as ever. They did not give any explanation. It is also impossible to find any written historical records about them. The existing historical records of the ancient empire do not mention this either. However, this is enough to foreshadow the devastation of the Battle of Eradication. What are the Ascetic Tower and the Alchemy Tower? Are they an organization or a place? Thales used the shield's center of gravity to swing the wooden sword in his right hand, which was not much lighter than the shield. With a twisted expression, he turned around and swung his sword. The war began in the year 1609 of the Empire calendar. However, there is no historical record that can prove how the Battle of Eradication started. It was as if all the opposing parties stood on opposite ends of the chessboard overnight and started killing each other. Why? Why is it that the beginning of a war that changed everything can't even be clearly recorded? Gines moved effortlessly and avoided the blade of the sword. She used the hilt of the sword to gently push Thales' body, which had already lost balance. Gilbert, who was watching from the side, shook his head. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales fell on the ground again. This time, he fell face first into the sand. Asterisk pft. Asterisk Thales spat out the sand in his mouth, pulled the shield with great difficulty again, and stood up. Enough! Gines shouted with a displeased expression. You only learn the form of the 7 offensive styles. The efficiency is completely different from when you learn the defensive styles. If you are not an idiot, then it means that you are not in the mood to practice today. Thales panted and nodded with an ashamed and apologetic expression. I am sorry, Madam Gines. The number of mystics is even lower than the number of dragons in the legends. At least, There are more than 40 dragons whose names are recorded in history. However, the number of mystics who publicly appeared and participated in the Battle of Eradication was less than 10. 10? 10 against the entire world? Brat. Seeing that Thales was still absent-minded, Gines angrily flung the shield and wooden sword down. Class dismissed. Wake up at 6 in the morning tomorrow and make up for today's progress. Gilbert furrowed his brows. He did not know what was wrong with Thales. On the battlefield, Gines turned her head and shouted at Count Casso, "Before dinner, he is yours." "He's yours before dinner, fix him up like that." Gilbert smiled, raised his hat, and bowed. Thales threw down the wooden sword in frustration and began to deal with his left arm. His arm was stuck on the shield again. Even so, even though he has many followers, the ones who truly caused the Allied forces to suffer huge casualties were mystics in the single digits. The most famous record was the Battle of the Sighing Mountain Range at the Eastern Front in May 1614 of the Empire calendar. The Mountain Elves' 8,000 Sentinel troops and the Dawn Dynasty's 50,000 well-equipped black armor troops were originally victorious. However, after the appearance of the Power Mystic, they were destroyed overnight. Power Mystic? Power? A single shadow, 58,000. What kind of power could cause such damage? It was almost comparable to an atomic bomb. Can Asda do it too? At this moment, Gines rubbed her palms and was about to leave with an unpleasant expression, but she saw a guard walk forward with a solemn expression and whisper a few words into Gilbert's ear. In the next moment, Thales was surprised to see that Gilbert's expression suddenly became surprised and worried and even fearful. This Count Casso, who had rich experience in diplomacy, was indifferent to favors and insults, and who did not show his emotions, also had moments of worry and fear. While Thales was puzzled, he heard Gilbert stop Gines and speak with a solemn expression. "His Majesty has sent a message. Lord Murat Hansen will be visiting Mindy's Hall tonight. He wants to meet Mr. Thales." "Murat Hansen? Who is that?" Thales was also surprised to see that the expression of the first-grade female official, Kessel the Fifth's lover, Lady Gines, had changed. It was also shock, worry, and gnashing her teeth. "He will come sooner or later." Gines' gaze was cold, and her voice was frosty. "He will face the bloodline of the royal family and the inheritance of the throne of Constellation. The head of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Black Prophet Murat. Why wouldn't they join in?" The old man in black, Black Prophet Murat Hansen, did not speak again. For the first time, Yodel saw shock and fear in the eyes of Murat, who always had a mysterious and strange look on his face. Fear? A newborn? Mystic? Murat's voice froze. He took a step back in disbelief and immediately raised his head. "It works," Yodel said to himself. Murat knew too many secrets, including the secrets of mystics. But it was also because he knew too much that he was easily distracted by these things. He ignored the thing that he really wanted to hide, the communication between Thales and Asda. Like now. Impossible, the birth of a mystic requires. Murat's face was full of shock. The old man gripped his cane tightly and stared at Yodel's mask, as if he wanted to stare through the layer of purple crystal drops. "Who is it?" Murat's gaze was a little crazy. "Who is the newborn mystic?" Murat stared at his son like a poisonous snake. His pupils contracted violently. "You know how serious this is." Murat furrowed his brows, focused his gaze, accelerated his breathing, and tightened his grip on the cane in his hand. "The new mystic has to be dealt with before." Yodel adjusted his breathing. This should have been easy for a supreme class elite, but it was extremely difficult at the moment. The image of the black-haired, gray-eyed boy slowly became clear. "They will stay with you. I will go alone." In Sunset Pub, the stubborn boy's words and his resolute gaze vaguely appeared before his eyes. Yodel clenched his fist lightly. Murat slowly narrowed his eyes. Asda did not say his name, so he probably does not know his name. Yodel carefully sifted through the truest information and slowly organized it into words. "Then I sealed Asda. He really does not know Thales's name, Yodel told himself. I'm not lying. Morat did not speak. The old man only looked at Yodel with a strange gaze. After a few seconds, Morat looked away. Very good. You did not lie, the old man said affirmatively. His gaze was very solemn. But it is also very bad, because you really did not lie, Morat added with a gloomy expression. Yodel felt relieved. He managed to hide it. Now, according to His Majesty's orders, let us go meet Sir Thales. Morat put away his gloominess and solemnity. His face once again radiated an ugly and terrifying smile as he walked towards Mindy's hall. Yodel's breathing suddenly stopped. Morat rubbed his cane and revealed his few remaining teeth. He turned his head and said with a smile, regarding the truth of Red Street Market, you probably don't mind if I ask that child in person again. Like the so-called newborn mystics? Do not misunderstand. It is just a professional habit, like to see if you are hiding anything. Yodel suddenly raised his head. Morat's smile widened. It was almost the climax of the last chapter. Swordless had to work hard. Although there were not many people who collected it, regardless of the starting point of the world of creation, there was a small increase of 1 or 2 every day. As a newbie who had signed a contract, Swordless was still very happy. Chapter 46. In the guest banquet hall on the second floor of Mindy's hall, the guards invited the guests in and closed the door neatly. Say what you have to say and leave. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamps in the hall, Jine stood in front of Thales and blocked his way. She spoke bluntly. Thales calmly looked at the black-robed old man in front of him, who seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Doubts grew in his heart. You're still so cold, Officer Bajkovic. On the other side of the empty hall, Morat's old and hoarse voice traveled into Thales's ears. It was extremely unpleasant and made him inexplicably nervous. Morat's tone was mocking. In any case, we have cooperated with tacit understanding more than once. Cooperated? Jine sneered. Who would cooperate with a venomous snake? At that time, it was His Majesty's order, and I had no choice but to obey. How disappointing. Morat shook his head in a seemingly regretful manner, as though he was really sad. I thought we were on the same side. You know, I have always treated you as my daughter. As he spoke, Morat's eyes shone brightly. You know, I have personally raised you as my biological daughter. Morat lightly emphasized the word biological. Thales was surprised to see that Jine's expression, who had always been arrogant, suddenly froze, as though someone was strangling her throat. The female official, who had always been arrogant and imposing, immediately turned her head so that others could no longer see her expression. Forgive me for being blunt. Gilbert, who was at the side, interrupted their conversation. With a serious expression, he bowed slightly. Lord Hanson, you also know the importance of everything here to the kingdom. Please save unnecessary probing or small talk. Thales was even more surprised. Gilbert, who had always been well-mannered, seemed to be a little angry. We all know that you are the chief of intelligence, and that you control the kingdom's secret intelligence department, which makes people pale with fright at the mention of it. Constellation also relies on your contributions. Gilbert's face was cold, and his words were sharp. Hence, it is only right for you to meet the future king in advance. Then, please do not delay any longer. This is Mr. Thales. He deliberately emphasized the words intelligence agency and king. Thales suddenly realized that the former was meant for him, while the latter was a warning to Morat. The head of the greatest intelligence agency. Thales hid this information in his mind. The atmosphere was really not too good. The solemn Gilbert took a step back, leaving Thales completely out of Morat's field of vision. Morat's gaze swept past the crowd and shot towards the transmigrator. At that moment, Thales felt as if there was some kind of magic in those pitch-black eyes. It was as if she wanted to stare right through him. Thales even had the misconception that he was a little out of breath. Morat walked forward slowly. The sound of his walking stick hitting the ground created an ominous rhythm. Thud, thud. Behind him, the mass protector Yodel also walked forward slowly. This distance is enough, Gilbert said coldly. Count Casso, you are indeed His Majesty's most trusted attendant. Amidst the sound of footsteps and walking stick, Murat's gaze was still fixed on Thales, but his footsteps did not stop. His old and hoarse voice traveled into Thales' ears. I really admire your loyalty to the king, whether it is to the late king or to the late king's heirs. Thales noticed that he emphasized the words heirs. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that after Murat's words fell, Gilbert, who was as sharp as a sword, stopped in his tracks. Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows tightly, as if he had thought of something bad. The eloquent and quick-witted former foreign affairs minister, Count Casso, also gritted his teeth at this moment. He stopped talking and allowed Murat to come closer. Watching the old man in black slowly approach, Thales felt cold sweat trickle down his back. What kind of character is this? With just a few words and a few accents, he managed to make Gines, who has a strong aura, and the experienced and capable Gilbert willingly step back without saying a word. So, young sir, it was not easy for you to escape from Red Street Market and the mystic's hands. Murat put on a smile that was full of wrinkles and said gently but unreasonably coldly, Mystic? Mystic? Hearing that, Gines and Gilbert raised their heads in unison and looked at Thales with strange expressions. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously raised his head and looked behind Murat. He saw the masked secret protector, Yodel, standing quietly without saying a word. However, Thales acutely felt that the masked protector's posture seemed to be a little stiff and nervous. Yodel, did you tell him everything? About my secret? In fact, I have some small questions to ask you. Murat smiled again. His eyes behind his wrinkles were extremely sharp. In private, Thales gulped. No, Thales cannot be alone with him. Gines was the first to react. She looked at Gilbert with a solemn expression, as if she wanted to ask the Count for help. Gilbert also looked at Murat with an unfriendly gaze. Mr. Thales' status is noble. He has the right to choose, accompanied by his entourage, to come into contact with the kingdom's chief of intelligence. Thales furrowed his brows and looked at Murat. What does he want to ask? At this moment, Murat leaned on his walking stick and bowed in a seemingly respectful manner. He grinned. Of course. Even whether he wants to talk to me should be up to him. After all, in the future, he will be my lord, if my old bones can live that long. Gilbert looked at the Black Prophet strangely, as if wondering why the head of the kingdom's secret intelligence department was so easy to talk to. Only Gine's expression changed, and she looked at Thales. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he was about to say, I am not feeling well today, Murat's next sentence made his gaze pause. In fact, I still want to report something to you, only in private. Murat bowed submissively again. When the old man raised his head again, his face was still full of smiles. For example, the 3 children in Lower City District and a young bartender. According to my information, the Brotherhood seems to be dealing with an internal escape incident, and, at that moment, Thales clenched his right fist. 3 children in Lower City District? A young bartender? Thales' pupils shrank violently. Sinti, Ryan, Korea, and Jayla. All right. Thales ignored Gine's anxious gaze and Gilbert's surprise. He took a step forward and said resolutely, Let's talk in private. The wrinkles on Murat's face were squeezed together by his smile. He turned slightly to the side. Please move to the study room. At this moment, a sentence appeared out of thin air among the crowd. Let's talk here. Thales turned around in surprise. The one who spoke was actually Yodel, who had been silent for the whole night behind Murat. We can retreat. The strange masked man's hoarse and indistinct voice came from behind a mask. Only then can I guarantee his safety. Murat seemed to be stunned for a second. When he turned his head again, he was already frowning. After a brief moment of shock, Gilbert exchanged a look with Gines. Both of them nodded firmly. Let's talk here. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Murat leaned on his walking stick and turned his head to look at Yodel. Why does everyone think that I, who has served Constellation and Jadestar for decades, will endanger the safety of the only heir and the kingdom's bloodline? Murat's eyes were cold, but he immediately turned it into an uncomfortable smile. "Fine, let's talk here." Yodel nodded slightly and loosened his grip on the supreme sword that he had been holding in his sleeves for the whole night. "But don't play tricks," Shadow's attendant. Morat smiled at the masked protector and pointed at his head. "No matter where you hide, I can feel your presence." Chapter 47. Yodel, Gilbert, and Gines, who kept looking back worriedly, walked out of the banquet hall with different footsteps and different moods. Under the everlasting lamps in the hall, only Thales, who sat in the main seat, and Morat, who stood far behind the banquet table, were left. Silence, but nervousness. Thales pretended to relax his shoulders and put on a smile that he often used when he was a beggar. But he still felt that the black-clothed old man's devouring gaze was still firmly fixed on him. Thales felt this strange atmosphere in front of him. Doubts kept popping up in his heart while his mind grasped the only information he had. The head of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. The head of intelligence. The Black Prophet. The Viper. He knew about my previous identity as a beggar. And Red Street Market. And the Mystic. "I'll cut to the chase, child." Morat seemed to have lost his patience. He abandoned his former tenderness and spoke in a hoarse voice. "I just want to know about the night you escaped from Red Street Market. When you met the air mystic, everything he said to you. How did he know that Asda talked to me? Did Yodel betray me?" Thales' brain worked frantically. But this time, there were too many variables and information to process. What did Yodel say to him? How much did he say? What did Morat know? About Asda, about Blood Bottle Gang, about my mystic energy going out of control. But no matter what, Thales was certain in his perturbed heart. I must ensure my own safety first. Ever since that night when Quide came to the sixth house to look for his hidden copper, he, the beggar Thales, or the would-be heir Thales, seemed to have gotten used to drifting alone in a precarious and involuntary fate, trying his best to survive. What? Thales' face showed just the right amount of doubt. Then he came to a sudden realization and said, "Oh, the Mystic. Are you talking about the legendary bosses of Blood Bottle Gang?" Morat narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was doubtful and hesitant. Thales pretended to recall and scratched his head. "That night, I remember everything was so chaotic, everywhere. Blood Bottle Gang's boss words. But things did not go as he expected. Child." He was interrupted. Morat leaned on his walking stick expressionlessly, and his voice reached Thales' ears. "You have a talent for lying and acting." Morat widened his eyes abruptly. His pitch-black pupils shot into Thales' eyes, sending chills down one's spine. "Your old friend, Asda Sakern." Morat's eyes widened abruptly. Thales was shocked. "I'll say it again." Before Yodel appeared and sealed him, "What did Asda tell you?" Morat's eyes burned as he waited for his answer. Thales, who was interrupted, stopped abruptly and lowered his head. "What does he know? He knows I met Asda? Or could it be that he had seen through me?" Either way, the boy's heart was pounding. It's not good. This old man. Thales tried his best to calm down. He's probably the most difficult person I've ever faced. But since he asked, he probably doesn't know what Asda told me. Thales gritted his teeth and thought, especially when Asda and I are the same kind. But Morat's next word shattered his thoughts once again. "Let me remind you again, child." Morat laughed in an unpleasant manner. "Asda, you found a newborn mystic, right?" At that moment, Thales felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Yodel, the boy thought anxiously. What did Yodel tell me? Why is he so sure? Morat laughed strangely. "There's a reason why people fear me." The old man in black approached Thales step by step with his walking stick. At that moment, Thales even had the desire to escape. "I'm a psionic. Even though I do not like this psionic, it has indeed helped me a lot." A bad feeling flashed through Thales' mind. "Regarding the air mystic, there is no need for you to lie anymore. I can see it clearly in your mind. Asda, that handsome gigolo in blue. God, he is still so young." Morat's words hit Thales' chest like a heavy hammer. However, the intrigued Morat was not done yet. His words chilled Thales' heart more with each sentence he uttered. Was that in Asda's hand? A blue ball? Look at those 3 meatballs. Does he still like to play with squeezing human flesh? Why is it so dark around us? Where are you guys? Morat's face was full of interest, as if he was casually flipping through an interesting travel book. Thales, whose mind was blank, began to tremble uncontrollably. Blue? Gigolo? Blue ball? Squeezing human flesh? Pitch black? How'd he know? How'd he know? Thales even felt that his breathing was about to stop. Morat seemed very tired. He lowered his head and rubbed the bridge of his nose. This ability is really strenuous to use. I can't use it often. He then raised his head and grinned, revealing an ugly, wrinkled smile. He looked at the stunned Thales. This is why others call me the Black Prophet. Thales was so shocked that he was speechless. Morat gently opened his lips and spat out the most poisonous words to a transmigrator. Yes, child, I can read people's minds. At this moment, Thales truly felt that he was about to face a great catastrophe. What do we do now? Standing in the corridor on the 2nd floor, the first-grade female official, Gines looked at the 2 men in front of her with an unpleasant expression. Both of you know Morat's capabilities and abilities. He will use secrets, information, scandals, and anything else you can think of to control anyone he wants to control. Gines' expression was unpleasant. Gines paced a few steps and said hatefully, "You can rest assured and let that child. He is very smart, very mature, and has potential. But that is the Black Prophet. The omniscient Black Prophet. I know what he is capable of," Gilbert said solemnly. How do you think the Fortress Treaty was signed without the help of the kingdom's secret intelligence department? Then why did you let him go? Kessel, that bastard, what was he thinking? Gines was so angry that she slammed her palm on the railing on the 2nd floor. The huge force caused a dent to appear on the firwood railing. At this moment, Gilbert furrowed his brows and suddenly turned around. Gines, who felt that something was wrong, also turned around in puzzlement. Other than the motionless guards, there were only the 2 of them in the spacious corridor. At some point in time, Yodel had disappeared. Again. At the same time, at the northern city gate of Eternal Star City, the guards and the city defense team had finished their sentry duty for the day. They were preparing to pull down the huge sluice gate and close the magnificent Inkstone City gate. It's another peaceful day, the captain of the last shift of the city defense team thought. He waved his hand and prepared to take his shift. However, the sharp eyes of the soldiers on sentry duty on the city gate saw a few figures on horses galloping towards the capital from afar. Behind them was a white flag. "Wait, don't close the city gate yet." The sentry shouted at his colleagues at the gate with a loud and clear voice. "There are fast horses. They should be messengers." The captain climbed up the city gate in puzzlement and looked at the group of cavaliers in the distance. Only when the other party approached did the captain see, to his surprise, that the other party was holding a White Eagle flag. White Eagle. The sentry duty 5 miles away did not stop them, so they should be important messengers. But the captain took a step forward with a solemn expression. He shouted, "The capital is in front. Slow down immediately." City defense team, form an interception formation. Below the city gate, dozens of soldiers from the city defense team immediately shouted. They unsheathed their swords, formed a wall with their shields, and blocked the city gate. They formed a formation in the direction of the cavaliers. "Cavaliers, slow down immediately. Report your identities and affairs." The captain shouted towards the outside of the city. The knight raised his head, but he didn't slow down at all. He raised a scroll and shouted anxiously, "I'm here." He raised a scroll and shouted anxiously, "An urgent letter from the master of Cold Castle, Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, Valerond. Emergency level 7. Present it to His Majesty. No one is to stop him. The Duke will be here soon. This is Sir's order." As he spoke, the knight raised his hand, and the scroll with the stone tied to it flew up to the city gate in an inconceivable manner. It was caught firmly in the hand of the captain, who possessed the strength of a superclass. "He's a master. No wonder he's a knight from the northern region, the captain thought to himself as he felt the strength in his hand. But when the captain took off the seal and scanned it, he nodded after seeing the signature and imprint on it. The captain took 2 or 3 steps to the edge of the city gate and shouted to the troops below, "Everyone spread out. Let them through immediately. Thank you so much." The knights under the city gate rushed past the soldiers who made way for them. Under the astonished gazes of the passers-by, they whipped their mounts with all their might and galloped towards the center of the capital. "Speed up! Speed up! Speed up!" The leading knight had a crazed look on his face as he urged the whole team to speed up without any hesitation. The captain looked at the departing knight with a grim expression. "Don't close the door yet. If what he said is true, we still have a guardian duke of the north to welcome. Emergency level 7. Since I took office, the most urgent report and letter I've ever received was the military report of His Majesty leading the Allied army and defeating the Baron Bone people and orcs, right? I remember that was level 6? What's going on?" He was extremely puzzled. The captain hesitated for a moment, but he still turned his head and asked his colleagues behind him, "When was the last time there was a level 7 emergency report?" The members of the city defense team looked at each other with puzzled expressions. "Do we have a level 7 emergency?" A young soldier even scratched his head and asked. There was a moment of silence. "Yes, level 7. A heavy voice was heard. The soldiers turned their heads and looked at the veteran furthest inside. The veteran's face was ashen, as if he was recalling some terrifying past. Last time, his lips were pale as he muttered. Chapter 48. Renaissance Palace was the most important and central building in Eternal Star City. It was also the tallest building. In year 34 of the calendar of eradication, during the later years of Tormund I's reign, he imitated the style of the ancient empire's victorious capital and built this semi-pyramid-shaped palace surrounded by 6 palace walls. After that, at least 6 supreme kings expanded or repaired it. Under the hands of countless skilled craftsmen, the palace and walls were painted with classic mottled colors. The layout of the palace was grand and dignified. After 600 years, Renaissance Palace was filled with the vicissitudes of life. Above the 225 steps was the Hall of Stars, supported by 24 gigantic pillars. It was grand and wide, and was used for holding national conferences. The open-air northern part of the hall looked down at Star Plaza outside the palace walls, the largest commercial plaza in the Central District. The southern part was the convening room for the Imperial Conference. In the middle was the spacious meeting hall, which could accommodate a large number of nobles. At this moment, in the Imperial Conference Room, 2 people sat on both sides of the meeting table. Under 2 everlasting lamps, the atmosphere was quiet and heavy. The 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the robust Kessel V, put down the letter and report in his hands and raised his head to look at the travel-worn noble opposite him. The Castellan of Cold Castle, the Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, the 49-year-old Val Arund, narrowed his eyes and looked back at his liege. As one of the masters of the 6 great clans in the kingdom, Val did not appear to be that noble. This was mostly due to the scar that extended from his chest to his chin. He had a neat, round haircut, making it difficult to see his dark brown hair color. Val's face was different from the common constellations. His eyes were dark and sharp. His nose bridge was high, and his lips were protruding. His chin was covered in stubble, and he looked angular. His chainmail armor still carried the chill of the north, and from time to time, melted frost would drip down his armor. On his chest and shoulders, there was the emblem of the Arund family, the head of the 6 great clans that had been guarding the Northland since the ancient empire. The emblem was vivid and lifelike. The Arund family held a snowy branch in its mouth, and opened its sharp claws majestically at Kessel. Duke Val Arund, the Iron Eagle, looked more like a warrior fighting on the front lines than a pampered suzerain. "One impressive 48th birthday present, Duke Arund," Kessel said coldly. "So?" Val raised his head and glared at his king. "Are you going to kill me here?" King Kessel, without an air. Mind reading? Thales was in disbelief. He could even hear his heart beating irregularly. Looking at Morat's gloomy eyes, he thought bitterly, "Then what else can I hide? Young sir, there is no need to be too surprised." Morat gently stroked the black wooden walking stick in his hand. It was as inconspicuous as his appearance. "You know, I have seen this expression of yours too many times. From criminals." Morat grinned horribly, revealing his missing teeth, "to kings." "Ha ha!" Morat laughed sinisterly. Facing such a person, such a terrifying person. Ha! Thales's mind was in a complete mess. "I might as well. Right at this moment." "Calm down." A voice came from beside his ear. "He's been lying to me all along." Thales was startled. He slammed his palm on the banquet table. The sudden childish voice shocked him. Morat stopped laughing and looked at him strangely. "Don't act rashly. Only I can hear my voice now." Thales desperately grabbed the corner of the banquet table and stared at Morat. He turned his surprise at the voice into fear of Morat's mind-reading ability. "He doesn't need to read minds," the childish, lowly voice said in his ear. "He doesn't know how to read minds? But he can determine the existence of a lie," the mysterious voice said. Thales forcibly suppressed his chaotic state of mind and shut his eyes tightly. A piece of memory came back to him. "Chirin, the object of research in psychology is focused on the behavior and psychology of individuals. Our object of research is biased towards the behavior and psychology of groups. There are many differences between the two." An old professor smoked his pipe and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. He smiled at Wu Qiren, who was flipping through the first draft of his thesis in annoyance. He said slowly, "But there is one thing in common. Human behavior and psychology have always been unpredictable and unpredictable, not to mention the miracle of law. In the face of such a miracle, researchers must be humble. You also know that attempts to use one or a few macroscopic theories to encompass all phenomena in human society have long been criticized to the point of being riddled with holes, because there has never been the possibility of completely understanding the human mind." The memories of his past life flowed away like a tide and returned to his already sizable sea of memories. Thales suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the Black Prophet, who was calmly waiting for his answer. "It's about time," Morat Hansen thought to himself. He narrowed his eyes with interest and looked at the little boy in front of him. However, looking at his expression, could it be that there was really something important that Yodel was hiding? Morat tightened his grip on his walking stick. "Very well, let's see how many more lies he can tell." He didn't come here today just to verify Yodel's words and find clues about the newborn mystic. Morat breathed in the sweet air. What a luxurious and decadent smell. More importantly, I came to meet the future king of Constellation and cultivate respect and awe for the kingdom's secret intelligence department in his heart, as well as dependence and obedience. One king with an opinionated mind like Kessel was enough. Stars can only shine in the dark. Morat thought with satisfaction. "Next, listen carefully to what I have to say," the lowly's voice whispered in Thales's ear. "He doesn't know what you have said. He only knows what he has said. I can't transmit my voice anymore. He will find out. Take care of yourself, ally." The familiar voice in his ear, which was severely leaky but made him feel much more at ease, did not come again. Thales sucked in another breath. Even though he still looked terrified on the surface, he had already readied himself in his heart. "It's just another game," he told himself. His gray pupils contracted and finally focused on Morat, who was in front of him. His brain, which had been frozen by shock and fear, also started to work. First, he sorted out the available information. Morat is lying. After being reminded by the mysterious lowly's voice, he calmly came to this conclusion. 1. I met the mystic. 2. The mystic talked to me. 3. The mystic found out that I am the next mystic. The secret Thales needed to hide was these 3 layers of information. The problem was Yodel knew all 3 layers of information. If Yodel told Morat everything, then the Black Prophet would not be here at all. What awaits me might be Asda's so-called legendary anti-mystic equipment. I shouldn't have suspected Yodel. From Red Street Market to Vine Manor, he did everything he could to ensure my safety, Thales told himself apologetically. He doesn't know what you have said. The voice told him, Morat doesn't know that the mystic talked to Thales. So, from the beginning, Morat only knew the first layer. As for the rest, he was lying to get information from Thales. And I foolishly took the bait. My panicked behavior probably led me to the second layer. He only knows what he has said. The voice also said, Morat only knows what Morat himself has said. In Morat's words, there was only one thing that was certain. Asda had discovered a new mystic. But that was all. Yodel probably only told him half of the third layer. He doesn't know who the new mystic is. He doesn't need to read minds. Since Morat doesn't know how to read minds, he was just pretending to use his psionic ability while pinching the bridge of his nose to deceive me. The reason why he could confidently find the image of the air mystic in my mind is because I'm too stupid. Looking at Asda's appearance, which has not changed for hundreds of years, how could the kingdom's secret intelligence department not know what he looks like? As for the energy ball in Asda's hand, it's the same. Air wall must be Asda's famous signature skill. He likes the habit of squeezing human flesh balls. After the battle at Red Street Market, the corpses that were squeezed into balls must have been found in the darkness at Red Street Market that night. Isn't this nonsense? Even a level 5 police officer could point this out during an investigation. So this guy's so-called mind reading, Thales frowned and thought bitterly. It's all a facade that Morat used known information to scare me and force me to submit. Now let's verify this. Lord Hanson, Thales raised his head in horror and said with a slightly trembling voice, Since you know how to read minds, why do you still ask me? You can just read my thoughts. How would I dare? Morat smiled slightly and bowed slightly with his cane in hand. The brain of the person whose mind is being read will be more or less damaged. And you are, after all, my future lord. Then why did you dare to do it just now? Thales roared in his heart. However, if you wish to save yourself some trouble, I can only follow your wishes and go straight into your brain. I will try my best not to harm. Morat's smile did not diminish, and he extended his left hand to Thales. No. There's no need. Thales waved his hand in panic. Let me tell you directly. Looking at Thales' expression, Morat shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. After all, he's just a 7-year-old child. Yes. The Black Prophet lowered his head, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Thales was now completely certain in his heart. Scam me. Scam me again. Call _ bluff. With such good acting skills, why don't you go to the Dark Knight Temple? But he can determine the existence of a lie. This was the only thing that Thales was particularly concerned about. A human lie detector with an unknown mechanism? In other words, in front of the Black Prophet, I can't fabricate things out of thin air. I can only use partial truth to cover up and conceal the real critical point. Partial truth. Chapter 49. The prince snapped his fingers lightly in his heart. Begin. Lord Hanson, Thales said hesitantly. I ran to Red Street Market that night and met a strange man in blue in a chess room. Morat nodded and smiled, encouraging him to continue. Partially true. I cannot lie. Thales repeated in his heart. He said that there was no one around him who he could talk to, so he asked me to look at his chessboard. After looking at it, he suddenly started babbling nonsense, saying that they had fought with humans and lost. Thales revealed a frightened expression. He connected part of the truth to the truth that Morat knew. Then, he'll be able to avoid this human lie detector. Then he went crazy. He wanted to squeeze me into a ball. Thales shuddered and shuddered. Child, it's okay. You're safe. And then, Morat looked at him comfortingly, encouraging the boy in front of him to continue. I felt so scared and uncomfortable. I couldn't breathe. Thales' memory returned to that night in Red Street Market. That suffocating feeling was as if he was experiencing it again. It was extremely real. Up until now, he did not lie. Morat sensed Thales' emotions. After experiencing something like that and surviving in the hands of that calamity, it's not easy for this child. Thales shivered and hugged his body with his arms. In the end, I vaguely heard him say that he found someone who lost control, and their numbers dwindled after the Battle of Eradication. Morat's expression finally became solemn. Lost control? It seems that the newborn mystic is only in the first stage. Not yet. Who? The Black Prophet asked solemnly. Child, did he say? Who is the person who lost control? Thales trembled and shook his head. That strange man did not say. He only proudly said that he would guide that person, and that person would not be able to refuse him. Then Yodel appeared and stabbed him with his sword. Morat exhaled. The image of a smug madman talking to himself before killing someone appeared before his eyes. It seems that Yodel did not hide anything. Morat exhaled through his nose, his ugly, wrinkled face twitching slightly. Thales exhaled softly. Partly true, it seems I've got away with it. No, the act must go on. But Yodel said that he won't die, and that he will come back after a dozen or so years. Thales added while trembling. Lord Hanson, they say you know the most. Is this true? The weirdo will come back? Morat was preoccupied. He nodded perfunctorily. Yes, the Supreme Sword is not complete. It can only seal a mystic for a short period of time. But don't worry, the kingdom's secret intelligence department won't let him get close to you. The Black Prophet frowned, his mind already flying outside Mindy's hall. Tonight's goal had been achieved. First, he confirmed the information about the air mystic from Yodel and obtained an additional reward, the existence of a newborn mystic. Second, he saw the future heir of Constellation with his own eyes. 3 had left a deep impression on him, one that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Thank you for your honesty and cooperation. Morat bowed deeply. When he raised his head, his gaze was already solemn and serious. Please be prepared. Get ready? Thales was a little puzzled. Morat gave him a deep look and nodded. The timing is a little hard to grasp, but I have a hunch that it will be soon. His cold, hoarse, but old and solemn voice echoed in the aristocratic banquet hall. Your Highness Thales. The prince opened his mouth wide, and his whole body trembled. Your Highness? So? But Morat had no intention of explaining. With a wave of his black robe, he turned around and left. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the sound of a cane hitting the ground rang out rhythmically. Thales finally came back to his senses. Wait, Lord Hanson. He stood up from his chair and yelled at the Black Prophet's back. The 3 children from downtown district and the news about the bartender. They are still alive. It seems that someone in the Brotherhood is sheltering them, Morat said without stopping and without turning his head. He had more important things to do. But, can you tell me? Thales chased after him and spoke anxiously. He wanted to know more details. They are all my friends, children. Morat's voice rose abruptly, causing Thales to stop in his tracks. You're not a king. Not even a prince. The Jadestar bloodline. When you become the heir of Constellation, when you're strong enough, then we can talk about protecting them. Otherwise, these past things will one day become your weaknesses. The Black Prophet approached the door. His old voice sounded as if it was filled with indignation. And my 60 years of experience in the kingdom's secret intelligence department has taught me that the only way to prevent the enemy from sniffing out your weaknesses. Morat stopped in his tracks and turned around with a sinister smile. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Morat slowly raised his hand and gently clenched his fist in the midst of his wrinkled smile. It means to completely eliminate every weakness in your body. Do you understand now? Not His Highness. Prince Thales? Thales stared at him blankly. Morat turned around again and knocked on the door. The guards outside opened the door neatly, revealing the anxious figures of Gilbert and Gines. The masked protector Yodel stood alone on the other side. The former 2 looked over anxiously. Gines even ignored Morat and rudely strode across the hall towards Thales. Don't worry, the 3 of you. Morat chuckled and pointed at the ground. Constellation has an excellent heir. One day, the kingdom's secret intelligence department will become his arm and be used by him. Gilbert frowned as he watched the Black Prophet limp past him. Lord Hanson. At this moment, Thales suddenly spoke from inside the hall. What about you? Have you eliminated your weaknesses? Morat was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the little boy on the other side of the hall. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion flow through the unreasonable Black Prophet. Of course, under everyone's gaze, the Black Prophet, Morat Hanson, said resolutely, completely, "Leave no one alive." Then he left Mindy's hall. Only Yodel clenched his fists without anyone noticing. "Madame Gines, Mr. Gilbert, I am fine." Smiling and shaking his head at the anxious Gines and Gilbert, Thales turned to Yodel and said seriously, "Speaking of which, there is something I need to do first." Under Gilbert's furrowed brows and Gines' surprised gaze, the 7-year-old boy stretched out his right hand towards the masked protector who had just returned from his departure. "Yodel, I need your protector," Thales said firmly. "Please escort me to Madame Serena Corleone's room." "No heir? Coming from the mouth of you, who only has one daughter, this is rather appropriate." King Kessel placed his arms on the table and exhaled softly. "I have traveled for 2 days and 2 nights, almost only a few minutes slower than the messenger raven. I did not come here to mock you, Kai," Val said in an unfriendly tone, filled with the straightforwardness and rudeness unique to warriors. "Even though I would love to see you roll down from that damned throne." Val spoke in an unfriendly tone, filled with the straightforwardness of a warrior. "If the worst comes to the worst, how are your preparations in the north?" Kessel did not care about Val's tone. He lowered his head and moved his fingers on the map of the western peninsula on the long table. "Broken Dragon Fortress has entered a state of emergency." Duke Arund took off his chain armor and gloves and threw them on the table. "But Sonia has repeatedly emphasized that the 300 regular soldiers of the royal family and the 500 militia recruited locally are not enough to handle the great dragon's rage. She needs reinforcements." "How many?" "Based on the battle potential of the 3 archdukes in the south of Ekstedt, she needs at least 8,000 well-equipped and well-trained soldiers to ensure that the fortress is not lost. If she also wants to ensure the safety of the road from the Northern Territory to the Central Territory, she needs 15,000 people. In addition, she needs 1,000 cavaliers who are skilled in galloping. Light cavaliers are fine, but heavy cavaliers would be the best, to ensure that they have the ability to adapt to changes outside the defense of the fortified city." Following Val's words, Kessel frowned. "I know that she is asking for too much, but you have to admit that what she said makes sense. Broken Dragon Fortress has already been breached once, and Ekstedt is better at fighting in winter than we are. Ekstedt is better at fighting in winter than we are. The 3 archdukes bordering us have been recruiting soldiers for the past few years. The night before we set off, I have already gathered my vassals. Within 10 days, they will lead an endless stream of soldiers to reinforce the fortress. In addition to the army directly under my banner, there are at least 5,000 people, including 300 cavaliers. Of course, the quality cannot be guaranteed." Val took off his other glove and warmed his hands on the everlasting lamp. "It's not just the 3 archdukes." Kessel stood up silently and walked to the window. Looking down from the towering Renaissance palace, he could see the lights of tens of thousands of houses in the capital city under the night sky. From the eternal oil in Northport to the crystal drop mines in the 3 counties of South Coast Hill, ever since the Fortress Treaty was signed, they have been waiting for this day for too long. Moreover, it also involves the heir of the Cloud Dragon Spear. So, this is already unavoidable, Kai. Send out your messenger and sharpen your longsword at the same time." Val, the castellan of Cold Castle who looked more like a warrior than a noble, rubbed his frozen red hands and said through gritted teeth, "So, that sentence was really left behind at the scene?" Kessel V's gaze was profound. His sky-blue pupils reflected the night view of the capital city. "As long as the stars exist, the Empire lives forever. Yes, it is that damned hot-blooded family motto of yours. Although I have blocked the news, You know what the secret room is capable of. I am guessing that once King Nuven receives the news, at least on the surface, he will start mobilizing his vassals and army. Otherwise, he will not be able to appease his suzerains. Based on the war potential of Extet, Duke Val Arund snorted coldly and retracted his hands from the lamp. His expression was displeased. I still suggest that you first gather the direct vassals of Central Territory, then prepare to summon the suzerains. Even the Sukater family in the faraway South Sea Islands must be mobilized. Once war breaks out from Sacred Tree Kingdom to Sarah Dukedom, Steel City, and the Alliance of Freedom, even Main of Night in the Eastern Peninsula, mobilize all our allies. But things are far from the last step. Kessel looked at the night view of the capital city outside the window and gently clenched his fists. King Nuven is also not a hot-headed teenager. Do you think there is still a chance for a peaceful settlement? You know, this is far from the problem of that sentence. The Duke of the Northern Territory was filled with anger. He slammed the table fiercely. There are people on both sides who want it to happen, so this damn thing happened. Both of them were silent for a while. Humph, Kessel snorted softly. He lowered his head and inhaled a breath of winter air. Say, if Midier was still here, what do you think he would do? Why can't I communicate with you? The rude Val stood up angrily. Or have you become stupid after sitting on that throne? Now is not the time to reminisce about your elder brother the Saint, Kel. Our country, our land, our people are facing the threat of war. Why do you think I rushed back? You know how much I hate you. But when Constellation is in trouble, the entire Northern Territory will stand behind you because of the oath and honor. This time, it is in front of you. Kessel stared at Val, the companion he grew up with. He did not move. I've already rushed back. I am right in front of you. I heard that Cullen's father, Sword, is also recuperating in Eternal Star City. The Covenanter family's boy lives not far away. Nanchester's one-eyed dragon can rush here from Steep Forest City within a day. Only Fakenhaz and Tabark are quite a distance away from Blade City. They need to be summoned urgently. After dealing with the 6 of us, the 13 distinguished families will also rush here. Val glared angrily at the Supreme King. It is time, Kel. Issue the Constellation General Edict. 19 noble families will gather in the capital once again to fight for you. Fight for Constellation. There were also thank you for tickets and endless reviews urging for more updates. The reader's request for more updates was a sign of their love for the work and their recognition of the author. This made Swordless very happy, but Swordless scratched his head. He still felt that quality came first and earning money came second. With Swordless' style of writing, he was not used to asking for too much. He was destined to be poor for the rest of his life. In fact, Swordless felt that the last few chapters were very lousy. He was a little annoyed with himself. He could only bear with the pain and refuse the request for more updates. _the_ way. Drooling, thank you to the Broken Cord and the Iris Pattern Glory for your tips. Please join the group when you are free. 3971471168. Chapter 50. That night, the 4 city gates of Eternal Star City were not closed. Order from the king. Make way. Make way. A dozen knights held the 9-pointed star flag and the double-cross star flag at the same time and ran out of the city gate with solemn expressions. Are these all the messengers? At the North City Gate, the captain of the city defense team watched the messengers leave with a solemn expression. Not just that. The city defense officer who rushed overshook his head. There are still 3 other city gates. The messengers held Renaissance Palace's order and rushed to where the important people were. The city defense officer who knew the inside story thought. That's not all. Most of the messengers were messenger crows, nobles who were sent further away by their factions. The city defense officer, who was nearing his 50s, patted the captain's shoulder and said softly, "Something big has happened. Hopefully, it won't be another bloody year." Thales, who firmly refused Gilbert and Gines' company. "I'm sorry, Sir Gilbert, Madam Gines, but this is an alliance between me and her. I must face it alone. I promise to tell you the content of your conversation." Thales, who shook his head firmly, silently walked beside Yodel. For the first few minutes, neither of them said anything. Only when they turned a corner and isolated the nearest guard behind the wall did Thales stand still and look at the masked protector. Yodel's footsteps stopped as well. "We have to talk in private." Thales exhaled deeply. Yodel walked in front of him and quietly squatted down. "As you wish," the masked secret protector said, and gently placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. In the next moment, they felt a strange ripple spread out. Everything around Thales and Yodel turned a strange white. It was as if they were in another world. "The realm of shadows," Yodel explained briefly. Thales nodded, but his expression was still solemn. He was not attracted by the strange, pure white background in front of him. He had more important things to do. There was silence between them. "Yodel." Thales organized his words with difficulty and tried hard to speak. How much do you know about me and the air mystic?" As usual, Yodel said nothing. He only lowered his head slightly and looked at the black-haired, gray-eyed boy. "When Murat wanted to have a private conversation with me in the study, you deliberately stopped him." Thales closed his eyes gently and slowly sorted out the sequence of events from beginning to end. He then said gloomily, "You knew that the study room on the third floor had a special soundproofing system that would block the Blood Clansman's hearing and voice transmissions. That was why you insisted that we stay on the second floor to talk, so that we could seek Serena's help and convey an important reminder right under Murat's nose." Thales paused for a moment. He slowly opened his eyes and stared at the purple mask. "In the end," he said firmly, "to hide my true identity." "Is that so?" Thales fixed his gaze on the secret protector of the royal family. The mask faced him motionlessly. After another period of indescribable silence, Yodel lowered his gaze slightly. His deep and hoarse voice came from behind the dark purple mask. "I am not like Gilbert. I'm not good with words." Under Thales' complicated gaze, the masked protector said solemnly, "After Red Street Market, I don't know what to say." Thales stared at him with a burning gaze. "But you knew from the beginning." "Yes. That night, I was there all along." Yodel's voice was heavy. "I heard what the mystic said. I have also noticed your abnormality. You acted strangely when you faced the mystic, the vase that cracked for no reason in the corridor, the explosion under Vine Manor. So, I know you are." Thales took a deep breath. "Then my father, only I, young sir, only I know." Yodel did not speak again. Thales stared blankly at this strange man who had always protected him and always hid his face under a mysterious mask. "Yes, I've always known, but he kept my secret." "Why?" The prince heard his voice rise and fall slightly. It was filled with disbelief and surprise. "You know that I am those calamities. You know that those calamities are taboo existences." "Why?" Yodel slowly grasped his shoulders and interrupted Thales' thoughts. "Child," he said hoarsely, "I have seen many things, more than you can imagine. From the day this country and your family were born, they were destined to be entangled with those calamities," he said softly. "That was the case 600 years ago. That was the case 12 years ago." Thales' heart trembled. 12 years ago, the Jade Star family that was entangled with the calamities is the same now. I have seen those calamities more than once. I have a feeling. What is truly terrifying and daunting is not those calamities. It is ourselves. It is us, ordinary people, who will degenerate to what extent, how rotten we become, and what limits we will sacrifice for the existence of those so-called calamities." Yodel paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about his next words. "I know that you might be a calamity." For the first time, the usually silent masked protector spoke so much in front of him. He said hesitantly, "But I know that many people in this country have even become uglier and scarier than those calamities. They have brought about calamities, but they do not know it." Thales frowned unnaturally. "Like Murat, he is just one of them. The Black Prophet is no longer a prophet, only darkness remains." Yodel raised his head. His dark lenses reflected the ghastly whiteness around him. Thales's image was isolated in it, looking thin and miserable. In comparison, Mr. Thales, I am more willing to believe in you. It seemed like Yodel had not spoken so much for a long time, but his clumsy manner of trying to find the right words and the honesty behind it made Thales feel complicated. At that moment, the prince did not know what kind of expression and mentality he should have when facing this secret protector. But why me? Thales took a deep breath for 3 seconds and spoke again, just because I have the blood of Jadestar flowing in my veins. Yodel shook his head slowly. I am not Gilbert, and I do not believe in the so-called bloodline. What I believe is that the 7-year-old boy who protected his companions with all his might in a desperate situation is an existence different from those ugly people. I am also willing to believe that you, a Jadestar of humble birth, will become an extraordinary king in this rotten kingdom. An extraordinary king? Thales asked subconsciously. Just like Crown Prince Midir, my uncle. Yodel was silent for a few seconds. No, the masked protector said. His voice was low and sad. His hoarse voice was firm as he said, You will be better than him. I know that you have something in you that he does not. Thales shuddered slightly, and his breathing quickened. He stared at Yodel, whose expression he could not decipher, and could not speak for a long time. After a while, Thank you. Thales, who had finally calmed down, could only say these 2 words. He was usually eloquent, but at that moment, he really had nothing to say. The masked protector, who was kneeling on one knee, nodded solemnly and forcefully. Yodel spoke again in a hoarse voice. This time, his words seemed even more sincere. Yodel Cato, at your service. Thales took a deep breath. He did not speak for a long time. There is one more thing. He heard himself ask with great difficulty. If you were there all along that night, when did you start being there? Yodel's hand sank slightly. Thales panted slightly and said slowly, You saw, quiet in the abandoned house. You saw quiet in the abandoned house. Thales gritted his teeth and asked in a trembling voice, Did you? The masked protector gently let go of his hand. He did not speak. He did not speak. At that moment, Thales only felt that Yodel's mask and the pair of lenses on it were very cold. His heart suddenly felt cold. You did not stop him. Even when he entered our house, you did not stop him. Thales asked in a trembling voice. Why? The prince could have been among those child beggars, right? And those children. Thales actually had a guess, but he was not sure. He had to ask. Yodel stood up slowly and cut him off. It's time to go. Yodel said faintly. They will be suspicious. At that moment, the masked protector was like an emotionless machine. It reminded Thales of Asda's smile. There was no warmth. Although Serena's room was not as far as Gine's said it was 100 meters away, it was not as close as he imagined either. The Blood Clansman's guest room was set up in the wide storage cellar of Mindy's Hall. It was far away from the sunlight, the crowd, and Thales. Good evening, Mr. Thales. The pale-faced Blood Clansman, the old butler who had lived for an unknown number of years, Chris Corleone, bowed slightly at the door and flashed a dead smile at Yodel. Welcome back, Mr. Mask. When you suddenly appeared just now, you gave us quite a fright. Yodel did not reply. Chris turned to Thales indifferently and nodded slightly. His Highness is waiting for your arrival. Thales, who was feeling perturbed and complicated, raised his head and looked at Yodel beside him. The latter's mask nodded in a barely noticeable manner. He walked to the other side of the door and stood at the door with Chris like 2 guards. The prince also nodded slightly. After taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and walked toward Serena Corleone, who had been waiting inside for a long time. His savior just now. She was also the next problem after Murat. Ah, the long-awaited ally of mine. The red-eyed lowly had a profound expression. With her black dress as a foil, she lifted her dress and bowed to him. It seems that with my help, Serena, whose teeth were missing, emphasized the word help and continued with an unsettling smile. Seems like with my help, you have gotten rid of your troubles. Then, It is time to talk about our salary and the issue of the fat report. Whether you believe it or not, I really have 2 shifts today. By Swordless with a serious expression. Chapter 51. Serena had been waiting in her so-called room for a long time. Other than the 2 everlasting lamps, it was pitch black. Thale suspected that the 2 lamps were also lit for him. Rolana and Istrone were nowhere to be seen. Behind the crimson-eyed lowly was still that ridiculously large black coffin. If he had not seen with his own eyes how the blood clansman fiddled with a mechanism and then folded it back into the size of a normal coffin, Thales would have doubted whether the blood clansman had so-called magicians to move it. But at this moment, as he looked at the black coffin, Thales furrowed his brows. "What's the end?" Serena asked curiously. "Nothing," Thales said flatly. His expression returned to normal, and he swallowed back the question, "Why did you put a toilet bowl in the middle of the room?" "I came to thank my ally for her support, Serena." "Can I call you that?" Serena raised her eyebrows imperceptibly and pouted with her baby fat face. "Just support, just an ally's duty, and not help that I need you to repay me? What a cunning and wordy brat." Serena thought in dissatisfaction. "I'm just conveying a few words that I don't understand. Let's just call me Madame Serena in English. I also got hold of some dirty little secrets in English." Serena tilted her head and flashed a cute, lowly smile. Imay Knox's words, "Why not, right? Especially my dear ally, who has an unclear relationship with the mystic." There was a moment of silence between the 2. As expected, the old witch won't let go of this opportunity, Thales thought. "No, your help is very important to me. I am very grateful to you." Thales smiled bashfully. His gaze was sincere, like a grateful little boy. "Otherwise, in front of the Black Prophet, I might even confess to him about the internal strife of the Corleone clan and the truth about all of you taking refuge in Constellation. That is the Black Prophet we are talking about. Who knows what kind of terrible things he will do after he obtains these secrets. I do not wish to see anything bad happen to my ally. I hope you feel the same way, Serena." Serena's gaze instantly turned cold. "You're not willing to lose out at all, are you, my ally?" She deliberately smiled and revealed her small fangs at the same time. "Also, don't call me Serene. This won't scare me now." Thales watched in amusement as Serena, who looked like she was 5 or 6 years old, curled her lips in front of him. "I thought allies should trust each other, not threaten each other back and forth." Thales' smile grew brighter. He took a step forward. "Our interests are aligned, my dear Serene. Since our interests are aligned, please call me Madame Serena. Please show more sincerity. For example, my subordinates and I need more blood, fresh blood." Serena's red pupils were focused. She took a step forward and looked at Thales. Sure enough, a dog can't change its ways. Cough, cough. Thales took a deep breath and took a step forward. He looked straight into the pair of red eyes and tried his best to chase the image of the mummy out of his mind. He smiled and said, "To bind our mutual interests even more tightly. Serene." Thales took a deep breath and took a step forward. He looked straight into the pair of red eyes and tried his best to chase the image of the mummy out of his mind. "Celine? Rude mortal." Serena thought in slight annoyance. "Why take back the throne from that be asterisk tish?" She looked at Thales' relaxed smile. So you're saying?" Serena chuckled. Her small lips curled up slightly. "You finally made up your mind to propose to me?" Thales felt his worldview shake. With an expression as if he had just eaten **tea, he helplessly looked at the 400-year-old, which was smiling smugly. "You win." Thales sighed. Under Serena's sparkling gaze, he rolled up his left sleeve and extended his exposed wrist in front of the red-eyed lowly. "My fresh blood. This is what we agreed on in the alliance," he said flatly. Serena's expression changed, but it immediately turned into a smile. "I believe in your sincerity now, my dear ally." I thought he would keep going back on his word. The Archduchess closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The curve of her lips grew wider. "This boy isn't that annoying after all. Remember, 1/8 of a pint, Serene." Thales's gaze was solemn, and his breathing was rapid. Not more, but not less. Serena opened her eyes. Ignoring Thales's question about how he addressed her, she smiled strangely. I will control the amount of blood. The lowly's face was intoxicated and fanatical. At this moment, the anxious Thales felt that the person in front of him was an archduchess of the Blood clan who was 400 to 500 years old. Blood? Can't you use another word? Thales looked at Serena, who had turned into a gourmet. He gulped with difficulty. The shadow of being a mummy lingered in his mind. Hey, can your gaze be gentler? I'm a little scared of your expression. It's giving me goosebumps. Give me a hint, sister. Don't bite me with such a big mouth. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Thales's panicked voice came from the room. Yodel's mask trembled. He was about to move when he was stopped by the old butler of the Blood clan. This is the alliance between them, Chris said coldly. He stared at the masked protector in front of him without showing any weakness. In front of the Blood clan's fangs, humans would always be the weaker party. Even if that cub was the heir to the second most powerful country in the Western Peninsula. But as the blood-sucking continued, it seems wrong? Thales's voice came from the black coffin again. Your mouth looks quite small. Why is it so powerful? Hey, don't be too intense at the beginning. There needs to be a transition. Ouch, my teeth. You're hurting me. Slow down, one bite at a time. Lighter. Yes, be gentle. Tongue. I don't use your tongue everywhere. I won't be able to take it. Chris' expression became more and more unpleasant. All right, maintain this pace. Take small bites. I know you can't control yourself, but you have to hold it in and stay rational. Serena, be good. For my health, don't be so fast. Chris' face turned from pale to livid. Damn mortal. Is that Brad doing this on purpose? He looked at Yodel, who was opposite him, fiercely. Yodel's hand, which was raised in the air, paused for a moment. Chris' face twitched as he saw Yodel turn his hands outwards and make a gesture that indicated that he had no choice. Yes, the masked protector said hoarsely and helplessly, this is their alliance. Yodel stood at the door with ease and put his hands behind his back again. Before Chris flew into a rage and rushed into the room, Serena finally sucked enough blood. Satisfied, she let go of the nervous Thales and licked her bright red lips. Thank you for your hospitality, the red-eyed lowly said sweetly. You're welcome. Thales, whose face was ashen, sat on the floor with a displeased expression. He caressed the two small holes on his wrist and opened and closed his mouth. Donate a bag of blood and save a life. He felt that she had secretly sucked a lot of blood. Don't worry, that child is stronger than we thought. Gilbert walked down the hall on the first floor and looked at Gines, who was in a daze. At this moment, the sound of a horse galloping came from outside Mindy's hall. Gilbert's expression changed. It was a messenger on horseback. Looks like it will be an eventful night. Gines snapped out of her daze and looked at the messenger with a complicated gaze. She respectfully handed over a 9-pointed star seal's wax scroll. Gilbert broke the wax and opened the scroll. The more he read, the darker his expression became. Something big has happened. Gilbert put down the scroll and frowned deeply. His Majesty has urgently summoned us to the palace. Of course, you are, after all, his most trusted attendant and former Foreign Affairs Minister. Gines sighed and turned around nonchalantly to walk upstairs. As for me, forget it. I would rather stay here and look after that child. No. Gilbert turned to Gines. His expression was more solemn than ever. He faced Gines, lifted the top edge of the scroll, and shook it gently. Kessel Jadestar's signature and the 9-pointed star seal were revealed at the bottom of the paper. His Majesty has urgently summoned all of us to Renaissance Palace. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.